right. I guess we're live. What up, perps? Let's see how this morning goes. See how this absolute clown show we're gonna watch goes. So you know how it is. They're supposed to start at 10. They won't get started for a little while after 10. Go ahead and crank that up just so I can make sure I hear them when they kick off. Barton, what's up, my brother? Good morning. I have to see how my network does. I got a couple things to try to see if I can make sure everything's leveled out and actually running. So we'll see. Wilbur, what's up, my brother? Good morning. You guys may want to grab a cup of coffee or a barf bag. Oh, you're shitting me, Barton. I missed the show last night, and I knew I wasn't seeing it in my history this morning. So I hope not, but I know we'll have to wait around and see, I guess. Rich is whack. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see what happens with that. I hope Dark didn't catch another strike. I mean, let's face it, man. YouTube's policy on this is horse shit anyway. So, but freaking sucks when people are, going to catch strikes over stuff. So hopefully, Dark will be okay. Ah, fuck, man. I know it happened to me in Dark one night, and all I showed a frame, which technically they say you can do. But I showed a frame, and it shut it down. So I mean, it's Rich isn't the only one who's called something like that. It happened to me in Dark that one night. The last time I was on with Dark. And again, I was just showing a fucking frame. No, I wasn't up partying all night last night. I was actually racked out pretty early yesterday. I had some things going on. I spent more time freaking lurking in chats and everything that I did yesterday than I did anything. So it's one of those days, man. And I debated back and forth whether I was going to do this one and actually watch this weaponization hearing, but I kind of want to see where this fucking clown show goes. So we'll see. I mean, I haven't streamed shit in a few days. The last thing I did as far as a stream was the other night when I was on with Rich and Todd. So about time to get something going. Hopefully my changes to my network will, which I don't know, it's already looking like it's freaking dropping on and off. Might have to try one more thing to see whether I get the sumbitch to run right. Supposedly stuff's supposed to be fixed. Warsaw, what's up, my brother? Yeah, supposedly some of the stuff with the network was supposed to be fixed, but we'll see. Dude, I didn't touch Bishop this morning, man. I was up. I ended up not even watching. Hell, I was still listening to a freaking book this morning. Which sucks. The dude that they had narrate this last one is nowhere near as good as the normal guy who narrates their book. So it was still a good book. It just wasn't read as well, which sucks. The book and the ones I'm talking about were they're audiobooks on Audible. The one I just finished listening to is part of the Galaxy's Edge series, actually, which is a really good series. Yeah, we'll see how interesting tomorrow gets, man. I think there was supposed to be. I'm still trying to look for it. There were some oral arguments coming up with the challenge to the ATF's new rule. It was kind of expedited and supposed to be tomorrow, so I'm still trying to figure out where those arguments are and if we're going to be able to listen to them. Because if I can find them, we're going to listen to them. And yeah, we'll see what the Supreme Court does tomorrow. I don't know. I still don't have a whole lot of damn faith in a lot of the stuff going on right now. It's just, well, the only thing we can do is wait around and see, watch it, listen to it, spread the word about it, and see exactly where it goes. So we shall see. Well, that DC ban, man, or New York ban, is going to ban more than Glocks. I mean, almost any semi-automatic will fall underneath that, banning Glocks horseshit. I mean, let's be honest. You can, with a minor amount of work, you could take just about any semi-automatic and make the son of a bitch run full auto. Doing it professionally, I'll say this: doing it professionally takes some work, takes some fitting, stuff like that. Guys that have worked on projects like that, we've all seen a lot of them. Full auto 50 caliber Desert Eagles and shit like that. We've seen guys who've worked on a lot of that stuff, and that takes some engineering, that takes some skill. Does it take anything to get one of these other semi-automatics, Glock, SIG, any of that to run? No. Mess around with some sear surfaces. Which that's why when you build a gun, you check it.
Subcommittee will come to order without objection. The chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. We welcome everyone to today's hearing. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Stubbe, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
So you guys let me know how this audio is and how this thing is actually streaming. Dude, I have to check it out, Wilbur.
Chair now recognizes himself for an opening statement. Does anyone believe if President Trump wasn't running for president, that he would be facing 4 criminal trials? Bonnie Willis announced her investigation in February of 2021, but didn't bring charges until 2.5 years later after President Trump announced he was running for president. Attorney General Garland named Jack Smith special counsel 3 days after President Trump announces that he's running for president. And Alvin Bragg said he could not see a world.
Kurt,
he could not see a world in which he would indict President Trump and call Michael Cohen running for president. Alvin Bragg brings a case that the Department of Justice wouldn't, that the Federal Elections Commission wouldn't bring, that his predecessor, Cy Vance, wouldn't bring. And as Alvin Bragg himself said, he wouldn't bring, but then he did after President Trump announced he was running for president. Some might call this all election interference. Think about it. Mr. Bragg is charging President Trump with conspiracy to impact the 2016 election. Ms. Willis and Mr. Smith are charging President Trump with a conspiracy to interfere with the 2020 election. Seems to me the conspiracy is between Bragg, Smith, and Willis working to interfere with the 2024 race. Of course, none of this is new. 2016, government spied on President Trump's campaign. You don't have to take my word for it. You don't have to take this committee's word for it. John Durham said it. Clinton campaign paid the law firm Perkins Coie, who hired Fusion GPS, who hired Christopher Steele, a foreigner, who talked to other foreigners, who put together the fake dossier, which became the basis for the FBI to spy on President Trump's campaign. The basis for a whole investigation where we saw text messages back and forth from folks on the investigation saying, "We'll stop Trump." Then, of course, it was the Mueller investigation. 19 lawyers, 41 FBI agents, $30 million to find nothing. No conspiracy, no coordination, none whatsoever. Then it was impeachment. Anonymous whistleblower, no firsthand knowledge, who was biased against President Trump, who worked for Joe Biden, talks about a phone call, and they impeached the President of the United States. Then they raided his home. Broke every protocol, every normal procedure. Again, don't take our word for it. Stephen D'Antuono, FBI Assistant Director of the Washington Field Office, told us this in his deposition.
To Trump. I want to see him talk
then,
about.
Of course, they tried the 14th Amendment. We'll just keep him off the ballot.
I still
the
want to
easiest
see
way to win is not to let your opponent play. That's what they tried to do. Thank goodness the Supreme Court said no to that.
Selling guns.
9-0, they said no to that. And then, of course, after all that, after he's a candidate, as I said, we get all these cases. In Georgia, Bonnie Willis hires her boyfriend, who travels to D.C. on the taxpayer dime, meets with White House officials, January 6th committee, all in an effort to target President Trump. In New York, gag orders placed on President Trump by a partisan judge whose daughter is a Democrat fundraiser, while Michael Cohen, convicted perjurer, is allowed to post anything he wants on social media, say whatever he wants. Not to mention the guy who's the lead prosecutor for Alvin Bragg, Mr. Colangelo, who worked for Letitia James, then worked for the Justice Department, then went back to New York to work for Alvin Bragg. And in Florida, we learned that Jack Smith altered the order of the classified documents he seized. The physical documents don't match up with the scanned documents. Jack Smith didn't properly handle the documents he said President Trump didn't properly handle. Jack Smith mishandled classified information, all while charging President Trump with, quote, mishandling classified information. You can't make this up. Someone call that tampering with evidence.
Democrats can make it up. They do a real good job of that.
Today's hearing is about how the law is being used to target political opponents. It's truly about the weaponization of government. Truly about what this committee has been focused on for this Congress.
I want to hear more about how the law is
Trump
being
is
used
example
to
number
target
one.
everyday fucking
It's about the
citizens.
double standard, one set of rules for the politically connected, the other set for the people they want to target. But maybe most important, it's about where does all this go? Where does it all go? Because if they can do it to a president, they can do it to anybody. Any one of us, any of our constituents, any American they want to. And that's what's frightening. That's what's truly frightening.
Well,
I
that's
want to
what I
thank our
want
witnesses for
hearing
being
on.
here and talking about this
You already know what's happening.
most critical issue.
Johnny
How the
Propane, what's up,
government,
my
how
brother?
the agencies, how the law is being turned on people that they
Welcome
politically
to another
disagree
clown
with.
show.
That I yield to the gentlelady from the Virgin Islands for her opening statement, the ranking member, Ms. Plaskett.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone that is here with
Talk to you.
us.
January 6th, insurrectionist.
Thank you for joining.
Guns.
2 weeks ago in the same room, we watched as the Republican majority attempted to use the congressional hearing process to intervene in an ongoing Supreme Court case. Republicans here did so by suggesting that they were concerned about how
Coon,
social
what's
media
up, my brother?
companies are bullied by the federal government. In truth, these arguments are operating in the interests of securing an open season where Russia and China can destabilize our democracy at will in the 2024 election. By my Republican counterparts causing people to bully social media companies, they want to allow any and all foreign adversaries to dump lies and misinformation on social media in support of a would-be fascist former president. And now you're back. Why are we back this time? We're here because former President Trump is on trial in New York. That's why we're here. On Monday and Tuesday of this week, his former attorney, Michael Cohen,
Live
delivered
life. What's up, my
devastating
brother? How's it going?
testimony implicating former President Trump in a hush money payment scheme. His former attorney even had audio
How's things on the
recordings
job
of
over
Trump
there
talking
in
about
Georgia? Live life.
those payments.
Going pretty good.
Whether we think the trial in New York is a good case or a bad case, the truth remains that the facts in the case don't help
Founded by
Donald Trump.
fascists.
We're here because Donald Trump
Fascist lesbians,
knows
as
that
a
the
matter of
evidence
fact.
against him is plentiful and that the testimony of his literal, as my teenage daughter says, literal partner in crime in this case is harmful to his criminal defense and his political prospects. It's not that complicated. The truth hurts. And here's one. We all know that the former president exacts loyalty from all of his followers, and especially GOP officials and those that work for him. Blind loyalty. And this case
Democrats
is no
talking
different.
about blind loyalty.
Many of
is
them have
hysterical to me.
hightailed it to New York City to show him that they are with him and standing with Donald Trump. Trump in turn demands that every Republican official serve him like the incorrigible, degenerate, spoiled brat that he is, and use their positions to aid his criminal defense. And even after the embarrassment of recent hearings today, Donald Trump and his cronies don't think that the chairman is doing enough. We're here today simply because Donald Trump's sycophants have been taunting the members of this committee on the GOP side and judiciary Republicans for not doing anything tangible to defend Trump against our judicial system. Lackeys like Natalie Winters, a Trump loyalist and an executive producer for Steve Bannon's show, have been mocking Chairman Jordan's leadership of the committee openly. As you can see up there, when the House Judiciary tweeted, "Imagine actually believing Michael Cohen," she retweeted and said, "Imagine actually believing at Judiciary GOP will do anything about it." Just as one example, on Monday, she put that tweet up, and then Fox's Maria Bartiromo and Steve Bannon himself have gotten into the act. And here they are.
Why aren't you being louder about this? Why aren't I hearing anything from this committee? I had to just ask you about it, okay? Just let me be clear. Viewers are sick and tired of hearings. They're sick and tired of letters. They're sick and tired of hearing complaints. They want action. President Trump is in a trial all day long, every day in New York City. Where is this committee of weaponization, and what are you doing about it? I just spoke with Kevin Hassett, the former chairman of the White House Economics Council, and he said, make no mistake, if we see President Trump go to jail because he violated this gag order, markets will react. Okay, Congressman, we're losing the country. So with all due respect, I'm not blaming you specifically, but it's not enough to set up a committee that's called the weaponization of federal government. That's not doing it for anybody. We want to hear more from you. We want to hear action. We want to know what the heck is going on in this New York trial where nobody can seem to come up with a crime.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm specifically doing.
Okay. No, I don't need to hear. I don't need to hear a backbencher. I'm sure you're a good guy. I'm sure you're trying to do a lot, but it's not, as Maria Bartiromo says. And man, she lit him up.
We all heard her. It's not enough to set up a committee just called the weaponization of the federal government. That's not doing it. We want action. And that's why we're here today. We're here at the beck and call of Trump
What's up,
fanatics
sis?
and
How you doing
talking
this
heads
morning?
on cable and internet talk shows in the MAGA world who, like Bartiromo and Bannon, have goaded this committee to act. Because the purpose of this select committee is in fact to be an arm of the Trump campaign and take his orders. And yes, we know you're mad things are not going your way. Republicans are upset because the Justice Department has determined that it must prosecute Donald Trump
Agorizer,
because
what's
the
up, my brother?
allegations against President Biden amount to nothing, both at the Justice Department and even
Yeah,
in
we
this
doing
chamber in the
good.
House by the very committees Republicans created to investigate President Biden. This
Hopefully you and
committee
Jason
and
are doing well.
Republicans are mad because Robert Hur, himself a Republican political appointee, fully and completely exonerated President Biden while specifically outlining a Republican appointee, outlining the
How they
reasons that
freaking
Donald
lie right
Trump
to your face? There's
deserved to be
nothing in that report
prosecuted
that
and
exonerated
President
Biden.
Biden
They just
does
said
not.
they weren't going to charge him.
They're mad because he had the gumption,
senile.
I'll use that word, to tell the truth as to what facts have been shown Trump to have. The committee wants to allege the fact that Donald Trump repeatedly, and this was a discussion just in the opening statement, talking about Jack Smith and what he did with classified information. But the fact is that Trump didn't just mishandle classified information, he hid classified information and legally pertinent documents from the FBI and other law enforcement. Donald Trump ordered his aides to
Oh, it's
destroy
hysterical, Wilbur.
documents and then repeatedly lied about doing so.
If these
Donald
people are
Trump
being honest
even
about half the
tricked
horse
his
shit
own
that they're
lawyers into
trying to
making false
say,
statements on his behalf,
they wouldn't be
potentially
sitting there
implicating
reading
those
statements
lawyers
that were written
in
by
his
their
criminal
staffers.
schemes. That's why Donald
They
Trump
might
is
have a couple
currently
bullet points
facing
they got to look down and
40
touch on, but
charges
they'd
in a
actually be
federal
able to
court in
speak on it
Florida for
coherently
knowingly
in the
mishandling,
moment.
withholding, hiding, lying, destroying classified documents in a way that put our national security at severe risk. That's why he's facing 34 charges in New York State Court for falsifying business records and making hush money payments to catch and kill information that would be harmful to his reputation and his presidential campaign. That's why he's charged with 4 felony counts, including conspiracy to defraud the United States and conspiracy to obstruct an official
I want to see
proceeding
all the
for
hush money
attempting to
payments
overturn
and
the 2020
non-disclosure
election.
agreements that are
And
signed
that's
by
why,
members of
despite the
Congress and
machinations and
paid for with
attempted
our tax dollars.
character assassination of a prosecutor in Georgia, that he's charged with 10 counts for attempting to intimidate election officials while trying to force them
Because there's so
to
many
accept
members
the
of
slate
Congress that
of
have been
false
caught up in
electors,
scandals,
again,
sex
part of his
scandals, and
efforts to overturn
they
an
pay some
election.
hush money. Everything
Trump
gets
is charged in
quieted
these
down.
cases
I want to
because
see. I
there
want to see
is
how much they.
sufficient evidence to reasonably believe that he committed almost 100 serious crimes. In this country, no one should be above the law. So
Unless you're
just for a
Democrat.
little legal lesson, I strongly suspect the defendant may be watching, or his minions, or others. No, Donald, even a president can't shoot someone on Fifth Avenue in broad daylight and get away with it. That's not going to happen. To my Republican counterparts in the majority, you claim that you want to fight
You
a
just got to
weaponized
understand the
executive
plan.
branch.
All they're going
You do
after
so
all
by calling
semi-automatic
in
handguns.
far-right
Period.
witnesses to
So it
speak
doesn't have to be logical.
conspiracies about a deep state, or by calling witnesses who have testified under oath that they literally are missing parts of their brain, and another who self-identified as a time traveler from Canada. That, my friends, is the Select Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the federal government. To be the party of law enforcement and be led by a man currently facing 100 serious charges. We fail
She keeps
to
talking. I'm gonna need
understand
a lot more than
that
call.
we are playing white knights for the most radical fringes of our society, while making frequent references to Big Brother, no less. They themselves are growing embodiment of George Orwell's 1984. Now, I know I've said it before, and if people don't know, I've been a Republican. I was a Republican appointee when some of my counterparts were still in high school. I served a Republican president. But
That
this
shows how
is
shitty
not
you are at
the
government, lady.
Republican Party. This is a cult of personality where Donald Trump exercises totalitarian control. This is a subcommittee that intimidates witnesses who disagree with them, questioning Americans' loyalty to their country if they don't support Donald Trump's agenda. This subcommittee is using its platform to bully American people into believing falsehoods. Falsehoods which serve little purpose other than to scare everyday Americans, spread
Didn't she
confusion,
serve on the Jan
and
6
attempt to
committee? I'll have
re-elect
to
Donald
look.
Trump. It's a subcommittee that is taking orders from a disgraced former president. I see members rolling
Gabriel,
their
what's up,
eyes.
my
They're
brother?
all
Good morning.
upset. You don't believe me? Think I'm making up that Trump directs the actions of this select committee? You think that everyone is not jumping through hoops to please Donald Trump? Follow the facts. Who was among the select few Donald Trump called on January 6th while encouraging thousands of rioters to overtake the Capitol and steal the election? Individuals from this select committee.
Lady, if Donald Trump really encouraged
Members
people to take
here
the Capitol,
have
there'd have been a
refused to answer a
busload more people
subpoena
there.
related to that call from Trump and the attack on the Capitol. Members of Congress said at rally after rally, I'm busting my tail to get Donald Trump reelected. We need to make
I
sure
knew
Donald Trump wins.
was involved.
It's so important that we stay engaged and
Yeah.
help Donald Trump get back the White House. That's what members of this committee have said. And it's our duty to call out bias and hidden agendas of the committee. It's a sham, solely designed to serve, as like we have said before, as the legislative arm of Donald Trump's reelection campaign. That's what this select committee is. This select committee's efforts are transparent. And you know what else? They're expensive. Last hearing, we talked about the $20 million this committee has spent already on this witch hunt. And they still have nothing to show for it, which explains why we're frantically calling last-minute
Notice
hearings
yet again,
over
she
and
doesn't
over
say how
again
much they
to
spent on the
distract
Jan
from
6
Trump's
horseshit.
criminal trials. Just throwing things at the wall and seeing what sticks. Anything to try to keep Donald Trump happy. What a strategy, and what an expensive failure. I've tried to use this committee for the good of Americans. I've talked to the chairman and to others about examining moments in our nation's history when the powers of the federal government have been abused. We have seen reports that the IRS has a real problem of racial bias in its audits. A year ago, the IRS admitted that Black taxpayers are audited at disproportionately higher rates than other racial
Can we talk
groups.
about what the IRS
Are we talking
does
about
to
that
conservatives and
weaponization?
conservative
Is
organizations?
there a discussion about that or any other hearing beyond defending Donald Trump and his election? No. I applaud the DOJ for not giving into political pressure and following the facts where they lead. No one is above the
I think
law.
there's supposed to
no
be a
matter how
vote to
hard
hold AG
this committee
Garland in
tries to make it
contempt here
otherwise.
shortly, too,
Thank you, and I yield back.
All other opening statements will
which
be
will
included
be
in the
fun
record.
to
We'll now
watch.
introduce today's witnesses. Mr. Robert Costello is partner at David Hoff, Hutcher, and Citron. He was previously a partner at Levy, Tolman, and Costello and served as the deputy chief of the criminal division in the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York. Mr. James Trusty is a member of the IFRA Law. He previously served as prosecutor for 27 years, including as the chief of the organized crime section at the Department of Justice and as an assistant U.S. attorney. Mr. Gene Hamilton is the executive director, executive vice president, general counsel at the American First Legal Foundation. He previously served as counselor to the U.S. Attorney General, senior counselor to the Secretary of Homeland Security, and as a Senate aide. Ms. Jill Banks is an attorney and MSNBC legal analyst. She previously served as a federal prosecutor in the Illinois Attorney General's office and as a general counsel of the United States Army under President Carter. We welcome our witnesses and thank them for appearing today. We'll begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God?
So we'll have to watch that. Yeah,
Let
they're
the
going to
record
vote to,
reflect that the witnesses have answered in the
the
affirmative. You
judiciary is
may be
supposed
seated.
to
Thank
vote
you.
tomorrow to hold
Please know
A.G.
that your written
Garland or
testimony will be
Mark
entered
Cutler
into the record and it's entirely
bill
in
to hold
accordance
A.G.
with, we
Garland in
ask you to
contempt
summarize
tomorrow.
your testimony as best you can, and we will
Get
just move
spicy.
right down the list. We will start, or right in the line, I should say, we will start with Mr. Costello. You make sure you hit your mic and turn your mic on and pull it real close.
I mean, you know how many millions and millions of dollars we could actually save
hit
if
the
we
button
went
there.
to
You
a
should hit
flat
the button. See
tax
the
and
button
then
there in
just
front?
cut the IRS out completely?
Okay,
There you go.
thank you. My name is Bob Costello. I've been an attorney for 51 years, and I'm the former assistant U.S. attorney in the Southern District of New York, where I was deputy chief of the criminal division. I am not now, nor have I ever been, an attorney for Donald Trump, any of his family members, or any of his businesses. I've represented quite a number of high-profile
Not a good
individuals,
deal.
but never Donald Trump. During the period April 2018 to July 2018, I represented Michael Cohen. Today, I can talk to you about what Michael Cohen told my law partner and me, because Michael Cohen waived the attorney-client privilege at the request of the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York. The reason was Michael Cohen had pled guilty to 8 felony counts in the Southern District and was seeking to lessen his sentence. And he thought he could be clever by going into the U.S. Attorney's Office and lying about cooperation. Michael Cohen went to the U.S. Attorney's Office and accused Rudy Giuliani and myself of conspiring to obstruct justice by tampering with a witness, namely Michael Cohen. The story, which they were floating at the time and his lawyers put out in the various newspapers, was that we had dangled a pardon under Michael Cohen's nose in order to keep him quiet so that he wouldn't testify against Donald Trump. When I received the call from the U.S. Attorney's Office saying, Bob, we'd like to talk to you about your representation of Michael Cohen, I said to them, can I presume that you guys are sitting there with a copy of the waiver of the attorney-client privilege? And they said, you presume correctly. I told them to scan it over to me, and once I received it, I'd be delighted to talk to them. And I did. I went down to 1 St. Andrews Plaza.
Toy Town,
with,
what's up, my brother?
a lawyer who had been the chief of the criminal division when I was deputy chief, Tom Fitzpatrick. And on the way into the office, he said to me, Bob, aren't you nervous? I said, what for? I'm going to tell the truth, and I have documentary evidence that corroborates me 6 ways from Sunday. I said, there's nothing to be nervous about. And in fact, I said, I'll bet you $10 I'll have these people laughing within 15 minutes. I won the bet. I went up and I sat with 2 assistant U.S. attorneys, Tom McKay and Nick Rose, as well as 2 FBI agents whose names, unfortunately, I don't remember. We had a grand old time. I explained our entire history with Michael Cohen through emails and text messages. I explained the many, many lies that Michael Cohen told us. Most especially, I told them that when we first met Michael Cohen in April of 2018,
Cohen was on the stand just,
keeping in mind
what,
now
a
that
day
I
or
read
so ago,
Michael
2 days
Cohen's
ago?
testimony from yesterday's
Or was
trial
it
in New
last
York
week?
on the way down on the train, and virtually every statement he made about me was another lie, a lie that can be proven not just by me denying it, but by myself, Jeff Citron, or Rudy Giuliani, or emails or text messages. Virtually every statement that he made. What he
Hey, man,
tries to do is he picks out, cherry picks
the amount
certain
of truth that
emails and
comes
text
out
messages and tries
be
to make them
determined
look like something
basically
else.
by the
The
media, and they're
story he
going to
told
bury the
yesterday
shit
was
out
that
of it.
Rudy Giuliani and I were somehow conspiring to try and keep him quiet, to try and keep him from
You got to
flipping.
remember, man,
That's
the
the term
media is
we use in
nothing
the
but a
trade for
mouthpiece
cooperating.
for the government.
That's ridiculous. The first day that we met with Michael Cohen at the Regency Hotel, at his request, and there's email correspondence that show this, we went up there. I had never met Michael Cohen before. I didn't have any idea who he was or what sort of problem he was in. I saw this guy in a conference room at the Regency Hotel marching back and forth like a tiger in a cage. He was absolutely manic. He looked like he hadn't slept in 4 or 5 days. And he kept on, he knew my partner, Jeff Citron, for 10 years. I didn't know
The
the guy.
biggest
He
disturbing
kept on
thing about
pounding
this
on the
war
table
is
throughout his speeches that day.
when they
Guys,
do
I
this to
want you to
Trump,
know,
think about what they're
I
doing
will
to
do
the average
whatever the F
person who
I have to
doesn't
do.
have the
I will
money to
never
fight it.
spend 1 day in jail. He had to say that at least 10 times, maybe 20. It was his constant litany as he walked back and forth. So I said, Michael, sit down. We need to discuss what's going on here. He told us about the raid, that his offices had been raided, his home had been raided. And he said, I didn't do anything wrong, guys. I don't know what they're looking for. And I said, Michael, the people in the Southern District of New York are very smart people. They got a search warrant for a lawyer's office. You can't do that just by going to the U.S. attorney. You need to go to Maine Justice and get approval from Maine Justice. You need to show them that you have proof that a crime has been committed and that the evidence of that crime is going to exist at the site to be examined. I said, so Michael, these people think that you did something wrong. What is it? I said, this is protected by attorney-client privilege, and it was until he waived the attorney-client privilege. I swear to God, Bob, I didn't do anything wrong. In fact, I'm cooperating with the special counsel. I'm cooperating with Congress. Of course, he forgot to tell us that he lied to Congress, but that was part and parcel of the way Michael Cohen is. So I sat him down and I said, look, Michael, clearly here, you're not the target. Nobody's ever heard of Michael Cohen, but you are the lawyer for President Trump, and clearly that's their target. And let me explain to you how things work. When they get a search warrant, they're looking to gather evidence. They already have evidence against you for something, but you haven't told us what it is. And they are going to roll over you. You're just a bump in the road. Their target is Donald Trump. So I want you to think carefully now. And by the way, up to this point, he had told us when he introduced himself to us that 2 nights before, he was on the roof of the hotel, of the Regency Hotel, seriously considering jumping off, committing suicide, because he couldn't handle the pressure of the legal problems that he saw coming his way. And what he wanted to find out from us that day was his escape route. That's what he called it. Guys, you have to tell me what my escape route is. What can I do to get out of this? And I did. My obligation as a lawyer at that point in time was to explain to him what his options were. Clearly, one of his options was to cooperate. And I said to him, I said, Michael, the way this works is if you have truthful information about Donald Trump, that's clearly what they're looking for, I can have all your legal problems solved by the end of the week. His response, I swear to God, Bob, I don't have anything on Donald Trump. I said, Michael, I want you to think carefully about this. I probably came back to this subject 10 or 20 times during the 2-hour period. Every time I brought it up, every time he answered, I swear to God, Bob, I don't have anything on Donald Trump. I said, Michael, whatever you have has to be truthful. If you think you can go in there and tell these people lies, you're crazy. It's going to backfire on you. You can't do that. So do you have anything on Donald Trump? Probably the 5th or the 6th time I got around to doing that, he said, well, I know that money is missing from the Trump inaugural ball. I said, is Donald Trump involved in that? No. Does Donald Trump know anything about that? No. I said, Michael, that's useless. You're not going anywhere with that. You asked me for your escape route. I'm telling you your escape route. All you have to do is be truthful if you have some real evidence on Donald Trump. His litany was the same all the time. I don't have anything on Donald Trump. This is exactly the opposite to what I saw him say on TV. He was telling the grand jury in Manhattan and the district attorney's office. He said, I went in there, I believe, if my memory is correct, 20 times, including 2 appearances in the grand jury, 18 times preparation sessions with the DA's office. I was sitting at home listening to this, and I said, that's nonsense. That's not what he told Jeff Citron and myself. And I decided at that point in time, I've got to make it known to both the defense and the prosecution what the real story is, who this guy really is. So I provided all this material to Donald Trump's lawyers, and I provided it to the Manhattan DA's office. And I asked for a meeting with District Attorney Bragg because I wanted to go in there, let him look me in the eye, and let me explain all of the stuff that we had on Michael Cohen that showed
like
that he's an inveterate liar. The guy can't be
Adam
trusted.
Schiff and others that
Bragg turned me down. But what he did say was, I'll let you have a meeting with the assistant district attorneys. Now, when the Trump people,
we need you to just
I'm sorry, when the Trump people
finish up quickly.
heard about all of this, they insisted, as was their right under the law, that the DA put me before the grand jury.
Right.
So that I was scheduled for a Monday. On the Friday before, I gave the DA's office the courtesy of a Zoom conference for about an hour and a half. 8 assistant district attorneys and me on the other end. I explained, they didn't really ask me any questions. They just said, what do you want to say? nice warm greeting for somebody who's trying to show them the right path quietly and privately so that they could correct their error before they made it. Here's what happened.
We'll stop there, Mr. Costa. We'll get back to you during the questions. Okay.
Did I run out of my time already?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. That's
I
fine.
had 8 minutes. This says I have 138 to go, or is I'm 138 over?
138 over.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
That's fine. That's fine.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, point of order.
Yeah.
Will the witnesses all be given 7, 8 minutes? What is that?
Yeah.
It's usually 5, so
Yeah.
we didn't know that.
Oh,
in
Jesus
advance
Christ,
to be
Plackett.
able
We're going to
to
give
do
them
It
a little extra
happens
time. I
every
give you
fucking
14
But
time.
she didn't have time to prepare 8 minutes of testimony,
Well,
opening statement.
She's a smart lawyer. She can probably ad lib for a few minutes if she'd
Well,
like, but that's
We'd like
totally
it
up to
to
her.
be something more than ad lib, as we just
God,
heard.
these
We
or
listened to
testify.
you
crap.
talk for 14 minutes and
That's
and
called an
14
opening
seconds.
statement. I'm allowed
know,
to
and I-
talk as long as I
And I
want.
was fine. I let you go 14 minutes and 14
You have,
seconds.
you have to let me go for 14 minutes if
That's
that's
exactly
what I
right.
wanted to.
Exactly.
But
Exactly right. Mr.
you could
Trustee,
let
you
us
are
have-
recognized for your opening
the
statement.
courtesy of advance notice would have been helpful.
Plackett, how do you
Thank you,
been
Mr.
so
Chair.
many
My name is Jim
hearings, you
Trusty. I've been an
fucking
attorney
moron? How
for
do you
35
not know
years.
that
I spent
Jim
my
Jordan
first
is
20
pretty
as a
lenient
local and
on
federal
opening
prosecutor
statements,
in Maryland.
no matter
And
who
in
the
both
witness
roles, I was fortunate enough to be involved in some fairly complex or weighty
is.
prosecutions. It starts with the usual misdemeanors and routine
God,
felonies, but
people
I was
vote
able
for
to
morons.
do a no-body child murder case, as well as numerous RICO cases against MS-13. And I personally led 3 different death penalty prosecutions as a federal prosecutor. In 2011, I moved over to DC against my better judgment, maybe, but I came over to the department to work at Maine Justice with some other folks that I knew from Maryland and became the chief of the organized crime and gang section, which was a fascinating job that I enjoyed for about 6.5 years. I was able to manage a group of prosecutors that handled international, national, and regional organized crime cases against everything from MS-13 to Barrio Azteca, the mafia, and international white collar conspiracies. And I was also during this time a senior member of the Attorney General's Death Penalty Review Committee, helping the Attorney General decide whether to pursue the death penalty against folks like the Boston Marathon bomber and the Charleston church shooter, among other numerous lower profile cases. If my memory serves, I served under 7 different Attorney Generals. And in 2017, I left for IFRA Law, a boutique litigation shop, where I've represented everything from international gaming institutions to white collar executives.
Sam,
human
what's up, my
trafficking
brother? Good
victims.
morning.
And in 2022, for about a 1-year period, President Donald J. Trump. On August 8th of 2022, I became deeply involved in the Mar-a-Lago case involving President Trump, and I've given significant detail in the written statement, which I can't even begin to fully broach in a summary, but I'll try to hit some highlights. I wrote that statement. I took the time to write that statement because I think it's important for you and for the American people to have specific evidence, to have details to support the conclusion that the Department of Justice is acting in a weaponized fashion when it comes to a candidate for the presidency of the United States, that this is, in fact, lawfare in its rawest form. The Mar-a-Lago case is plagued with singular moments where prosecutors took incredibly aggressive and I would say prejudicial steps, the likes of which I had never seen in 35 years of practice on both sides of the aisle. The politicization actually began with the National Archives and Records Administration, whose director ended up making a historic and first-time criminal referral based on his stated concern, his overstated concern, that he had received documents from President Trump that were in fact marked classified within 15 boxes given to him in January of 2022. The reality is every modern day president has also turned over boxes or groups of materials that included documents marked classified. But in this case, NARA acted alarmed, and recent litigation in the Southern District of Florida has suggested that in fact the White House helped spur this referral on to the Department of Justice. Once in the hands of the Department of Justice, the lead prosecutor reportedly, according to the Washington Post, fought with the FBI to immediately jump to the perch of doing a criminal search warrant at Mar-a-Lago. He was talked out of that apparently in a heated conversation and still relied on a criminal enforcement tool, which was a grand jury subpoena, to begin this process of gathering documents by force and by use of criminal sanction. For brevity's sake, I'm just going to highlight 3 examples of what I think are singular treatment of President Trump that I document in my written submission. The first is the abusive process in grand jury. And again, grand jury is usually fairly opaque to the defense side. We don't see everything that happens there, but we had some glimpses of the behavior, of the threats, of the conduct of prosecutors. And the one I would highlight today was the presentation of Tim Parlatore, a former Trump lawyer as well, friend of mine, who went into grand jury and was asked by the Department of Justice attorney, I think 48 times, I might be off by 2 or 3, but 48 times he was asked questions that clearly led to an invocation of attorney-client privilege. Those questions are unethical on their face. A prosecutor should not be in front of a grand jury purposefully eliciting a known privilege, but they were comfortable with this in this setting in Washington, D.C. that we were in. And after 48 times, including Mr. Parlatore telling the prosecutor at times, what you're doing is unethical, you need to stop, she said, well, if your client is so cooperative, why won't he just waive his privilege? Now, that's kind of a nice political point or a layman's point, but for lawyers and for people that worked in the Department of Justice, they know that is flat out unethical. That the idea that you would try to draw a negative inference from a legitimate invocation of counsel is an outrageous moment. And that's just one that we had visibility into. Secondly, I would point to Jack Smith's near obsession with having a,
And
quote,
remember, if
speedy
you don't
trial.
think this shit
in the
goes on to
January 6th
everyday
case.
citizens, you're
The
out of your
speedy trial
mind.
right is derived historically from a defendant who is incarcerated, who has the Pyrrhic victory of going to trial a year or two later and being acquitted. And the question, of course, becomes, well, what do I do with that free time I just served for a year or two? That's why we have a constitutional and a statutory speedy trial right. And it is invoked by defendants or waived by defendants every day in federal court. What you don't see every day in federal court is a federal prosecutor for a non-incarcerated defendant insisting on having a speedy trial, when the Department of Justice, in fact, has its own guidelines to avoid charging decisions and trials on the eve of elections. Instead, we had Jack Smith pushing with all his might, pushing the Supreme Court to expedite a hearing that was still in front of the D.C. Court of Appeals, and only angrily losing that battle, apparently, when the Supreme Court took up the question of immunity. The third thing that I would point out from my summary is something that came from a respected lawyer in Washington, D.C., who represented Walt Nauta, who I think the Department of Justice viewed as kind of the keys to the kingdom in their investigation into President Trump, a person that they were intent on flipping at all costs and eventually charged. And this lawyer was the subject of an extortionate ploy. I have no other way to phrase it than that. He was brought in very early into his representation to the Department of Justice, where he met with Jay Bratt and about 5 or 6 other prosecutors in the room. Mr. Bratt had a folder open that appeared to be information not about Mr. Nauta, but about Mr. Woodward, the lawyer. And he looked at this, according to Mr. Woodward, and said, I see that you have a pending application for judgeship with President Biden. I don't take you to be a Trump lawyer. I would hate to see you blow it. You need to flip Walt Nauta against President Trump. That sequence of events, which has not been fully investigated to my knowledge or fully litigated, but has been presented and has been publicized, is a devastating indictment of the willingness of a Department of Justice attorney with others around him to engage in essentially extortion or bribery or whatever you want to call it, or obstruction. The enforcers of obstruction, in fact, were willing to obstruct justice because of an ends justify the means mentality. So that brings me to just talk for a couple of minutes about what I think the cost of lawfare is and really why I'm here. Which is not for any sort of personal gain or political moment for me. Lawfare, and in its form with the Department of Justice in criminal cases, is an effort to manipulate law as a way of targeting an individual who's despised by the user. Justice and the concept of rule of law rely on honest cops and principled prosecutors to follow evidence and to make impartial determinations as to accountability. It is evidence-driven, not animus-driven. And that's why I'm here.
Thank you, Mr. Trusty. Appreciate that. Mr. Hamilton, you're recognized.
Thank you. Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Plaskett, and distinguished members of the subcommittee, thank you for inviting me to testify on this important matter. The American people in American society have flourished for nearly 250 years, not because of some accident, but because of the grace of God and the brilliance of our founding fathers, who created a system uniquely designed to foster the ideal conditions for individual liberty, human success, and societal flourishing. But the system was always predicated upon the continued existence of a just and moral society, where action in the pursuit of justice and morality would counteract the worst of human ambition. It was also predicated upon the continued existence of a federal government strong enough to do what the governed had consented to in the Constitution, but not so omnipotent as to be able to undermine the liberties of the individuals and the states. It
Yeah,
was
that
also
died
predicated
a
upon a
long time
recognition
ago.
that the concentration of power in the hands of a few was a recipe for tyranny. And of course, the mere existence of words on paper alone does not guarantee any individual's rights. Rather, it has been action taken by principled people that fulfills those guarantees and secures those individual liberties. Put differently, in America, thanks to the wisdom and foresight of our founding fathers, our Davids have always had a chance against our Goliaths.
Bullshit.
But sadly, we live in unprecedented times where the concentration of power in the federal government, particularly in the executive branch under President Biden's leadership, has served as the fulcrum through which other powers in society oppress the individual and undermine the foundation upon which our national success resides.
Yeah, Sam, 100%.
The
Bro.
Biden administration, and most notably the Department of Justice, appears to have embarked on a journey of political persecution of those with whom it disagrees, with the end result being the total social, economic, and political domination of the populace. And beyond its attempts to silence and imprison its political opposition,
Most lawyers these
the
days
Biden
are so
administration
far
is
left, they ain't
engaged
even
in an
damn funny
obsessive
anymore.
compulsive campaign of division,
Sure as hell the
spoliation of the
judges
public
do.
fisc based on the immutable characteristics of American citizens. Its efforts are incessant and relentless. We live in a time in which any attempt even to describe the current state of affairs gets labeled as disinformation, misinformation, malinformation, and worthy of censorship. Or worse, content worthy of subjecting an individual to criminal prosecution. Memes are prosecuted. Business leaders are subjected to intrusive investigation solely because of their outspoken views. Actual peaceful protesters are imprisoned. And all the while, violent and repeat criminals run free in major cities across the United States. In this
Just
new and
one man I read
unprecedented
about
world,
this morning.
everyone,
18-year-old in
former
D.C.
president
the
of
other
the
day
United
sprayed
States
a car.
is
Well,
threatened by the federal Leviathan
I think he missed
and
the
private
car,
elites who seek
but he fired
total
28
domination
rounds.
and control over
Back
every
out on the street
aspect
the
of
next
human
day.
life. The political persecution of President Trump by the Biden administration is unlawful, unprecedented, and un-American. These
But
prosecutions
you got someone like Dexter
must end.
Jackson or Dexter Taylor
But make no mistake, the American people must
sentenced to 10 years in
understand
prison
the
just
intended
because he made his
impact
own
of the
file.
administration's conspiracy extends far beyond any personal consequence to President Trump. Instead, the intended result is to chill dissent, silence speech, and convince the American people that the weight of the federal government can be forcefully
Yeah, well, if these
weaponized
people
against
cared about
anyone
laws,
who
Warsaw, we
stands in
wouldn't
the
have a
way.
lot of the things going on
President
that we
Trump
have going
is in
on
the
these days.
administration's crosshairs to discourage anyone, now or in the future, from challenging the administration's agenda. The Biden administration must not be allowed to indict and potentially imprison its political opposition with impunity. My written statement highlights just 3 glaring problems, examples of lawfare that are being used against President Trump. Number 1, the Biden White House granted an illegal special access request to allow the Department of Justice to illegally obtain access to President Trump's records. 2, the Biden administration is prosecuting President Trump based on an erroneous,
The stage we're in
faulty
right now,
interpretation
Warsaw, it's
of
all
the
like
Presidential
an
Records Act,
information war.
and actually provides individual bureaucrats
And the
greater
media is so
control
complicit
over their
in it, it's not
records
even funny.
than President Trump. 3, The Biden administration has weaponized a white-collar criminal statute for the first time in history to attack President Trump and others. But there are so many more examples. The average American citizen residing outside of the Beltway, away from the isolated, elitist bubble where ends justifying the means seem to be a mantra for many, is tired of watching institutions they once trusted violate the law and undermine the critical components of the constitutional and
First of
social
all, if you still
constructs
trust these
that made ours
institutions,
the
you're an
greatest
idiot.
country in history. The remaining issue then is what must be done. The time is now for institutional ambition to counteract institutional ambition. For Americans to stand up unafraid and unapologetic for the values that they hold dear. And for our republic to reject the radical weaponization of the executive branch. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Ms. Wine-Banks, you are recognized.
Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Plaskett, members of the committee, thank you for letting me be here today to talk to you. My parents raised me to believe in the office of the presidency and all the members of Congress, and I still feel that way today. They encouraged me to engage in public service, and most of my career has been in that. Fresh out of law school, I joined the Department of Justice as a prosecutor in the organized crime section and carried those beliefs with me. I served a short time under President Johnson and then under Presidents Nixon and Ford. Regardless of who the president was, I knew that my job, like that of every federal prosecutor, was to pursue the truth and justice and to assure that everyone was treated equally under the law. The rules of the Department of Justice and those of the Watergate Special Prosecutor team, where I served a few years after joining the Department of Justice, required the same. Those rules require that no investigation be opened without reasonable cause, no indictment be brought without a high probability of conviction, and that prosecutors speak only through the indictment if there is one. In that process, politics and bias have no role. Those rules have not changed in the over 50 years since then. I think I am the lawyer here with the longest tenure. DOJ prosecutors weigh incriminating and exculpatory facts and analyze if those facts prove all the elements of a crime beyond a reasonable doubt before they decide to indict or not. As my mentor and my first supervisor at Justice,
this is how it should work. What she's talking about, how it does work,
justice, not to win cases. And I think today's DOJ is doing exactly that. Your committee's website said today's hearing is to examine the use of lawfare tactics to weaponize the rule of law. I admit I had to look up what
institutionalized
lawfare meant
corruption
in that context. And I found out that lawfare was a use of tactics to weaponize the rule of law against opponents. I have seen no lawfare tactics in today's DOJ or in any of the special counsel's decisions regarding the cases against former President Donald Trump or its decisions about President Biden and Vice President Pence. I see no double standard, no selective prosecution, no weaponization. If we could just go back to the era of Watergate,
but you would have to have your head so far up your ass, you were turned inside out,
it
and
would
were
be
a giant
obvious why the
walking
Department of
colon
Justice was justified in investigating Trump, Biden, and Pence, but justified
Matt,
only
what's up,
in
my brother?
indicting former President Trump. The standards for deciding to prosecute or decline to do so were the same for President Biden, former President Trump, and former Vice President Pence. But the facts differed so greatly that the results had to be different. They were judged under the same standard, but the facts made the prosecution decision different. And let's look at the distinguishing characteristics of the case against President Biden and the one against former President Trump, in the hope that we might all agree on at least some of these facts. When NARA discovered that former President Trump possessed documents he should have returned to them when he left office, they asked him to return them. He refused. Had he voluntarily returned them, he would have avoided prosecution, as did President Biden and former Vice President Pence. Instead, Mr. Trump returned some but hid others, even from the FBI during their execution of a lawful warrant granted by a court. That
Biden had
added the crime of
classified documents
obstruction
in
to
his
those of
garage
espionage. That conduct shows
next to his
willfulness
car,
and knowledge and constitute aggravating factors that
and then had
required
other
the special
classified
counsel
documents
to
in
seek an
another
indictment
office.
against the former president, as they did for Sandy Berger and General Petraeus, whose indictments demonstrate a lack of a double standard or selective prosecution. So too do the indictments not in documents cases, but in other cases against 2 Democratic members of Congress right now and against the president's son. In contrast, the facts of President Biden's possession of documents
Dude,
are
the
very
mafia
different.
wishes
His staff
they had
not
the
now
power
found the
that these
documents,
idiots have.
informed the president, who then had them immediately notify the proper authorities. Biden then cooperated fully with those officials. He hid nothing, allowed numerous searches of all his offices and homes without need for a warrant. He returned everything, and even during a national crisis created by the attack of Hamas on Israel, President Biden sat for lengthy interviews. The former president did none of that. He did the opposite. The special counsel investigating President Biden, Robert Hur, a Republican who Trump had appointed as the
Ron
U.S.
Wayne,
Attorney
what's
for the
up, my
District
brother?
of
How you doing?
Maryland, concluded no criminal
How's
charges
Miss
were
Wayne?
warranted and emphasized these and other factual distinctions between Trump and Biden, differences that undermine any allegation of selective prosecution, double standards, or bias. As Hur wrote, Trump is in a wholly different category than either Pence or Biden in terms of retention and concealment and destruction. In my many years of experience, nothing justifies allowing anyone to be above the law and to evade accountability for alleged criminal conduct, especially a former president who is responsible for seeing that our laws are faithfully executed.
Unless you were a
No one is above
senator,
the
a
law.
Democrat senator
Accountability
who
is
kept
necessary for the
classified
rule of
documents,
law and democracy to
a
survive.
vice president
And there
kept
is an
classified
existential
documents.
danger in not proceeding where an investigation reveals facts and evidence of a crime.
Hey, Ron, you just got to learn, man.
Doing
Keep them
so
hands
only
up.
emboldens future miscreants. I believe
Got to
that
learn
the
to duck
Department of
more, brother.
Justice is making investigative and prosecutorial decisions solely based on the evidence and the law, not on a preconceived notion or a political agenda. I have seen no evidence to the contrary in the case against defendant Trump. He is entitled to due process and the presumption of innocence, as are all criminal defendants, no more and no less. I am thrilled to be here in your search for facts and truth. I look forward to your questions.
Ms. Wine-Banks, we will now proceed on the 5-minute rule with questions. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Here to be
for
there.
five
I
in
was
your
told
search
that
for
I had
facts.
to keep to under 5 minutes, and I
course.
did that.
No, you didn't.
Shit,
You went,
no.
you went 7 minutes and 2 seconds, but it was fine nonetheless. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you. It's one of those funny things about written statements. People often come and they haven't timed them. Ms. Wine-Banks, you obviously began your career, or relatively early in your career, with the Watergate investigation. Wasn't one of the major things that President Nixon was accused of?
I think he
the
was actually
weaponization of
questioned
government
right
using the
after
IRS and so on. Wasn't that
the
part
attacks
of the
Israel
the
too.
final
But
impeachment draft?
Right. I was not directly involved in the
if
impeachment.
you're
Okay,
supposed
in
to be
the
the leader of
prosecution,
the
but
free
you are
fucking
correct.
world,
The impeachment charged misuse
So
of power.
we are exactly
matter.
where you started your career, ma'am. We are seeing the weaponization. Richard Milhouse Nixon was accused, and there was plenty of evidence that he thought the IRS and other tactics would be perfectly acceptable against his political enemies. Here we are again. So one of the questions I'm going to ask all of you are attorneys, is that correct? All of you
Yes.
understand the ethics of the American Bar Association. All of you understand the question of what can be waived in attorney-client privilege, correct?
Yes.
I'll go right down. Ms. Wine-Banks, is it in fact your prerogative to waive attorney-client privilege? Do you have that right
Yeah,
under the
Wilbur.
ethics rules?
Clint
do
got away
not.
with so much
Correct.
Only
horse
my
shit.
client does.
Exactly. Only your client can waive it. Mr. Hamilton, same, right?
Correct.
Mr. Trustee,
Same.
Mr. Costello.
Yes, which is why I have a written document of the waiver with.
And so, although you have a waiver from your client, well, let's just say Mr. Cohen, did not have a waiver from President Trump. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Have any of you, either individually or seen other people, other attorneys, other than Mr. Cohen, tape their client and then turn it over for a prosecution or other use ever? Any of you?
Never.
No.
No.
Ms. Winebanks, it's kind of interesting that what hung President Nixon was in fact, to a great extent, the tapes he made, but he made them, correct?
He made them and they were evidence of crime. And so they fall within a crime fraud exception. And they proved the crime. They were the actual commission of crime.
Exactly. Thank you very much. Mr. Costello, I'm sorry. I'll take my reading glasses off. I'll do much better. We're dealing with an unusual situation. We have a president who was a former president who was never charged with any crimes until he announced and became the lead candidate to run for president. Is that correct?
Yes, quite a coincidence.
Yeah, I don't believe in coincidences happening that often.
Neither do I.
Neither do you. So the question I have for you here today is, have you ever seen uncoordinated a series of state and federal indictments of any candidate or any other person like this, where they're indicted in a state they never went to? They're indicted for documents that they had in their possession that they say they declassified and that they have a right to declassify. They get indicted for a misdemeanor that has already run its statute of limitations, but by linking it to a federal offense, which the state doesn't have the right to charge, they make the case and they're now trying that. Have you ever seen anything close to that in your
Lightning, what's up,
decades
my
of
brother?
practice?
No, not at all.
So, Trustee, have you ever seen so many indictments that are novel in how they're put together?
I have not. I'd maybe use the word inventive, but either way, I'm with you on the point.
Mr. Hamilton, have you
Inventive
ever
meaning
seen,
bullshit.
and you're apparently the junior one here, have you ever seen or researched or learned about such a broad array of novel or inventive prosecutions as President Trump is dealing with?
Absolutely
Same old
not.
same. Scott, still living that dream, brother.
Ms.
How you doing?
Winebanks, I respect your years of practicing as an attorney. Have you ever seen so many charges coming, dating back so many years, but only coming to pass at this time?
I have.
When did you see them?
Well, let's go back to the fact that it takes a long time to investigate, that there was reason for example.
Let me just close. I've been up here for 24 years. I was a soldier when Nixon was president. I am appalled that what began with Watergate as a legitimate scandal of the wrongdoing has now become an organized weaponization by this president and his Department of Justice. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Mr. Goldman from New York for his 5 minutes of question.
Thank you very much. Election interference, huh? That's what this is all about. Ms. Winebanks, there are 4 indictments against Donald Trump. Is that right?
Correct.
And all 4 of those investigations started long before he announced his candidacy for president. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
And in fact, he announced his candidacy for president 2 years before the election,
Dan Goldman
just
is an
so
absolute
he could
moron.
bring in 3 witnesses and the entire Republican Party to say election interference, election interference.
Which
These
you got to give it to the
investigations
Democrats. They
long
all will
predated it.
maintain.
And
the
this
line.
was a specific and obvious tactic of Donald Trump to be able to make a political defense that will never be allowed in a court of law, as Mr. Trusty and Mr. Costello know full well.
What did Warsaw say?
All
The other guy
because
called it
he wanted to co-opt this notion of
mob
election
democracy,
interference
mafia
because he's a
democracy.
candidate. But let me tell you what is
It's a
really
banana
election interference.
mafia democracy.
Withholding military aid to an ally in the middle of a war in order to coerce and extort a foreign government to investigate a political opponent. Welcoming a foreign country to illegally interfere in our election and then using that interference for his own benefit,
democracy.
as Donald Trump did with Russia in 2016. Spend a year and a half on a completely bogus impeachment investigation
These
into
are the people.
president
When Biden gets
without
in,
finding a single piece of evidence of wrongdoing.
he
In fact,
basically
the
does
chairman of
everything
this
Russia
committee
wants him to do.
said the best evidence of President Biden's wrongdoing
Approve their
was
pipeline, kill our
completely
pipeline.
false accusation planted by Russia just before the 2020 election. Interesting timing. As usual, my Republican
Matter of
colleagues
fact, the
on the
only
other
thing
side
that
of the
Biden's
aisle
done as far as
are
Russia and
accusing
sanctions and
the
shit like that is
Democrats
gunning.
of doing all of their misconduct that they engage in over and over and over in an effort to normalize it, in an
It's
effort
like
to
the fucking
deflect
Brady Bunch, man.
attention
But
from
instead
their
of
own
Marsha,
wrongdoing.
it's Russia,
It is
Russia, Russia.
right in authoritarian 101 playbook. But let's talk about this two-tiered system of justice. Let's talk about lawfare. Mr. Costello, your entire opening statement, as I heard it, was simply to discredit Michael Cohen. Sir, I think you're in the wrong place. Michael Cohen is currently on the witness stand at a trial in Manhattan. And if you have information about Michael Cohen's testimony, you should talk to Donald Trump and his lawyers to see if they want to call you as a witness to impeach Michael Cohen. But you know that coming down here, outside of that courtroom, while that witness is on the stand to try to impeach his credibility and his testimony, is jury tampering. You know it is unethical. You know that you are trying to discredit a current witness at a current trial who is testifying right now outside of that courtroom. You know better, and it is shameful. Mr. Trusty,
That's
you and I
about the
worked
point where I
together
just
at the
stop him
Department
and
of
go, "Fuck
Justice.
you."
We had a number of
Probably why I'll never
interactions
testify in front of
related to
Congress.
organized crime. I had no idea what your politics were. I imagine you had no idea what my politics were, because it doesn't matter. And it's very interesting to hear you now nitpick about the Speedy Trial Act and about what you claim to be unprecedented conduct in Mar-a-Lago. But I'm confident that you never came across anyone who refused a request to voluntarily return classified materials, who refused to comply with a subpoena for those classified
Unless
materials,
what
who was
Biden
found
said
to
his staffers were the one that
conceal
brought
and
classified
hide
documents
and
to his
obstruct
place.
justice by concealing those classified documents. You've never come across, that is unprecedented, I am certain, because that is a clear predicate for a search warrant. When someone obstructs justice, refuses to comply with the subpoena, and Mr. Issa can make up all of the facts that he wants about declaring it to be classified because he thought it or whatever it is, that will be decided in court. All of these cases will be decided in court by a jury based on the facts, evidence, and the
Yeah,
law.
we know juries are so
All
great.
the Republican majority is trying to do here today is lawfare, is interfere in ongoing
Juries are
criminal
so
investigations
impartial.
that our system is perfectly well equipped to handle. And I yield back.
Juries would never convict because they're
The gentleman
political
yields
opinion.
back. I now recognize Ms. Stefanik for 5 minutes.
Oh, I love being able to respond to the novice from New York. First of all, thank you so much for
Ooh, damn.
stating the
come out of
obvious
gate
that political
swinging.
lawfare is in fact election interference. That's what we're seeing with the sham Alvin Bragg trial. Thank you also to the novice freshman member for New York, highlighting that withholding military aid to an ally for a political purpose, just like Joe Biden is doing to Israel. Always grateful for you stepping in it. Mr. Costello, in your opening statement, you said
Damn.
that in the over 50 years serving as a
She
lawyer,
went ahead and
you,
just
quote,
unlaced
have
them
never seen the
gloves real
types of
fast and took
politically
them bitches
motivated
off.
cases that have been brought in this presidential election season. These political cases are being used as a weapon of war to damage, defeat, or impede political adversaries and their allies.
Gina, what's
Instead
up,
of
sis?
political warfare, it is
How you doing
lawfare,
today?
a cancer upon our collective judicial system. I want to begin with Alvin Bragg's weaponized sham trial in New York. Isn't it true that in Alvin Bragg's campaign for Manhattan DA, Bragg specifically ran on going after President Donald Trump?
That is true.
Isn't it true that Bragg's predecessor, Cy Vance, declined to prosecute President Trump?
That is true.
And the FEC also did not prosecute President Trump.
That is true.
And the DOJ did not prosecute President Trump in this case.
The DOJ referring to the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District?
Correct.
Absolutely true.
And one of the reasons the Southern District of New York turned down this case was because the supposed star witness, according to Alvin Bragg, Michael Cohen, was totally, quote, unworthy of belief. Isn't that true?
Without a doubt.
This is the same Michael Cohen who pled guilty
Yes,
to
she is,
7
Matt.
counts in an indictment that had absolutely nothing to do with President Trump and actually predated the
Blaze,
first
what's
time he
up,
met
brother man?
President Trump, correct?
Absolutely true.
And in fact, this is the same Michael Cohen who perjured himself to Congress. Isn't that true?
Yes.
In fact, when called as a witness in this sham trial, Cohen was asked directly if he was honest during his testimony to Congress. He said no, admitting perjury. But it's not just Bragg's case that is a total sham and illegal
they're a
political
pain in the
lawfare
ass to
going
watch,
after
Gina.
Joe Biden's top political opponent, Donald Trump. This rot goes deep all the way up to the top
Why
of
you
the
got to
Oval
keep like the
Office.
Tylenol?
Because when Congress referred
and the
this
Motrin
admission of
handy.
Cohen's perjury to Joe Biden's DOJ, isn't it
Advil,
true that the
alcohol.
DOJ has refused to prosecute?
That is true.
Isn't it correct that Michael Colangelo, who was the 3rd highest ranking official in Biden's DOJ, was transferred to Bragg's office to run this weaponized prosecution of President Trump? Isn't that true?
Not only true, but it's unheard of.
Unheard of. It's a disgrace. Do you agree that this weaponization of lawfare goes straight to the top with the purpose of helping Joe Biden's failing presidential campaign?
The circumstantial evidence definitely supports that.
And the unconstitutional gag order on President Trump from New York Judge Merchan is unprecedented lawfare.
As far as I know, absolutely.
And let's go to the daughter of the judge. Isn't it true
Gates
that
looks
she is
like he's
raising
fuming
millions of
over there.
dollars off of this sham case?
Well, I have to say, I've read that in the media. I don't know it of my own knowledge.
It is true.
Thank you.
One additional question. I want to talk about the rigged and unprecedented jury selection process. Isn't it true that Bragg's team asked the jurors if they followed Trump on social media?
Yes.
And isn't it true that they did not ask
Yeah,
any
like-
of the potential jurors if they followed Biden
wasn't
on
sure
social
that
media?
Or Michael Cohen.
where my
Or Michael
channel would
Cohen.
go. But
And isn't it true that 87% of the jurors said they voted for Joe Biden?
like I said, I need
true.
sponsorships. from
Is this
painkillers.
unprecedented and lawfare jury shopping?
Without a doubt.
Without a doubt. Political lawfare for the purpose of election interference to go after Donald Trump. Do you agree?
Totally.
This is one of the reasons that Trump's polls continue to skyrocket. And it's why President Trump will win in 2024 to end the illegal and warped weaponization of the justice system. Because if they can illegally go after Trump, they can go after anyone. I yield back.
Generally yields
Yeah,
back.
that's
and
the
now
scary thing,
recognize
man.
the
If they
gentleman
go
from
after Trump,
Massachusetts,
who
Mr.
they
Blank,
know
for
has
5
all
minutes.
this money to
Thank you,
fight
Mr.
it.
Chairman.
How many
Chairman Jordan
prosecutions have
started
gone
this
down
hearing
for normal
by
people
saying, quote, "You can't make this
that the
stuff up."
DOJ just crushes?
But anyone who has followed this committee's hearings since the beginning knows that that's exactly what the Republican members are doing in this committee. We've been making this stuff up day after day and pushing out
And this,
untruths.
this is where they accuse you
from
of doing the thing that they are actually doing.
Jewish space lasers to the big lie. The big lie. Let's start with that one. The claim that Biden lost the election and Trump really
Dude, I haven't seen that yet. I got to find
in
it.
spite of the fact that Rudolph Giuliani and his crew brought 60 cases in 5 different states, lost every single case, even before Trump appointed judges, lost
They
every
didn't
single
lose
case that
cases,
they
you
brought
dickhead.
for lack of evidence. Some of these cases didn't even survive a motion to dismiss. There was just no evidence. And yet my colleagues on the other side, including the chairman,
Oh, absolutely,
Mr.
Gina.
Jordan, continue to push that big lie that Trump really won the
Yeah, we
election.
talked about him earlier on
And
the
let's
screen.
talk
Yeah,
about Hunter Biden's laptop.
10
We
years
don't
in
talk
prison.
about that anymore. That was the smoking gun. That was
10
the
years
thing
in
that was going
prison.
to prove all these theories about wrongful conduct on the part of the president. And then there was Alexander Smirnov, who Chairman Jordan
Agonizer,
said
I'm gonna have you write the
he
commercials for me.
represents the most corroborating evidence that we have.
Does your
The
brain
most
hurt?
corroborating evidence we have until he was arrested. He was indicted, then arrested. He's still in custody. Your star witness. Your star witness.
You star witness.
This is baloney. And you know, Hannah Arendt, who was a historian who was in Germany at the time of Hitler's rise, she wrote a
Let's see what I
book
got going
about the
on later,
origins
Walt,
of
because if we can pop out a stream later on
she
tonight,
talked
we'll probably
about
do it.
the active, aggressive capability to believe in lies, not just gullibility, but the active, aggressive capability to believe in lies. You know, just as in Germany, the time and the truth catch up to all those lies. And you know, there's some good people on the other side of the aisle. And I just worry about your reputations and your family's reputations about pushing this crap. You know, we can disagree about things, but when you're pushing stuff like that that is harmful to our democracy, and you're following, of all people, following Donald Trump, dear God Almighty.
Dude, Barton and them were telling me
That's where
about
you're
it.
gonna-
I didn't
you're gonna
watch the
die on
stream
that
last
hill?
night. I was looking
You're
for it
gonna
this
die
morning
on
and
that
couldn't
hill?
find it. And
Sometimes when someone accuses you of something that you're not doing, they're the ones who are actually doing it. And we're here today to talk about the so-called
Telling on himself.
weaponization of the federal government. So I have here a compilation of letters and interventions that Chairman Jordan has authored and
I'm gonna crank
submitted
him down
to
for just a second.
4 cases that are ongoing right now. 3 of them
Someone
are
said
one of them
Rich
state criminal. These are all criminal
may have
trials
flashed
in which
something on
Donald
screen
Trump
last night,
is
and
a
I guess
defendant.
YouTube finally
And
caught
so
it and
these all represent
killed the
either
stream.
threatened subpoenas or
So
attacks on or other
YouTube
types
gonna
of
YouTube,
legal,
kids.
I guess you'd call it lawfare, attacks on the courts, the prosecutors, and in some cases witnesses. So even up to last week, Mr. Jordan was calling for the investigation of Michael Cohen before he's a witness about to take the stand, and
So hopefully it's something Dark can dispute and
Chairman
not
Jordan
catch
went so
any
far to send a letter to the Department of
backlash
Justice
off of it.
demanding that
But
it
we'll see.
investigate former Trump attorney Michael Cohen for perjury.
Because
That was last
I mean,
week.
hell, you guys
Before he
all
took the
know
stand.
how YouTube is.
Talk about interference with the legal
I was
process
almost
and
surprised yesterday.
lawfare. That's
Was
what's
it
going
yesterday
on
Duke
this
flashed
committee.
it on
And,
John Crump Live?
To be
I
honest
was
with you, I
surprised
agree with Maria Bacciaromo.
that
Her frustration.
they didn't
We
catch
got
that
better
even as
things to
quick
do
as it
than
was
this
before
circus.
Rich shut it
With that, I
down.
yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
From the testimony of Michael Cohen's lawyer, Mr. Costello. These days, you see individuals running for prospective office who claim, if you elect me, I will bring down this public figure or that public figure who disagrees with my political philosophy. Understand that to destroy a political rival, you need not convict that person of a crime. All you must do is leak the fact that the individual is being investigated for a particular crime, thereby destroying his or her reputation and causing that individual to incur legal fees to defend themselves. The net result is if you can destroy their reputation and bankrupt them with legal fees, you have effectively eliminated or canceled your opposition without ever convicting them of a crime or getting a civil judgment against them. Mr. Costello, I just wanted to say I felt very seen by your testimony that was provided to the committee. But I want to get back to what Mr. Lynch said previously, that sometimes when you're accused of something, it's actually the people accusing you who are doing that thing. Now, you were accused of illegally dangling a pardon before Michael Cohen, right?
Correct.
And that was a lie.
Absolutely.
That accusation could not withstand any scrutiny or review from the Southern District of New York, where Mr. Goldman worked, where other great attorneys have worked, right?
And where I worked.
Right, but that dangling,
Correct.
that accusation of dangling something improper. Remember what Mr. Lynch said. If you're being accused of that, maybe it's the people doing the accusing. Now, Mr. Trustee, you described a searing fact pattern moments ago. You accused a Department of Justice official of an extortionist ploy to dangle a judgeship before a lawyer to get that lawyer to betray their client, Walt Nada, right?
Yes, I have no reason to disbelieve that lawyer.
And who was the Department of Justice official that engaged in that extortionist ploy?
Well, the lead person in that conversation was Jay Bratt, who's still currently assigned to the Southern District of Florida case.
And yeah,
What
you're
is that?
100.
I mean,
Yeah,
for those of you who've been prosecutors, who've dedicated your lives
they
to the
will
rule of
destroy
law,
your life with the
what does
process.
it tell us about the shape of the legal system that you have people with the ability
And we all know a
to do
grand
what
jury
Mr.
will
Costello
indict
laid out in
anybody.
testimony, to charge you with a crime, destroy your reputation, bankrupt you, like they're trying to do to Walt Nada, a patriot who served in our military. And then to hear this claim that they were literally trying to compromise the lawyer. How should we reflect on a legal system that permits that?
It's broken. I had a friend of mine from the Department of Justice text me not too long ago, and he said, it's going to take decades for the department to fix itself. And I love that place. I worked there. I was a prosecutor for 27 years, but I am fearful that we've crossed the Rubicon by being ends justified the means, by engaging in selective targeting and differential treatment. And I don't know how it ends or how it gets better, but I'm happy to at least bring evidence about that issue.
Well, and that's why these hearings are so necessary. I think that we would love to stay well constrained within our Article 1 lane. But when we've got this Article 2 process that is unloading on political rivals and Article 3 courts, as Mr. Costello said, the only way to have a check and a balance on that system is for the Congress to step forward and to utilize its tools, the most profound being the power of the purse, but indeed we have powers of impeachment and oversight that are important as
I'd like
well.
to see some
Mr.
oversight of
Costello,
some federal judges.
is
That's
Michael
what I'd
Cohen a
like to
liar?
see.
That doesn't begin to describe him. He lies at every opportunity when it's in his favor. And I mean, I could go, if you had a half an hour or 45 minutes, I could start to list the many lies that he told us.
Well, let's just triage them. Is there a single branch of government that Michael Cohen hasn't lied
Warsaw,
to?
they're already
Gee,
there,
I
brother.
think there isn't.
They're
Right,
not
I mean,
just close.
I mean,
They are there.
you really have to work hard to hit the hat trick. I mean, it's one thing to lie to investigators. And I guess it's another thing to lie to Congress, but to lie to investigators and then Congress and then courts.
Don't forget the judges.
Yeah, the
He
judges.
lied to the judge too when he pled guilty.
And it's just so odd. I mean, it's not every day you see someone's former lawyer having to come forward and say, I regrettably have to
got worse
inform
along
the
that
Congress,
time
the court, whomever, that
Blade.
my own client, I am
However,
aware,
they've always been
is a
lying
liar.
sacks of shit.
Thank goodness he was foolish enough to execute the waiver of the attorney-client privilege because he was trying to implicate Rudy Giuliani and myself in a crime, which was
He even
absurd.
lied about that. He even lied about trying to turn on you. And I guess his lies are defied by his other lies and the writings and the paperwork. And this liar should not be able to hold our elections hostage. And that is why this hearing is so critical. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts for a point of order? Or unanimous consent?
No, I
Chairman,
follow
I've
Amy on
unanimous
that. I got to
consent
start
to
tagging
submit
her on some stuff.
a compilation of your statements
and
and
see.
letters to the
Because
four
I know
trials in which
she's
Donald
had
Trump
some
is
inroads
currently
into the
being defended.
Judiciary
Objection.
Committee before.
Young lady from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, you should recuse yourself. These are all your letters.
Was that part of the unanimous consent request? I didn't hear that if it was. The young lady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, my Republican colleagues claimed a two-tiered
Good
system
God,
of
here we
justice
go with
exists
one of the
because
heavy
Trump was
hitters of the
indicted
mental midgets.
for his handling of classified documents and exposing our nation's most guarded secrets. While Republican Special Counsel Robert Hur found President Biden innocent of any wrongdoing. Let's walk
That's
through
not what
the
that
facts.
report
On
said.
May 11, 2022, a year after
That
the
report
archives
said
began
he did
repeatedly
all these
demanding
things. He
Trump
broke
turn
these
over
laws
presidential records and warned him that they
from the
may have
time
to
he was a
refer the matter to
senator.
DOJ if he did not cooperate.
But we're
A
not going
grand
to
jury
prosecute
issued
because
a
the jury
subpoena
would
for
be too
Trump to
sympathetic
produce the
with him.
classified documents in his possession. Trump's response to his
These
lawyers
people-
was, and I quote, "I don't want anybody looking. I don't want anybody looking through my boxes. I really don't. I don't
The
want you
truth
looking
is
through
like
my
kryptonite
boxes."
to these
Trump
assholes.
even questioned, what happens if we don't respond at all or don't play ball with them? And then Trump added, wouldn't it be better if we just told them
PLA,
we don't
what's up,
have
my
anything
brother?
here? And, well, look, isn't it better if there are no documents? Does this sound like someone who follows and respects the law? I certainly don't think so. Ms. Weinbanks, President Biden didn't refuse to
Yeah.
cooperate with investigators for a year, correct?
That was part of that
President
came, I
Biden-
think, from like the
President Biden
KGB
lie
era.
about classified documents at his residence, or did his lawyers proactively inform the archives of this fact?
You've stated it correctly.
Unlike Donald Trump, Joe Biden didn't prevent anyone from going through any boxes or
Yeah, I'm the
materials
same way, Gina.
to search for classified documents,
Don't
correct?
don't try to
You're
tell me
welcome
they're
into
good
his
people
house and
working
his
for the
offices.
ATF
Thank
when
you.
they
Now
support
let's
that
contrast
system.
how Donald Trump acted compared to President Biden. On June 2nd, 2022, even after Trump's lawyer arranged a time to go through each box in a specific storage room, Trump instructed his valet and co-defendant, Walter Nauta, to move 64 boxes filled with classified documents from the storage room to Trump's residence, where Trump knew his attorney would not be searching. After Nauta moved these boxes from the storage room
I
to
wouldn't
Trump's
have
residence,
any doubt
Trump's
that they
lawyers,
planned it
unaware
like
that the
shit.
boxes had been moved, found no classified materials and certified this to the FBI.
Because that's how
The
dirty they
FBI
are.
relied on the lawyer's certification. Seemingly for the moment, Trump duped his own lawyers. All that
Look at her, she'll
activity
throw up a
took place
picture
in my
like that.
home
Oh,
state of
this is
Florida,
Trump
yet my
stuff.
Sunshine State law and
Right,
order colleagues on
rapes
the
a
other side of
picture
the
of all those
aisle
documents
uttered not a
sitting next to
complaint about
Biden's
Trump's
car.
obvious cover-up of criminality and wrongdoing. I know that's shocking to everyone here. Talk about two tiers of justice. Now, so we're clear about this. Please share with me, Ms. Weinbanks, did President Biden ever move materials to hide them from his lawyers according to Hur investigation?
No.
Did
Dude,
he ever
Blade, I'll have
instruct
to look
anyone
that
else
one
to
up,
do
man.
so for him?
Matter of fact, let
Did
me
he ever
copy that
attempt to
over to
hide
something real
documents
quick.
from investigators at all?
No.
Okay, continuing on. In another act of deception, Donald Trump also from the FBI and grand jury.
Uh-oh.
This
My signal
was
going
after the
freaking
subpoena had been
crazy.
issued. President Biden didn't delete security camera footage around the sites where classified documents had been stored in his home, Ms. Weinbanks, correct?
Yes.
And President Biden never attempted to delete or dispose of any evidence that he knew investigators asked for, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. This isn't a two-tiered system of justice. These are just two men who acted very differently, one compliant, one criminally obstructive. One is an upstanding American civil servant who fully cooperated with an investigation, and the other is a man who took multiple criminal actions to cover up his intentional theft of sensitive public and national security documents. Ms. Weinbanks, prosecuting a president or former president comes with many challenges, as you well know as a member of the team that prosecuted President Nixon. In your experience, what would be the impact on our judicial and democratic systems if presidents could never be held accountable?
I think the consequences and the danger of that is enormous. I have long believed that a former president takes the role of any ordinary citizen and can be held accountable. I also believe that the Office of Legal Counsel opinion is incorrect and that even a sitting president could be held accountable, that there is no possible way that even within the outer parameters of a president's responsibilities is the commission of crimes, and that when the evidence of crimes is there, they must be pursued in order to protect our democracy.
Thank
So
you, Ms.
explain
Weinbanks.
Clinton,
And I
explain
think it's important to
Biden.
point out that the most clear evidence of why we're here on a Wednesday for the first time, by the way, which, not uncoincidentally happens to be the day that the court is not in session and make it more likely that the defendant is watching.
that the purpose of this hearing is to witness tamper. The purpose of this hearing is to try to influence the jury to do things that Donald Trump has a gag order to prevent him from doing.
The jury's not
All
supposed to be taking in
his
any
lackeys
media.
here on the other side of the aisle,
You
aiding
got
and
faith
abetting
in juries.
that
This
call.
shouldn't matter.
Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Trustee, did Joe Biden keep classified documents?
Yes, he did.
Did he knowingly disclose classified information?
Yes, he
It
did.
appears that he did to a biographer for about an $8 million advance fee.
And what was his motive for doing so?
About an $8 million advance
An
fee.
$8 million motive to knowingly keep and knowingly disclose classified information.
Correct.
And yeah, she
But
was.
he's getting nothing because he's a forgetful elderly gentleman and he's not going to be charged. And yet they're going to have to President Trump. Let me ask you this. I want to go back to where Mr. Gates was. Who's Stanley Woodward?
Stanley Woodward is a defense attorney in Washington, D.C. with a stellar reputation for honesty, very intelligent guy, and someone I met during the process of representing President Trump.
But in the context Mr. Gates was just at, he's the one who had the judgeship dangled in front of him, right?
Exactly. He had a Superior Court judgeship pending at the time, so that wasn't out of thin air. And he reported it promptly and eventually swore an affidavit to a federal judge.
And here's what the Department of Justice said to him, quote, "Your guy Walt needs to flip. I'd hate to see you jeopardize your chances for the judgeship." Doesn't get much plainer than that, does it?
Does not.
Is that lawfare at its worst?
Among other words, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen anything like this. And you've worked with Mr. Woodward, and he's not necessarily on the Republican side of the aisle, is he?
My best guess is he is not.
He's not. But he's a good, honest lawyer, the way the Justice Department is supposed to operate.
He is, and I think typical for him
She
being the
does
person
have
he
the
is of
damn
integrity,
approval
he
look.
doesn't like being in this position. He's probably not thrilled that I'm even talking about it, but the truth is the truth.
The truth is the truth. How about this, Mr. Costello? I swear to God, Bob, I don't have anything on Donald Trump. Who said that?
Michael Cohen about 10 to 20 times.
So not just once, multiple times he told you that while you were his attorney, while you were in consultation with your client, he said that multiple times.
He not only said that multiple times, but he said that after I said to him, knowing that he was suicidal, Michael, think about this. Isn't it easier to cooperate against Donald Trump?
I
than
don't
it is
think
to
I've
kill
ever seen her
yourself?"
when she didn't look that
And
way.
he still said, I swear to God, Bob, I don't have anything.
When you laid it all out, you said, dude, you better cooperate. If you got something truthful on the president, you better let me have it or you're in trouble. And he came back with the exact same statement. I swear to God, Bob, I don't have anything on Trump.
That is correct. And that was my obligation to do that, to fully inform him of what his escape route was, as he called it.
And then he changed his story, right? Then he went on
It suited
TV and
him.
changed his
Exactly.
story.
He changed his story. He turned around, and he's the only one who can do that. You have to believe Michael Cohen in order to convict Donald Trump if there's actually a crime there, which there isn't. But
Yeah.
that's an issue for an appellate court.
I want to read another statement, another line from your statement. You said, Alvin Bragg refused my offer. What
Right.
was the offer?
My offer was to come to his office and sit down, let him look me in the eye and see if I'm telling the truth. When I had all these documents that showed that Michael Cohen simply was not a reliable witness, that his predecessors in the Southern District of New York
Again,
decided after they
you get
spoke to
down
me
to
with
it,
the
Blades.
FBI that Michael Cohen wasn't reliable and they never used him again for anything.
Why wouldn't,
A
why
lot of
wouldn't
the
Alvin Bragg talk to
rationale
you?
in it
Why do you think?
is,
You have
yes,
to
a
ask
lot
him
of them
that.
will vote. They
But I
will
talked
get
to
IDs.
8 of his assistant DAs.
The
What was that
census will
reception
be
like?
based on them.
I gave them a Zoom conference interview for an hour and a half
Let's face
before I
it, the more they
testified in the grand jury
destroy
on
this
Monday.
country,
And then
the
on
more
Monday, when I
we're
testified in the grand
begging
jury,
the
they did
government to
everything
do
in their
something,
power not to ask me the questions
which expands
that
their
would elicit
power.
the exculpatory information.
And is this the
It's
same
not just
information you
one
took to the
thing.
Southern
There's
District of New
a
York?
bunch of issues
is.
with it.
Same information. They were happy to get it.
Exactly.
What did they decide?
And Democrats are more than
They
willing to
decided
roll
they did
over the
not
ash.
use Michael Cohen for anything again.
Yeah.
And they didn't proceed
long as they
against
stay in
Donald
power.
Trump for
They-
anything.
They saw what anyone with common sense would see. We can't make this guy as our star witness in a prosecution. We can't do that. And they didn't do it. And they didn't bring any charges,
Yeah,
right?
probably so,
That's
Scott.
correct.
And even
Damn it,
Alvin Bragg understood that.
I
Alvin
smelled
Bragg
that before,
said,
and it's not good.
quote, he could not see a world in which he would indict
That
Trump,
terrible
call Mr.
tank right
Cohen
over
as a
there.
prosecution witness, but then he changed his mind. And he didn't change his mind until after President Trump was an announced candidate for president, which I think underscores this fundamental point. This is all about politics. And that's your experience dealing with Mr. Bragg and his team. Is that right, Mr. Costello?
Absolutely. I mean, there's no coincidences here. The fact that Judge Merchan has had all of these cases And by the way, when he finishes with the Donald Trump case, Steve Bannon is next. Out of all the judges in New York County, somehow they keep on coming up with the same judge. Coincidence?
I don't think so.
I don't believe in them.
I think it's all coordinated. Let me just, my last 8
It's
seconds,
all
Mr. Trustee,
coordinated.
let me just ask you this. When the prosecution alters the sequence and the order of the documents they seized in a raid that broke all precedent in what they did, the physical documents don't match up with the scanned documents. Is that a problem?
It is. I mean, we viewed the materials almost like carbon dating. You could see dates of newspaper articles, you'd see photographs, you'd see an item marked classified. The exact context is an important part of the proof for the government as well as the defense, for the defense attorney. So altering that and not being able to retreat back to some sort of recreation is a serious problem.
And you see the irony, don't you? The irony of Jack Smith mishandling documents all the while he's charging President Trump with mishandling documents. I mean, I don't think that's lost on anyone.
That's rule.
Well, remember, it
15,
came out
not
in the
3.
context of correcting a prior statement to the court that there was not a problem with mishandling the documents.
Oh, so they even worse or even better, I guess, is even.
Let's go with
It'd
worse.
be funnier if it wasn't so true. My time has expired. Chair, now recognize the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you. Gosh, Ms. Banks, I'm listening to this, and I guess I'm supposed to be persuaded that the only liar in the platform is Mr. Cohen. Now, help me reflect a little bit.
Say
I
to
want to
you,
make sure
what's
my
up,
memory
my brother?
serves me well. Did the former president of the United States, Donald J. Trump, was he found guilty of lying and massive fraud by the state of New York?
Yes,
So he lied,
he did.
honestly, and he was found guilty of it.
Yes.
So we can
Now we're just
speculate
hanging.
about others,
watching
but
this
in this case,
fucking
we have a
clown
record.
do.
Was he fined by that? He had probably given a little slap in the wrist, right?
They gave him a huge slap in the wrist. And in one of those cases, the judge said that Michael Cohen was credible. So we have that affirmation
Isn't
of his
Conley under
credibility.
investigation right now?
The prosecution doesn't pick the witnesses, the defendant does.
Pretty sure.
Witnesses who are cooperating were former
Guilty
co-conspirators.
lying
and
snake,
they do acts in furtherance of the
lying dog
conspiracy
face pony
and in
soldier.
aid of their co-conspirator, in this case, Mr. Trump.
Well, my. So we can have this theater about a particular witness and his credibility, but we actually have a rendering, a judgment rendered in the court in New York in a case brought by the Attorney General of New York. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Right. And apparently they were all engaged in a conspiracy against this poor innocent former president of the United States. Was that same individual, the former president of the United States, also found guilty in a different court of defamation, and defamation being you lied about somebody?
Yes.
He was found guilty.
He was found guilty of that and of sexual assault.
And of sexual assault. Oh, well, was he fined for that?
Very large fine.
Another large fine. So he lied about his business and was convicted of committing civil fraud in the state of New York and fined almost, well, with interest and everything, close to $500 million.
Correct.
And had to actually post a bond to make good as a surety on that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, the title of this subcommittee, Select Subcommittee, is Weaponization. You know, the false premise being that the federal government is all organized to weaponize against innocent, especially right-wing victims. Now, if I told you, given your background, that someone running for president of the United States has said, I'll be a dictator on day one day, out of his own mouth. And we know that there are plans to create huge detention camps that could hold and process millions, not thousands, of immigrants in the United States. And they have a plan to politicize the 2.2 million
supports a
federal
party
employee workforce by creating a
that
new
wanted to lock
schedule,
us up
Schedule
for not
F,
getting a
and
jab.
initially start with 50,000 political employees appointed rather than civil service career professionals. Would you would I be fair to say that sounds like weaponization to me?
It does. Project 2025 is very scary to me, and it includes a weaponization attempt through the Department of Justice. It says in plain language, that's what they intend to do if Donald Trump is reelected.
And, well,
If these people think Trump would be bad if he was
were to read, I
reelected,
could read
they
a series of quotes to you, but I'll
hate
give it.
me.
If I happen to be president and see somebody who's doing well and beating me very badly, I say go down and indict them. They would be out of business. They'd be out of the election. You know who
Because
said
I would
that?
have the paperwork drawn up
Donald
before I
Trump.
hit the office to.
On day one of my new administration, I will direct the Department of Justice.
FBI,
This
get rid of
Department of
the
Justice, Mr.
CIA,
Trustee and Mr. Costello want to
no
reserve.
IRS.
On day one
Any
of my
federal
administration, I'll
employee I
direct the
could
Department of
possibly
Justice to
just fire,
investigate every
I'd
radical
have the papers
district
done already.
attorney and
That shit
attorney
would have to
general
be
for
first
their
take.
illegal racist enforcement of the law. You know who said that?
I'm going to guess it was Donald Trump.
And does that sound
Oh,
to you
worse,
like the
they've done way
weaponization of the
worse.
Department of Justice to go
And we
after
all already
political
know that.
enemies or perceived
We've
opponents?
seen Hillary do worse. We've seen
Thank you.
Biden
I yield
worse.
back.
Gentleman
You
yields
name it.
back. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I think the chairman. Mr. Trustee, is it true?
And that
or do
is
you
a
believe,
seriously
I'm
good
gonna ask you
question
to
toward him.
speculate on something, that some of these cases are going to get overturned even if they do get a prosecution in their current venue?
Yeah, I do think that when prosecutors are being inventive for historically important prosecutions, that they can collapse of their own weight. And maybe that is for misconduct in Georgia. Maybe that's for a novel felonization of misdemeanors in New York. But I do think that it puts a lot of pressure on the appellate courts, but they may well get to that point where trial judges go along with the game, but the appellate court does not.
So isn't it a characteristic of lawfare sometimes that you don't really
Because
care
it
how the
normally
case is
is
going
a
to end
game
up,
of,
that the
watch
process
this
is the
hand and don't pay
punishment?
attention to this
Sure.
hand.
I mean,
with
look,
these people.
for any client, it is strain and stressful to go through an accusation and a trial. It's got to be particularly maddening when you're running for president to be going through that, to be tied up in New York courtrooms for most of the day. So, yeah, it is. There's a win without a win for the proponents of lawfare sometimes.
Mr. Hamilton, I want to talk about the special counsel office in general. The Appointments Clause of the Constitution says the president shall nominate and with the advice and consent of Senate shall appoint ambassadors, other public ministers and consuls, judges of the Supreme Court, and all other officers of the United States. Are U.S. attorneys nominated by the president and confirmed by the Senate according to the Appointments Clause?
In fact, they are.
U.S. attorneys are held to the Appointments Clause because they are delegated some part of the sovereign power of the United States, such as the ability to make indictments and charge individuals with crimes. Was Jack Smith nominated by President Biden or confirmed by the Senate?
He was not.
He was merely given the powers of the special counsel by Attorney General Garland, wasn't he?
Correct.
Garland, again,
I think it's kind of a fallacy that Congress can create
him in contempt of Congress.
special
So
office
that'll be fun to watch.
and that it will be free of any political bias. Do you believe that Special Counsel Jack Smith is acting independently of the White House?
Absolutely not.
And what leads you to believe that he's not?
So it's not only the novel application of some of these statutes to former President Trump, twisting statutes that this Congress wrote, twisting the meaning of plain language of sections like 1512C, interpreting the Presidential Records Act in a way that precludes Donald Trump from deciding which records are his. There's all kinds of different things that he's doing. But I would say that the manner in which they've been acting, as my colleagues on this panel have testified to, the manner in which they have conducted themselves in their investigation, every step along the way, whether it's cataloging evidence or whether it's statements to the court and everything in between.
Yeah, probably
Jack Smith
so,
is
Blake.
acting like a partisan hack, and he has a record of that doing so in the past.
And, according to reporting, Jay Bratt, a top aide to Special Counsel Jack Smith, met with White House officials multiple times, including just weeks before Special Counsel Smith indicted President Trump. I mean, it's hard to say that he's independent if these meetings are in fact going on, isn't it?
That's correct.
I think maybe we need a hearing later on to talk about this office itself and how it's been weaponized. So I'm going to yield my remaining time to the chairman.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Trustee, you've talked about earlier Jack Smith's obsession with getting this trial done before, in a speedy fashion, I think before the election I mean, it seems to me that in and of itself, all of them are concerned. These trials may not happen before why does that matter? We want justice done right. That should be the focus, not some artificial timeline.
I think the speedy trial demand betrayed the political underpinning of the entire process. There's no reason for a federal prosecutor with a non-incarcerated defendant to say anything. And if I could just for a quick sec, the model here, there was a real obvious model that would have given us all more faith in this process. That is full transparency on behalf of the Department of Justice. Coming into court and saying, we're turning over everything in discovery. We're ready for trial, but judge, you tell us, we'll show up when we need to show up. We're here for small J justice, not capital J justice, as we used to say at DOJ. That's the problem. That model of transparency and openness, not fighting special master supervision, not appealing everything, not trashing Judge Cannon in Florida. That's what we could have had some respect for and some belief that the process is playing out fairly.
You only bring charges after he announces for president. Then, of course, you want the trials before the election. That seems so obvious, I think, to anyone with common sense. That's what they're trying to do. Now, the good news is it's all falling apart.
Talking about one of the black
churches. When you have these kind of cases, maybe that's what we should have probably expected in the end. I think the gentleman for Young Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the witnesses, good morning. I apologize. I have a competing hearing that I had to sort of play dual role here this morning. While I miss your opening statements, I certainly have looked at what you were prepared to testify
I got
to.
you.
And frankly, you know, I have
Oh,
some
good Lord,
questions, but
talk
I'm
to you.
just sort of still astounded to hear that some of my colleagues are questioning the timing of the charges and all of this poor little Donald Trump got indicted story. I'm astounded by their claim that there's a two-tier system of justice, all because the twice impeached former president was indicted on charges for mishandling of classified documents and Biden was not. You know, that's the bottom line. Biden and Pence were not. It's ridiculous. And I don't say that as a Democrat or as a member of Congress. I say that as a former judge responsible for upholding our Constitution and the rule of law.
That should terrify
Apparently, my
everybody.
Republican colleagues need a refresher on criminal law. To convict someone of a crime, a prosecutor must prove each element of that criminal act beyond a reasonable doubt. Prosecuting someone under the relevant statutes in these cases, a prosecutor would have to prove willfulness. Defendants would have to have willingly withheld these documents. Mr. Hur's report cleared President Biden of wrongdoing. But boy, oh boy, did Trump willfully steal and conceal. New mode of operation there. Steal and conceal his documents. In his words, when he realized he had the documents in his possession, he didn't call authorities to come get them like President Biden or Vice President Pence did to correct the problem. No, he thwarted every attempt to have federal prosecutors from coming in. Reports say he said, quote, what happens if we just don't play, end quote, with investigators, and that he didn't want anyone getting, quote, his documents. He has some strange belief that classified documents are his and his only. So he lied to his lawyers and he lied to the FBI, pretending he didn't have any more documents.
Considering he was the
When in fact he
president of the
instructed
United
his aide to
States,
hide those documents
yes,
around
those were his documents.
unsecure property in Florida. We've all seen the pictures. He threw them in bathrooms and bedrooms in a building that had tens of thousands of people come through, where 150 members of his staff worked. This isn't a two-tiered system of justice. It's just a criminal justice system evaluating the facts. Facts Republicans apparently seem uninterested in.
She would know a fact if it sat on her face and started
Because
the
facts
war.
aren't what matter to my colleagues across the aisle, as they have proven today. But regardless of how much they try, in America, no one is above the law, not even the former twice impeached president. Ms. Winebanks, you were a prosecutor that worked on the Watergate case. As a former prosecutor, can you speak to what is needed to prove willingness? And do
Fucking
you think
signal
that it
dropping
can be
off.
proven in this case with the classified documents?
Absolutely. And I think some of the conduct, which all occurred after he was out of office.
No, that was all Biden, buddy.
Including the concealing of the documents, including telling people to delete the video, including everything that he did. He hid documents from his own lawyer by moving them from where he knew his lawyer would be searching. He caused his lawyer to file a false statement to the FBI about, here's the documents we have. Those are all evidence of his knowledge and his willfulness. He knew he had those documents. He knew he didn't want them to be turned over. And if I could just add, the Presidential Records Act is something that was passed as a result of Richard Nixon's conduct. And so I'm very familiar with it. And it extends to not just classified documents, but to all the records of a president. So he was holding many, many documents that should have been turned over as a routine matter when he left the White House.
And this is opposed to how Vice President Biden and former Vice President Pence handled their requests.
That is correct. And in the case of Biden, the special counsel investigating concluded that there was no evidence of willfulness that could establish beyond a reasonable doubt that he had any knowledge or willfulness in possessing those documents. And there were even specific findings about things like his diaries, which have long been held since Ronald Reagan was president, to be the personal possession. Those are personal documents. The president, former President Trump, tried to say everything is my personal documents. That's not how it works. Personal documents are like the diaries and handwritten notes.
Well, thank you. And I'm running out of time, but would you say that they're really, I mean, I don't even know what what are they calling it? Legal fare or
Lawfare.
I mean, does that word even make sense?
Well, I had to look it up. It's not one that I had ever heard except in terms of the Lawfare blog. And so I looked it up and I was quite surprised at what its meaning was in terms of weaponization. And I think as I was being asked
This lady
earlier,
who's supposedly been a lawyer
2025
forever
is
has
the
never heard about
weaponization of government.
lawfare.
Well, and this is, they're talking about this from someone who's found countless and countless and countless of lawsuits against
Kinda
contractors,
shows you
against
just
property
the fact
owners. I
she's
mean,
corrupt as
he's
fuck.
Mr. Lawsuit himself. So thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you,
Yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Costello, I'm over here on this end, sir.
Oh, thank you.
I want to distinguish something. It's extremely bad judgment to put an inveterate, well-known liar on the stand. It's bad judgment for a lawyer to do that because that person's subject to impeachment for his lies. That's true, right?
That is true.
Okay. And impeachment, for those watching, that's when you destroy the credibility of a testifying witness, right?
You do. You also destroy the credibility of the office, which
Absolutely.
is why I wanted to sit down with Alvin Bragg.
But there's another problem with doing that, isn't there? That is to say that the witness might give false testimony while on the stand. And that's something yet further is, how many lies did you testify Cohen testified to yesterday in New York court?
Well, I only read the section that involved me, and virtually every statement that he made about our interaction was false.
Okay. Alvin Bragg,
Yeah,
and his
Blade.
assistants prosecuting that case, they're lawyers, right?
That
They are.
report
Yes.
Can lawyers
didn't
knowingly
exonerate
permit their
Biden
own
on
witness
anything.
to testify falsely before a court?
Which the Democrats keep
Absolutely
saying
not.
it
Is that
exonerated
just a
him.
matter of bad judgment or
Didn't
something more?
exonerate him.
No, it's a matter of ethics. It's
Okay.
required.
Are lawyers who do that susceptible to punishment for it?
They are susceptible.
If lawyers do that and they're doing so in the course of interfering with an ongoing presidential election, could they be subject to punishment for that?
I would think so.
I'll be right
Sure.
back.
I noticed that today, in the course of this proceedings so far, not one Democrat has asked either of you a question and allowed you to speak to it.
I not only noticed that, but I noticed that after they take cheap shots, they leave.
Absolutely. Speaking of that cheap shot, Mr. Goldman, he's a great lawyer, by the way, so he knows not to ask you a question.
Well, we've had prior dealings, and I think he does know not to ask me a question.
I'm sure. But do you care to respond to what he suggested?
Well, he's suggesting that this is jury interference. First of all, I had nothing to do with the scheduling of this hearing. And second of all, nobody knew when Michael Cohen was going to testify. The prediction by the media and also by the prosecutors was that this was going to be a 5 or a 6 week trial. So according to that, Michael Cohen shouldn't be testifying for another week or two. So to claim that we're just doing this to interfere with the jury that's been instructed, of course, not to watch proceedings such as this.
Absolutely.
It's ridiculous.
All right.
It's a cheap shot.
So-
And that's why I called it that.
Totally agree. And I'll just observe. When I was reading your statement, I noticed that you said you had been
Yeah,
practicing
she's
law for
probably still
51
got
years. I
work
said, wow,
from
you're going to
it,
be
brother.
old.
No.
What a great head of hair and great, absolutely have it all together. So but you've been practicing law at a high level for 51 years. Mr. Trustee, next year, I think you said you were with the Justice Department for 27 years. Is that correct?
I was a prosecutor for 17 at DOJ.
Okay, prosecutor, 27
Hillary
years and
broke so
17
many
at
fucking
DOJ.
federal
So
laws.
yes,
it
I'm not
wasn't
as
even
old as
funny.
Bob.
No,
Thank you for that.
But DOJ,
no one
didn't go
has
out.
attempted to lay a glove on either of you. How about Stanley Woodward? Has anybody, to your knowledge, challenged his sworn account of being extorted by Jay Bratt, Mr. Trustee?
No, but I also have no evidence of the department looking inward about it at all.
What indeed is the recourse? If this shouldn't come before this committee, as the members of the minority have said, what indeed is the recourse for this? Mr. Trustee?
I'm not sure. It's certainly disqualification from the case, which would be a starting point here. And there should be a robust OPR investigation on the DOJ side. My experience with OPR, even in some of the worst accusations that were made to people in the department, was that they geared it to not make decisions until after the litigation was closed, which was very self-serving. I'm a little concerned that the public ramifications by way of OPR and DOJ's response might be years away.
That seems to be the problem. No one's ever held to account, and the process takes years and years and years and then ends in a whimper with somebody sending a report forth, and the problems just keep coming.
Well, that's by design.
I encourage those who are watching, unfortunately, I've only got about 30 seconds left, to read the last two. Actually, both of your statements are extraordinary. Anybody watching this hearing ought to pull those statements up and read them word for word. They're magnificent, well drafted. And the end of yours, Mr. Trustee, in which you characterize where the Justice Department is and how much of a problem this is and how dangerous it is to the country I think are maybe two of the most significant paragraphs I've read while I've been in Congress. And I encourage people to look at them.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. But I tell you, I appreciate your coming here. It is that on both cases, it is an act of service
they're
to the country.
absolutely obsessed.
And
They're
I
obsessed
think
with power, and they'll
American
do
people are
everything to
wise
protect that
this.
power.
And I know how it's going to go. The only question is what comes next. How is this going to be dealt with in the next administration? Because be dealt with, it must be. You bet.
Gentleman yields back. Well said, particularly the reference to the gentleman's written testimony. I would encourage everyone to read that. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Oh, is this Swallows Will?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I might start, since
No,
the
this
issue
isn't
of
Swallows Will.
veracity has come up repeatedly here. If I might enter into the record 3 articles that have recently appeared dealing with the veracity of the former president. One's from Time Magazine, another one from, let's see here, yes.
I like how they can submit these news articles, which are absolutely biased, into the
Chairman, may I enter
record.
these into the records?
Well, I thought you were going to read. You said Time Magazine. You said the 2 others, but yeah, without
And
objection.
those become part of the actual historical documents.
Was this trying to define lawfare? And apparently it has to do with using the federal government, in this case, to weaponize or to carry out some action against somebody. Now, if someone were to say, I will appoint a special prosecutor to go after.
Yeah, you reckon
the most
they don't
corrupt
get the definition of
president in the history
lawfare
of the United
because
States
it's
of
just their
America?
everyday practice?
Would that be lawfare?
I believe it would.
Thank you. If someone were to say, if I happen to be president and I see somebody who's doing well and beating me very badly, I say, go down and indict them. They would be out of business. They would be out of the election. Is that
Basically
lawfare?
what you guys are
That is
doing
definitely
to
a
Trump.
violation of everything that the Department of Justice stands for. It is lawfare. You need to have some evidence to begin an investigation, and the president himself has no role in directing who the Department of Justice will investigate
bullshit.
or prosecute.
If I might continue, thank you. On day
If
one
you
of my
think
new
Biden
administration,
isn't in
I
on
will
this
direct
and
the
maybe
Department
some of
of
his
Justice to
lucid moments,
investigate every radical DA, Attorney General, for the illegal, racist enforcement of the law. Is that lawfare?
Yes.
Do you know who made those statements? Let me tell you. Those are direct quotes from the new wannabe president, former President Trump. Apparently, he wants to use his power as president to weaponize the Department of Justice and every other federal agency to go after his enemies, political or otherwise.
it'll
One of
be
these quotes
interesting
might be
tomorrow to
his
watch
business interest.
Garland or the markup for the bill to
would
hold
that
him in
be
contempt.
Inappropriate for a president or a wannabe president to make these statements, and even more so to do that should that person become president?
It would be.
Do any of you gentlemen disagree that that would be inappropriate for a president to do any of those three things? Gentlemen? Yes or no? It's appropriate
And
or
depending on
inappropriate?
how long this goes on, there's another
don't
hearing
accept
that's
the
going on
premises
about
fully,
law
so I'm having a
enforcement
hard
Don't
time
give me
challenges
that
to law
lawyerly
enforcement.
business. The question is, those are statements made by the former president of the United States as he prepares to become the next president. Are those appropriate actions by any president? Yes or no?
I don't have an answer for you, sir.
I thought you might not. Mr. Costello, are those appropriate things for any president to do? Yes or no?
I don't think that's a yes or no question.
Thank you. I knew you would not answer the question. But I'll ask it one more time. These statements, are they appropriate action by any president? Yes or no?
If the
say
situation calls for it,
they're not
yes, they are
Thank
appropriate.
you. Mr. Hamilton, do you want to opine on this?
Well, like my colleague, Mr. Trustee, I reject the premise of the question
Thank
of
you.
out of
We'll move on.
context statements, but I would
We're
say.
going to move on. Thank you very much. That's not all that's been said. If we were to go through the various statements, on day one, I will be a dictator. Is that an appropriate thing for an American president to
You realize
be
what
able to
hyperbole
say he
is,
would be?
right? You fucking numbnuts.
Anybody want to answer that question?
It is inappropriate.
Mr. Hamilton? Appropriate or inappropriate for
You
a
didn't want to hear me a second ago, so why are you asking me now?
I'll answer, it's humorous. I don't think the guy actually thinks he's about to be a dictator.
Exactly.
So you think it's inappropriate to say that?
No, it's humorous. I like humor.
Do you like dictators?
It's not an issue. He served for 4 years as president. I don't remember a dictatorship breaking out.
Time of the gentleman.
No, we're talking about.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Mr.
I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Jordan. And thank you to all of our witnesses for appearing here today. I'm just going to start going right down the line with a simple question. When a candidate campaigns for office, they make promises, correct? We'll start with you, Mr. Costello.
Correct, obviously.
Want to be a dictator?
Mr. Trustee?
Canada's
Mr.
always
Hamilton?
fun.
Yes.
Yes. One makes wonderful. So I'm going to dig into what the prosecutors and plaintiffs have said about Mr. Trump here recently. Alvin Bragg, during his campaign for New York County District Attorney, said, quote, "I am the candidate in the race who has the experience with Donald Trump. I was the chief deputy in the Attorney General's office. We sued the Trump administration over 100 times. For the Muslim travel ban, for family separation
I'd
at the
certainly
border,
be
for
asking stuff
shenanigans
like
with the
that.
census. So I know how to litigate with him," end quote. In response to another question from a reporter, Bragg said, quote, "We've got two standards of justice. Harvey Weinstein, Jeffrey Epstein, being a rich old white man has allowed you to evade accountability in Manhattan. That includes Trump and his children," end quote. Moving on to New York Attorney General James, during the last days of her campaign, said of Trump, quote, oh, we're definitely going to sue him. We're going to be a real pain in the ass, end quote. She would later go on to say, quote, I will never be afraid to challenge this illegitimate president, end quote. And said, what is fueling, quote, what is fueling my soul right now
Don't forget, man,
is Trump, end quote.
there has not been a
Mr. Costello,
Republican
is there a financial benefit
that's
to
gotten
making
into the
campaign
White
promises?
House, at
I'm sure
least
there
in
is,
my
otherwise she
lifetime,
wouldn't have made those
that
promises.
the Democrats
Mr.
haven't
Trustee?
called
I think
illegitimate.
that's right.
Mr. Hamilton,
Correct.
Ms. Winebanks.
I'm not sure I understand the premise of your question, so I
You
can't
don't,
answer.
you cannot answer if there's a financial benefit to making campaign promises?
Making campaign promises is to win election.
You know,
I don't
I'm
see
gonna
that as a financial benefit.
I'm going to stick with you, Ms. Winebanks, as the Democrat witness here today. Can you answer how much money did District Attorney Alvin Bragg raise for his political reelection campaign immediately following the announcement of 34 felony counts against President Trump?
I do not know.
It's $850,000. $850,000. That's a good chunk of cash. Let's go on to the AG James. How much did she raise for her political campaign after her civil fraud case against President Trump?
I don't know, but it has nothing to do with whether the charges that she filed were based on the facts
Jesus
and the
Christ.
evidence.
This is
and
when
her-
you
and I
know a
both know
Democrat
that's
can't be honest
nonsense. Come
about
on
shit.
now.
I do not know that's nonsense. I believe it to
Not
be
a soul
true.
in this room actually believes that. And no one will ever believe that. It was $400,000. $400,000. And we will submit for the record copies of campaign emails soliciting donations. It almost seems, and I'm just stating the obvious here, that the harder they go after President Trump, the more money they stand to make. The common thread between all of these individuals, as well as the other cases that President Trump faces,
Yeah.
is that many of the prosecutors suing Trump either have a personal vendetta or they seek to gain fame and money from it. This isn't hard. Those of us here today, we understand politics and what it takes to run a successful political operation. Traditionally, you want to drain your opponent's resources, drive up their negatives in the polls, and you want to keep them from engaging with voters. Now, I'm going to ask the million-dollar question here. What better way to do that than to charge your opponent with 91 counts, force them to spend millions on a legal defense, and tie them up in court to keep them off of the campaign trail? It's almost like this is
To be honest with you, if it was
This is a
anybody
strategy
other
that is
than Trump,
employed in campaigns all around the country, but
it
we're
would have
seeing
destroyed
it
the
at the highest
campaign on it.
levels today. Of course,
What they
as an
didn't count
incumbent,
on
you
was
have an
Trump
added
being
advantage of
fundraised
using
off of it.
taxpayer-funded offices and agencies and officials, and we all know that you can never go up against the federal government because it is an endless stream of resources. Isn't that correct, Mr. Costello?
Without a doubt.
Exactly. If that is not what lawfare is, I don't know what is. Lawfare, by definition, is exactly that, utilizing the law to take down your political opponents. It is an abuse of power. Mr. Trustee, you said earlier a pretty chilling statement that you fear we have, quote, crossed the Rubicon, that the ends now justify the means.
Shit, we crossed
I
that
feel like many
decades
Americans
ago.
agree with you. Heck, if it weren't for double standards, I feel like our Democrat colleagues in this administration wouldn't have standards at all. But I feel that the credibility of our institution is at stake here because, to your point, the ends somehow have justified the means. You know, I've pulled some research
The
out of a
ends have
Harvard Law
justified the means with our
study that
government
suggests that district attorneys
for
pursue
over 100 and
crimes
something years.
and longer sentences at higher rates during election years. So while DA Bragg and AG James' terms end in 26 and 27 respectively, and of course DA Willis is facing re-election this fall, is it crazy to question whether any of these prosecutors are weighing their re-election efforts in their choice as they pursue President Trump? Final word to you, Mr. Trustee.
Right. It's certainly not crazy, and I think that there's evidence that supports that conclusion. And again, I never get to the money part. If you're a prosecutor, you're not supposed to be a politician. You're not supposed to announce your target first and then search for an inventive way to charge them with heretofore unknown crimes in a lot of cases. So that's the problem for me, is not chasing down all the politics of how they stand to
FDR
gain,
was some
but
of
that
it,
as a
brother, but
prosecutor,
it
you have a
was,
sacred
it
obligation
was
to
before
pursue
him.
evidence, not people.
Absolutely, a predetermined outcome.
Correct.
Thank you to our witnesses for appearing. My time has expired. I yield.
Well done. Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from Texas, recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. This is so interesting.
Oh, good
A couple of
God, this
things.
lady.
I'm just curious to know, as we're talking about lawyers and the obligations of lawyers, and whether or not maybe the former president has any idea of what good lawyer obligations look like. I'm just gonna ask, we're not gonna play, we're gonna do Miss Winebanks. Have you heard of any of these lawyers? I've got Robert Cheeley, Kenneth Chesborough, Jeffrey Clark, Matthew DePerno, John Eastman, Jenna Ellis, Michael Farino, Rudy Giuliani, Julia Halia. I got a long list. Have you heard of any of these people?
I have.
Are you aware as to whether or not any of them have faced criminal penalties?
Yes, and also been disbarred or suspended.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So they've had some issues, but these are the handpicked lawyers for Trump. I'm assuming that y'all have never been Trump lawyers, Mr. Trustee or Mr. Costello.
No, I was for a year.
Oh, you were? And you still have your bar card?
I'm sorry?
You still have your bar card?
Yeah, well,
Well,
unless I get targeted for daring to represent a former president.
You have absolutely
Yeah.
Done a lot better than most that deal with him. So good for you. I also want to make sure that we talk about what two-tier really looks like. And Mr. Trustee, since you've been a prosecutor before, I'm curious to know, have you ever had a criminal defendant that had over 80 counts in 4 different jurisdictions and somehow was not held pretrial? I know that you talked in your
Damien,
opening
what's up,
about
brother?
your interpretation
Welcome
of
to
what
this
speedy
shit
trial
show.
looks like, and it's really only for those that are held pretrial. And last time I checked, most of the time those people held pretrial, they don't have anywhere near 80 counts pending against them. But I'm curious to know, in your experience, have you ever had someone that had over 80 counts pending in 4 different jurisdictions and they were not held pretrial? Yes or no?
Well, no specific
And
Okay,
recall,
all
but I
right.
can
That's
answer
all
more if
I-
you'll let
lady,
me.
you
told me
idiot,
no,
because
and I
what they're
understand, 'cause I
charging
hadn't
Trump
either.
with is different than someone's
In
being
addition
charged
to
for
that,
murder.
There's
God,
been a
this
gag
lady.
order, since we're going to talk about the
Mm.
pending trial that's going on right now. Have you
I
ever
need
had
more
a defendant
freaking
that
motion.
violated a gag order and then you went to the judge
I
and
need
the
like a
judge didn't
gumball
lock them
machine
up,
here with
and
Xanax in it,
they done done it at
and a
least 10
fistful of
times? I
fucking
think it's 10.
quarters.
I'm losing count right now. Have you ever had somebody
In
violate a gag
35
order?
years, I had never seen a
Popcorn.
defendant gagged.
Okay, not my question. So you've never
Well, it's
had
hard
it.
to get to the
So
second
you've
part
never,
if they're
so
never
you've never
gagged.
had it. You're absolutely right. All right. So finally, when it comes down to intimidating witnesses, because maybe you haven't had gag orders, intimidating witnesses, have you ever had a defendant that you were prosecuting and they were intimidating witnesses and they didn't somehow end up in the clank for at least a day or two?
I've had criminal death penalty prosecutions based on witness retaliation. I'm very familiar with gang cases and mafia cases. Most of those defendants were already incarcerated when they would orchestrate some sort of obstruction.
Okay,
If
so
there's
they-
provable physical violence-based obstruction, it certainly makes sense that they'd be incarcerated.
Thank you so much. And, Mr. Hamilton, I don't want you to feel left out of this conversation. So I'm going to make sure I ask you some questions. Let me know if you're having problems answering them, because they really should be yes or no. Let's see. You're the executive director for the America First Legal, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And
she's
America First
she's
Legal
a
is a
straight
member
out
of
trying to get
Project
her
2025,
soundbite
which is
on
dedicated to
CNN.
creating the playbook for the next conservative administration and what it calls the Project Pillars, correct?
We are proud contributors to Project 2025.
Okay. And are you familiar with Project 2025's mandate for leadership?
In fact, I am.
Okay. And in fact, you wrote some of the sections of this mandate related to the DOJ, correct?
Sure did.
And the mandate outlines policy priorities for the next conservative president. Is that correct?
It does.
You've done a great job. I just want to let you know. All right, so
Profit
let's walk
seems
through
like
some of the
the,
provisions of
well,
the mandate.
nah,
It calls
I won't
for
go there.
eliminating the Department of
Too early in the
Education,
day.
eliminating the Department of Commerce, deploying the military for the use of domestic law enforcement against protesters under the Insurrection Act of 1807. It also has the repealing of Schedule F status for thousands of federal employees to allow a president to replace career civil servants with unqualified partisan loyalists. That's probably my favorite of it. It also prohibits the FBI from combating the spread of misinformation and disinformation, like Russia and China, who are actively trying to interfere with American elections. I don't know why or how anybody can support Project 2025. And I know that there was allegedly a joke about dictators and whether or not that's funny, but in the United States of America, dictatorships are never funny. And
Lady,
Project
you are
2025
the
is giving the
definition
playbook
of
for
a wannabe tyrant.
authoritarianism as well as the next dictator to come in. And I know that you are doing your jobs
all of your
here
policies.
by making sure that hopefully some juror turns on and finds some viral moment of you spewing more of the nonsense as it relates to the president. But as practicing lawyers or licensed attorneys, I hope that we can all agree that no one gets indicted because someone says so. There takes a grand jury, and the grand jury is comprised of American
She
citizens
knows good
that
and
sit down
goddamn
and
well
review
grand juries
evidence,
will
and
indict
they make the
almost
determination.
every
And when
time
and if Trump is convicted,
because
it
they're on
will
the
be
side
a
of the
jury
state.
of his peers, and it won't be the president of the United States.
I thought you were going to get to a question somewhere in that 90 seconds for Mr. Hamilton after you went after his 2025. I will point out the Inspector General just released a report that said the FBI retaliated against whistleblowers. One of the reasons we do need some changes, but there was no question there. But Mr. Hamilton, if you want to give it some kind of response, you're more than welcome to do that.
Mr. Chairman, my only response would be to say that there are a great number of policy options that have been provided to any future conservative administration through Project 2025. And it's an attempt to restore the rule of law in this country. And I reject the Huffington Post style characterizations of the recommendations.
All right. A gentlelady yields back. The
And
gentlelady
Mr. Chair-
from, we'll go to the gentlelady from Wyoming, then the gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Chair, I'd ask
Thank you.
unanimous consent.
Excuse me, this is, oh,
I'll get you as soon as we go after this thing. Just
Okay.
unanimous consent? Are you
Yes,
gonna-
just unanimous consent to enter the mandate for our leadership.
Without objection.
for-
Without objection. The
Thank-
gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
well, thank you. And if it seems like there might be a dog in this hunt on the other side, what you need to understand is that Mr. Goldman, the novice representative from New York, actually does have a personal stake in this case. He has stated that he has been involved with the Bragg case, helping to prepare Mr. Cohen for his testimony. So he is quite closely aligned with an admitted and convicted liar and perjurer. He's also paid the Judge Merchant's daughter's firm over $150,000 for her services. So I think we've got quite a conflict of interest from Mr. Dan Goldman, the novice representative from New York. And just one other thing to keep in mind when considering the hostility from the folks on the other side of this aisle is that the ranking member
Excuse
of
me,
this
Mr. Chair,
particular
I would move
committee
to have that
was Jeffrey
stricken from the record,
Epstein's
to have that
fixer.
phrase taken down.
The ranking member was Jeffrey Epstein's fixer. So I think that that might give you some
Excuse me,
idea of
I
why
would
you see
ask
this
that
hostility.
Hang on, the
statements be
gentlelady,
taken down.
Related the
to
ranking
Mr.
members
Goldman.
recognized.
I would ask that the statements regarding conflict of interest related to Mr. Goldman be stricken down from the record. Engaging in personal personalities.
In your
on this
14-minute and 14-second opening statement, you called the former president, current candidate for the office of president of the United States, all kinds of names. I think
He's not a member of this
I understand
committee,
he's not a member, but
and that's what I'm
still
asking
a former
you
president.
related to.
What I'm saying is we should
I'm
all be
related
careful
to
about it.
our
I think the gentlelady from Wyoming was just stating facts that are in the news report.
She accused him of a conflict of interest on the committee during the hearing. I ask that that be stricken down.
Gentlelady's point of order is overruled. The gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Hamilton, would you agree that gag orders on trial participants were created with the intent of securing a defendant's right to a fair trial and ensure efficient administration of justice?
It's precisely correct. And it's in fact usually intended to prevent the prosecution from making extrajudicial statements that are going to be prejudicial to the defendant's rights.
And Mr. Trustee, I think that you testified that in all of your years of experience, you've never seen a circumstance where a defendant had a gag order imposed against them. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And would it be fair to say that while such an order is intended to guarantee a defendant's Sixth Amendment right, it also at certain times could raise First Amendment issues?
It does.
Okay. In Bragg's
Oh,
political
Hackman's always good.
persecution of Donald Trump, Judge Merchant instituted an unconstitutional gag order against the defendant, President Trump. Yet Judge Merchant has levied no such order against any of the other trial participants like Michael Cohen, who continue to publicly attack Mr. Trump. Mr. Hamilton, is the gag order issued by Judge Merchant a significant departure from the normal order of business? And does it reveal the First and Sixth Amendment tensions which underlie this case?
Most certainly does.
And why does President Trump face such a legally questionable gag order in this case? Well, simply put, it's because it is a classic example of lawfare being employed by Democrats against their political opponent, weaponizing the various branches and levels of government, something that we have seen in the last 8 years that has been absolutely shocking to the conscience.
I don't
DA
understand how a
Bragg
judge can
resurrected a zombie case and
Trump
is
from
using a
talking,
novel
let
legal theory
everybody
which
else
has not
talk.
even been explained to the defendant or the jury.
If he puts a
He
gag on
selected
somebody, he ought to
Matthew
put it on the rest of them
Colangelo,
too.
as lead prosecutor, a former Biden DOJ official and DNC consultant, and Judge Merchant, who made campaign donations to President Biden and the Democrat Party during the 2020 election, and whose daughter's firm worked for the Biden and now Harris campaigns, is overseeing the case and imposing speech restrictions on a person Judge Merchant called, quote, possibly the next president of the United States. Judge Merchant went so far in the last 2 weeks as threatening to jail a former president and presumptive major party nominee for violating an order which infringes on his free speech rights. Writing in the Federalist, Tom Christ analyzes how lawfare offers benefits and a means of victory regardless of the outcome of the courtroom, which is causing as much pain as possible and treating the defendant like an enemy versus the defendant. I want that to sink in. Watching Judge Merchant, it is
Like we
very
said in the
apparent
chat,
that he is treating
process
President
is
Trump
the
as an
punishment.
enemy, not a party and not a defendant. Mr. Hamilton, do you think the gag order falls into this playbook and serves an additional lawfare benefit for the left in that it can be used to enact an even larger legal burden on Donald Trump for simply exercising his right to free speech?
Yes, I do. And in fact, quite frankly, when you have a gag order like that, or when you have abuses of processes like this, as my colleagues have alluded to before, the pain in the process is the goal. That's really the goal here. Whether they get a conviction, whether they get any kind of civil fine or judgment, it's not necessarily the ultimate objective. The ultimate objective is to cause pain to the political opponent, and that's what they're doing to Donald Trump.
One of the things that I have observed as an attorney who was a trial attorney for 34 years, is that Judge Merchant is making such blatant reversible errors. He absolutely knows that if there is a conviction in this case, it will be reversed on appeal. And it's as though he is attempting to do that because he knows that no such appeal would actually take place prior to November, yet he would have a conviction on the books, which is the classic, and I think in this case exposes the way in which they are using lawfare against President Biden or against President Trump. I have never seen a judge make the kind of errors that this judge has made in this case before. And I think he recognizes that if there is a conviction,
they're
it
not
would
errors.
be overturned on appeal. That is what our justice system has turned into
Not like a forced
because
error in
of the
baseball or
lawfare
some
being
shit.
waged by the Democrats. It has to end. Thank you for being here, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Now that we've finished with the novice Congresswoman from Wyoming, I guess that's what we're calling first-year members of Congress now, first-term members. I don't know where that came from or what that's supposed to mean. But let's move on. Instead of name-calling, let's just do the work that the people have us here for, whether we like individuals or not. Which sounds ridiculously immature.
Coming from you.
There was a discussion earlier about Jack Smith, and it was alleged that he is engaged in bias, partisan actions before.
Gotta get something to eat, and she's gonna make me damn choke.
Is the discussion, I went and looked at some of the cases that he has, in fact, taken up in his long career, both in New York, Brooklyn, as well as at The Hague. Ms.
Now,
Winebanks,
I
are you
wonder if she's going to
familiar
talk about
with
cases
former
that Jack
Representative
Smith
Rick
has been
Renzi?
overturned on,
He was a Republican member of the
basically due to
House that
malpractice.
this Jack Smith prosecuted. Are you familiar with the name Senator John Edwards? He was a Democrat that Jack Smith also prosecuted. Republican member, Governor Bob McDonnell, when he was in the office of the prosecutor at the International Criminal Court of The Hague, many individuals from all world parties and leaders. Are you familiar? I don't know if you're familiar with an individual named Ronell Wilson.
I am not.
Ronell Wilson was an individual in New York who murdered 2 New York City Police Department officers. That was prosecuted by Jack Smith. He also prosecuted, however, police who brutalized Abner Louima. I'm sure you're familiar with that name.
I am.
So this is an individual who seems to be a prosecutor willing to go after anybody, no matter what their party is, and reviewing and investigating the information, they believe that that person has broken the law. And that's what I call a good prosecutor, having been one myself. Mr. Hamilton, are
How'd
you
that
aware
happen,
that
Warsaw?
Chairman Jordan filed multiple amicus briefs in the case of Missouri v. Biden, now called Murphy versus Missouri?
I am.
And in fact, you are the attorney of record on those briefs, is that correct?
I am one of the attorneys.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. Were you provided access to the committee's transcribed interviews and deposition transcripts as part of the work and preparation of those briefs?
I was provided with, yes, information. Absolutely.
And that included transcribed interviews and depositions?
I was provided with lots of information. I'm not going to get into all the details here because doing so would reveal the existence of communications between an attorney and a client.
Okay, that's fine. Do you, in your briefs, one of those instances of those briefs, you claimed that the FBI witness told the committee that the supposed Biden laptop was real,
Okay,
quote
War.
unquote, suggesting that the FBI had authenticated it. Do you recall that?
Do you have the brief in front of you?
Yes.
Could you read it to me? And I'll let you know if I recall it.
Okay, can you hold the time for me, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Thank you. Page 21.
Again, asking questions that a staffer wrote. You don't even know what you're talking about.
Is it which one? Okay. I'm reading from the brief on page 28 of the brief that's listed, brief representatives Jim Jordan, Kelly Armstrong, Andy Biggs, Dan Bishop, etc., that was filed with the court on page 28. It states that, but of course the FBI knew not just the absence of evidence suggesting any foreign connection, the FBI knew the laptop was real. Do you recall that?
I do recall.
Okay. Do you also recall that when the individual stated, the witness later said that, suggesting that the FBI had authenticated it? However, that completely ignored the fact that the witness later said in that same transcription, that same interview, that anyone who claimed that the laptop had been authenticated would be, quote, misrepresenting her testimony. Do you recall her having said that?
I can't tell you today if I recall that or not.
Okay, so your brief suggests that one particular nonprofit, well, your brief then
They knew the
does not give the
laptop
whole
was
story
real.
by stating that the individual said
censored
the
it.
laptop was real from the FBI.
The Biden administration and the media
misrepresenting that it had been
together censored
authenticated
it.
when she just meant that it existed, not that it had been authenticated. Do you know that difference?
There's been no
Are you
prosecution.
disputing the reality of Hunter Biden's laptop?
I am disputing your brief, which makes it seem that the authentication of what was in the laptop was there.
But so I'm trying to understand where you're going. Are you
I
trying,
just
are
asked a
you
simple
disputing
question.
the contents of Hunter Biden's laptop?
I am disputing that it
purpose
had
of
been
your question of
authenticated
me?
by the FBI. Do you know if it had been authenticated by the
Whether the
FBI?
FBI authenticated
It
it
hadn't
or
been
not,
authenticated by the
existence
FBI
of
at that
it,
time.
it was
They buried it.
authenticated
You
because
said it
was
had
real.
in the
What
brief.
you're getting into
You said it
word
had in the
jujitsu.
brief. That's the point. Moving on. I could go literally for hours. Your brief wrongly suggests that one particular nonprofit is in fact a government entity and even includes a graphic from that nonprofit website that was cropped to omit language stating that the nonprofit is autonomous, meaning it's independent from the government. Literally on and on.
I could
Just like
name my
this hearing
freaking
of
site. I got a big
misrepresentations.
pecker. It doesn't make it true.
Gentlelady yields back. I would point out that last week the committee deposed Mr. Brady Olson, FBI agent, who said that at the time, October 2020, the FBI had no evidence that the laptop story was a hack and leak operation. No evidence. So they had done exactly what Mr. Hamilton described in his well-written brief. I now recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Stupi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, just to.
Hang on one second, Mr. Stupi, if you would. I understand you have a hard stop, Mr. Hamilton. We wanted you to be able to stay for, any Democrat want to ask you a question. If you got to run, we understand. If time's now, Mr.
Yeah, hangingwithcoop.com. Yeah.
All right, so you're taking off? Mr. Hamilton's taking off? All right, so Mr. Costello, I'll just start at page 6 of your written testimony. I know the chairman got into what Mr. Cohen said about, I swear to God, Bob, I don't have anything on Donald Trump. And then after that, so I'm at the end of page 6 of your written testimony.
Shows you how far
And I just want to walk through this. Through further cross-examination, Cohen told me that he knew there was money missing from the Trump inauguration fund, but that Donald Trump had nothing to do with it. Is that correct?
Where are you referencing on page?
I'm in your written testimony on page 6 at the bottom.
Okay. And you're referring to what again?
I'll just read it. Through further cross-examination, Cohen told me that he knew there was money missing from the Trump inauguration.
I see where you are now. Thank you.
Okay, and then on the next page, into that first paragraph, Cohen decided that while he didn't believe the allegation of the Stormy Daniels story, that he thought the story would be embarrassing for Trump and especially for Melania, so he decided he would take care of it himself.
Absolutely, and that is contrary to what this guy testified to in court in New York yesterday.
Well, and what's not being talked about is your next paragraph, like the reason and his motivation for that. So if you could just kind of walk through that for the committee.
Yeah, obviously, when we started to talk about the NDAs, and this is the very first meeting at the Regency Hotel, when, by the way, Rudy Giuliani was not involved in representing Donald Trump at that time. Cohen testified that it was a conspiracy between Giuliani and Costello as of this date. Totally false. In any event, he also said that he didn't discuss the Stormy Daniels matter with us, and he certainly did. I specifically asked him because he kept on going back saying, I can't believe they're trying to put me in jail for these NDAs. So I said, Michael, tell me about the NDA. Tell me about Stormy Daniels. What did you do? He said, I got a call from a lawyer representing Stormy Daniels who represented that she was going to testify that Donald Trump had sex with Stormy Daniels. Michael Cohen said, I didn't believe the allegation, but I knew that such an allegation would be terribly embarrassing. He said it would be embarrassing. He focused on Melania Trump. He said, I didn't want to embarrass Melania Trump. He said, that's why I decided to take care of this on my own. I went back to that several times. You did this on your own? On my own. Did Donald Trump have anything to do with it? No. Did you get the money from Donald Trump? No. From any of his organizations? No. From anybody connected to Donald Trump? No. Where did you get the money? I took out a HELOC loan against my property. He said, why would you do that? He said, I didn't want anybody to know where I got this money. I didn't want Melania to know. I didn't want my own wife to know because she's in charge, he said, of the Cohen family finances. He said, if she saw money coming out of my account, she'd ask me 100 questions and I didn't want to answer any of them. It was clear after talking to him
Donald Trump's
for
life.
several days after that, whenever we talked on the
Biggest
phone
thing they
or in
can
my
dig up
office, that he
Is
kept
an
on bringing
NDA
up the
against a porn
subject that
star.
he felt he was betrayed by not being brought down to Washington, D.C. This guy thought, he said to me, that he should have been Attorney General of the United States, or at least the chief assistant to the president. Ludicrous, but that's what he thought. And he was very angry about that. He wanted to do something to put himself back into the inner circle of Donald Trump. That's why he took care of this on his own. There had to be a motivation. Michael Cohen is always working for things that benefit himself. And that's what he was doing here. That's completely different to what he said that he told the grand jury. That's completely different to what he's testifying to in New York. Nobody has heard this side of the equation.
Right.
When
Which is, I think, it's important that you're talking about that today. And I'm now on page 8, but just to keep, we're going to keep going from where you were in your written testimony. The point is, when Michael Cohen was presented with the opportunity to implicate Donald Trump in exchange for eliminating his own enormous legal problems, he repeatedly said he had nothing truthful on Donald Trump.
Yeah, why is that important? It's important because this guy literally was suicidal at the moment. He's saying, guys, I need you to tell me what
Gotta
my
spray
escape
paint
route
one.
is. How do I get out of this oncoming legal deluge that I see coming my way? And so I said, look, it's simple. If you look at what happened here, the U.S. attorney went to great lengths to get a search warrant for your law office. They had to go to Main Justice. They think you have something. Remember, he's telling us I didn't do anything illegal. Counts 1 through 7 that he pled guilty to had nothing to do with Donald Trump. He said, I didn't do anything illegal. And I've been cooperating with the special counsel. I've been cooperating with Congress. Didn't tell us that he lied to Congress. I said, Michael, isn't it
rant.
easier if you have something truthful? And I kept on repeating that. It's got to be truthful. Don't make something up. If you have something truthful on Donald Trump,
good back scratch.
isn't it easier for you to cooperate against Donald Trump than it is to kill yourself? The answer is obvious. So when they claim that I was trying to shut up Michael Cohen, it's exactly the opposite. I was on that first day telling him, here's your escape route if you have truthful information, but he didn't.
And at this time, you were his attorney, which is why he made all these admissions.
Yeah, I mean, he makes these claims that we were never his attorney. I can show you emails and text messages and phone calls where he kept on saying, Bob, you guys are on the team, but I don't want to announce it now. He had McDermott, Will, and Emery going through documents here in Washington, D.C. He said, I don't want to announce it now. We didn't give him a retainer agreement the first time we met him at the Regency Hotel. We gave him a retainer agreement when he came to our offices. He came to our offices that he kept on saying, well, I can't deal with this now. The guy slow played us. There's no question about it. And I told the partner in charge of this, he's slow playing us. Get rid of this guy. He's never going to come up with the money. He's a bad penny. He's just going to keep on coming back. So it wasn't my call because it was his client, not my client. So that's why Michael kept on calling me, and I was giving him the advice that I should have given him all along. Truthful advice. Nobody was pressuring him. I was giving him the straight facts as I knew them.
My time's expired. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from North Dakota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd yield to you.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Trustee, 17 years at the Department of Justice. Did the raid on Mar-a-Lago follow normal process?
I don't believe so.
You know who agrees with you? The Assistant FBI Director of the Washington Field Office, because we deposed him. And I just want to walk you through and say if what you saw squares with what Mr. D'Antuono testified to in a deposition in front of the committee. The Miami Field Office did not conduct the search. It's folks from Washington who came down and did the search. Is that unusual?
I would think so. You normally have at least some local component.
The department did not assign a U.S. attorney to head up the investigation. They ran it out of the field office. They ran it out of Washington, D.C. Is that unusual?
Well, I'm not sure it's unusual for DOJ attorneys to kind of assume authority in a vacuum. So, my understanding is Jay Bratt was involved from day one, and that continued through the search warrant, obviously.
Right, but normally wouldn't a U.S. attorney be assigned to it in most cases?
Yeah, eventually they would show up for court, but I don't think at that part of the process they were an active partner.
Did the FBI seek consent before they conducted the research?
Yeah, you got it right. All bullshit.
No, actually, the last thing that President Trump said when he allowed FBI agents in Mar-a-Lago in June was, anything you need, let me know. The only communication that came from DOJ after that was a request to put a padlock on the door where they knew the boxes were. And then the next thing we know,
which the president complied with.
Which he did immediately. And 2 months later, there's a search warrant.
And then did the FBI wait when they got on premise, had it secured? Did they wait for President Trump's legal team to be there and accompany them on the search?
No, they were too busy running
There
through
were
Melania's
requests
underwear
by
drawer.
representatives of President Trump to be, in the vicinity of the search. Those were denied. That is a right of law enforcement. They don't have to. But for a case of this historical precedence, consistent with my earlier remarks, some transparency, some openness would have been probably a valuable moment lost here.
No kidding. Talk to me about in your testimony. Two other things. You mentioned the 14th Amendment. I mean, this to me struck me as just absolutely craziness that they're going to go to state courts and try to keep the president off the ballot. Tell me your thoughts on this crazy concept.
Well, the Supreme Court unanimously agreed to end the nonsense of the disqualification litigation, but they never really reached the due process, which would have been a hornet's nest of going state by state and saying, how did they conduct these expedited trials? The fact that always grabbed me, and maybe this goes back to having a bad sense of humor, was in Colorado, they literally put a sociologist on the witness stand to say, when President Trump said, go peaceful and patriotically, I know from my Ouija board or whatever else he consults, that he really means be violent and attack the cops. I mean, that was considered admissible information in a hearing designed to take a presidential candidate off of a ballot. So I kind of wanted the Supreme Court to get the due process and join me in laughing at that, but they never got there.
Yeah, what he said, I've concluded, means exactly the opposite, and the court accepted that as evidence. Thank goodness the Supreme Court said 9-0. This is crazy. I want to read you one other thing from your testimony, which I just found amazing, and you briefly touched on it earlier. You said, if the this is a grand jury situation, in the grand jury, the prosecution said to Mr. Parlatore, if the president is being so cooperative, why won't he waive his attorney-client privilege? The fact that they asked that question in a grand, is, again, maybe as crazy as the whole 14th Amendment argument.
Yeah, I mean, again, nothing I'd seen in 35 years. And it was an over-aggressive moment of asking the grand jury to draw a negative inference from a lawful invocation of attorney-client privilege. That's just black letter unethical for a prosecutor to do.
Yeah, scary
They don't
stuff
care
that we
about
see
ethics.
going on, all to go after their political opponent. And we could go on with example after example. I mean, the one before where dangling the judgeship in front of a lawyer representing, when you got Jay Bratt and the DOJ there, is just, I mean, again, we could go on and on. I want to thank you both for testifying, and would yield back. The chair now recognizes
People don't
the
give a
gentleman from
rat's
Ohio,
ass about
Mr.
ethics.
Davidson.
I thank the chairman. I thank our witnesses. I regret that I didn't have the chance to dialogue with Mr. Hamilton, but I thank you guys for being here and staying a little longer than we thought the hearing would run. One of the most influential books that I've read is a short book called The Law by Frederick Bastiat. He was a French philosopher in the 1800s. He predates Karl Marx, and he was addressing the socialists. So they were already trying to weaponize law. His book about the law was, in fact, all about how the law was corrupted and perverted from its proper use of defending freedom and property rights to a form of corruption, legal plunder, as he termed it.
Yeah.
One of the quotes from the book is, he says, when law and morality contradict each other, the citizen has the cruel alternative of either losing his moral sense or losing his respect for the law. And I think that's where the American people are. They see that the law has been corrupted and perverted. They see, at best, a two-tiered system of justice. One of the most common questions probably every member of Congress gets, certainly when I talk to my closest friends, we all get this question: Congressman, when is someone going to jail? Now, to be fair, when the Democrats ask it, they want to know when a Republican's going to jail. And when the Republicans ask it, generally they want to know when a Democrat's going to jail. But the reality is people are seeing that there's one standard that they would be held to and another that's being applied to others. Political enemies, overwhelmingly. Political rivals. It's the weaponization of law, lawfare. And the tip of the spear of this is Donald Trump. You know, Donald Trump, they mocked when he said that they were spying on his campaign. Lo and behold, they were spying on his campaign. They said that the Russia collusion thing was all fake. They funded a $30+ million investigation into Donald Trump with the Mueller report. And people still think that's what he was impeached for. It was a nothing burger. No crime, no action. In fact, to the extent there was a crime, it was done by firms like Perkins Coie that rigged this whole hoax. It was against our national intelligence community that weaponized their trusted position in the intelligence and law enforcement community
Sorry, I had
to
a thought. I was looking
spy
at something.
on the presidential campaign of Donald Trump.
I don't think I do.
Now we see election interference in a different way in this campaign. We've got a case where we've seen, whether it's Alvin Bragg, Letitia James, others, that campaign on a platform for election of going after Donald Trump. Bonnie Willis raised money off of her criminal case against President Trump. Finally, Mr. Costello, I enjoyed your dialogue. And would you agree that these prosecutors are, in fact, politically motivated in their targeting of Donald Trump?
Without a doubt.
You think about the case in New York, Alvin Bragg's case. I mean, what is the crime? And to the extent there was a crime, how does it relate to Donald Trump? Could you elaborate?
Nobody knows what the crime is. They've taken a misdemeanor, which is barred by the statute of limitations, and tried to turn it into a felony by saying the misdemeanor was used to cover up an additional crime, the felony. It's hinted that the felony that they're trying to cover up is election interference. Election interference for the 2016 election. They claim was caused by false entries made in 2017. Now, how do you influence a 2016 election with 2017 allegedly false entries? They say, because I was puzzled by this, it's a conspiracy. Really, said I. I went and I pulled the indictment. There's 34 or 38 counts. No conspiracy count. One defendant, Donald Trump. It's absurd.
The whole case is, but yet in spite of that, and in spite of the fact that the world sees through this, we're all wondering whether or not we'll get a not guilty verdict to the extent we get a verdict. We don't trust that the law is actually going to be administered impartially. We're not sure that you could get an impartial trial of his peers, a jury of his peers. And this is the thing. Our criminal statutes are designed to protect the defendant. We've seen a clear abuse of the law. We've seen, as I point out, nothing new under the sun. And, you know, it's not like Bastiat was the first person to discover this. We've seen the first thing, basically, don't hurt people, don't take their stuff. Because humans have a hard time with that, we started pointing someone to be the judge. Who was the one in the right? Who was the one in the wrong? People see through this, and they're going to see it on November 5th. And I just trust that this country is worth defending. And I applaud the people that are standing up against injustice. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Well done. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Here's what I think is abundantly clear. The Democrats will do and are doing everything in their power to keep President Trump off the ballot or from winning. Nothing is off the table. Things I'd never imagined or even thought were remotely possible are now happening in the United States of America. You name it, and they're doing it. They're taking the decision away from voters by outright stripping his name off the ballot. Of course, the Supreme Court rightfully intervened there, but you had unelected secretaries of state, unaccountable judges making these decisions. They spied on his campaign, as we've talked about. They abused FISA, fabricated documents, and relied on a paid-for campaign dossier to spy on his campaign. Again, falsely alleging that there was some Russian collusion, which has been debunked over and over again. And the most egregious yet, we have not one, not two or three, but 4 politically motivated cases that are happening all around the country.
One that
Again,
they
it's
were
to keep
showing
him
on
off the
Martha
campaign trail.
Martha
It's to smear his
Boda
reputation, and it's
Romo's,
to
whatever
drain
her
him of
Martha
resources.
Romo's
This is
show.
a targeted, this is a meticulous effort and a plan of attack to usurp the will of the people. Again, at the expense of our own institutions. That's what's most troubling to me as a lawyer, is that we're using Article 1 to attack him. We're using Article 2 to attack him, and now we're using the courts. These local prosecutors should be focused on cleaning up their streets, cleaning up their communities, stopping people from getting shot on the subways, and prosecuting real crimes, for goodness sakes. But we don't have that here. We have Donald Trump, right? Let's go after him. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into the record an article by America First Policy Institute called Progressive Prosecutors Abusing Their Power.
Without objection.
You know, in Georgia, Fannie Willis brought charges against President Trump immediately when he announced his reelection. I guess there's so much bandwidth in her jurisdiction that she can take taxpayer-funneled vacations with her lover and ignore real crime that is happening because there's just not much to do
Well,
in Georgia.
Fulton County's corrupt as fuck.
The case.
So.
We have, she oversees, quite frankly, according to this article, a top 5 Georgia crime capital with a rate of 30.5 crimes per 100,000 residents. In 2022, larceny was the highest offense in Fulton County with 19,509 thefts recorded. Alvin Bragg waited 5 years to criminally indict President Trump on 34 counts of falsifying business records. And again, going around the statute of limitations to create some weird, nuanced, and novel way to prosecute an alleged crime. Not to mention he hired the former number 3 official in Biden's DOJ, who has been paid for by the DNC to be a top prosecutor of the case. Meanwhile, during Bragg's first year as DA, data showed that conviction rate,
Chessboard, what's up, my brother?
This, of only 51%
this
for
is live,
serious
bro.
felony charges. That's not really good, is it? A conviction rate at 51%?
It's awful.
And misdemeanor convictions went from 53% down to 28%. I mean, I would think that would be like a fireable offense if I was electing somebody to be my prosecutor.
That's true. And the governor of New York could do that, but she hasn't.
You know, our rule of
He's
law I
not
think
going
needs to be
to.
restored, and I'm deeply troubled by the ways in which Democrats are attacking the institutions of our country.
These people
And of
do
course,
not care
our former
about punishing
president of the
violent
United States, who
criminals.
is now running and is the lead candidate and the presumptive nominee for the Republican Party. I introduced this Congress the No More Political Prosecutions Act, which would allow someone like President Trump to remove his case in state court to a federal court at his discretion if he wanted to. Why might that be important, Mr. Trustee?
Well, I think as we're seeing play out in front of us, there's political bias that's demonstrated before people are even in office, and a desire to carry the torch against President Trump in this case, maybe get a few visits to the White House along the way. And ultimately, it's the genie getting out of the bottle. I mean, the reason why that, and I haven't studied your legislation, but the reason that concept makes sense to me is because maybe it is the tip of the spear, but there's a whole spear behind the tip. And the very people that are okay with politicized DOJ may be feeling very differently 5, 10, 30, 60 years from now. I think we're at that pivotal moment where we have to take action to reform the lawfare that's
should have
taking
been
place around us.
reformed.
Right, in the case of Alvin
decades ago.
Bragg, right, he campaigned on going against President Trump. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
And in
yes.
fact, I think one of our colleagues on this committee, Mr. Goldman, fundraised for him in that effort. And so now we have a case that apparently, again, there's no crime in the District of Manhattan, and we're going after President Trump. Why would jury pools be a reason why this legislation might be important? The jury pool in Manhattan as opposed to a federal court. What are the differences? And why
You're
might that
not
be
going to get
attractive
a
to somebody who has served our country as president or
unbiased
vice
jury.
president?
Well,
in
it's a
these
wider net when you have a federal jury pool in terms of who the base of folks are. And what you're looking for is not a perfect microcosm of the United States at any given moment. There's, I've tried cases where we had people from the eastern shore of Maryland and the western parts of Maryland, and then all points in between. So you get all sorts of different philosophies and backgrounds. That's understood.
Yeah, that's what they tell you.
When you have, I'm limited. Last question, though.
Thoughts, what's
Oftentimes,
up, my
too,
brother?
The voir dire process in federal court is much more robust than state court. Might that be attractive to somebody who's served as president?
Yeah, it tends to be a pretty rigorous
damn
process.
sure
I've
does,
had death
Steve.
penalty prosecutions where weeks were spent picking a jury. High-profile defendants are going to have probably more protection, general rule, but more protection going through the voir dire process in a federal case.
Thank you, Mr. Trustee. Mr. Chairman, I yield my time.
Gentleman yields back. I just want to go one quick thing, and then I'll give the ranking member a chance to say something before we close our hearing. But I was struck by what you just said there a few minutes ago, Mr. Trustee. Said there's talk about the tip of the spear, but there's a spear behind the tip. And I always remind folks that the mob is never satisfied.
That does
right now,
not
there's
surprise
people
me,
saying,
Chess.
the left is saying go after President Trump. We think it's ridiculous what's going on. But they'll come for everybody at some point. And we have seen examples. Slightly different context, but the cancel culture mob a few years ago said Dianne Feinstein wasn't even good enough for him because she said something 35, 40 years ago And the Dianne Feinstein Elementary School in San Francisco is no longer named Dianne Feinstein Elementary School because it's something
Crank
she
him down
said
a
is
little bit. We're
never,
kind of tired at the end
ever
of it here, but
satisfied. And that to me is the larger
DAs
point.
are
What they're doing to
not
President
worried
Trump
at
is
all
so
about
wrong,
putting violent criminals
but
in jail
what it means for all of us,
and keeping them there.
330 some million in this country,
They
what
will
it
let
potentially
violent
means for
criminals out
any and
all
all
day
of us
long.
is what scares me
But
the
if you
most.
look at someone,
Ranking
let's
Member
go to, since we're talking about New York, let's go
Thank
to
you, Mr.
Dexter
Chairman,
Taylor's
and I'll
case.
be brief this time.
Nonviolent guy, no criminal
I know that
history.
we have
He
some
built some guns
attorneys
and he had
here who
50
have
rounds of
had storied
ammunition.
careers in their work.
They put him in
One of them,
jail,
Ms.
in prison
Weinbank,
for 10
stated
years.
that she believed that former President Trump is a more existential threat to our democracy than Richard Nixon was. And when I look at some of the statements that President Trump has made,
Lady, people
and we're
should be a threat
concerned
to your
about
democracy because we're
DOJ,
not a
the
democracy.
Department
We
of
are a
Justice, where
republic.
I was
Supposed
so
to be.
honored to be a member of that team with individuals who, when I got there
Muppet.
in 2001, had been there since Robert F. Kennedy had hired them as honors graduates from law school. Just an incredible place. But we have a president who I don't think it's a joke when he says things, or humorous when he says things like, I will appoint a real special prosecutor to go after the most corrupt president in history of the United States, Joe Biden and the entire crime family. Or if he says, if I happen to be president and see somebody who's doing well and beating me badly, I say, go down and indict them. When his own former chiefs of staff and others say that he is going to be a threat to this democracy. We don't want to talk about Trump and we don't want to go after him. Let's use this committee
Remember,
time to shore
Democrats
up
are all
those
about their
agencies
democracy, guys, and
that
they
are
mean
in fact
they want
going to
mob
be there
rule.
as guardrails to ensure that all of us are treated equally under the law. And I yield back.
There's a reason all 4 cases are falling apart. It's because they were ridiculous cases, never should have been brought. I want to thank our witnesses for being here today. Ms. Weinbanks, thank you. Mr. Trustee, thank you for your good work and your outstanding testimony. Mr. Costello, the same for you. We appreciate you taking the time to share the truth with this committee. And with that, that concludes today's hearing. We thank our witnesses again. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions.
Let me kill this, and we're going to bring up another hearing that happened today, and it might still be ongoing, but we're going to crank it up, I think, from the start. Just because I want to see what they're trying to push in this one. So this is supposed to be about, what they say,
The Committee on Homeland Security will come to order.
state and local law
Without
enforcement
objection, the
officials
chair may declare the
testify
committee in recess at any point. Before we begin
on
today's
law
hearing,
enforcement
I would like to
challenges.
take a moment
So I
to
wonder how many
recognize
times ghost guns and
the
shit
loss
like
of our
that's going
dear
to come up during
friend
this hearing.
to all on this committee, Congressman Donald Payne, Jr. Congressman Payne was a fierce advocate for the people of New Jersey's 10th District. His legacy, along with his father's legacy, will serve as a reminder to us all of what it means to be a true public servant. I really appreciated the time that I got to work with Congressman Payne on the colorectal.
Oh, that man,
cancer
they are all
caucus.
about a
He
system
was
like
a
socialism,
fierce fighter against that
democracy.
disease. I now recognize for a
Then they
moment
can
the
really
ranking
start
member,
extending their power out there.
Ranking Member Thompson, to honor the life and legacy of Representative Payne.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. This morning, we remember the life of Congressman Donald M. Payne, Jr., our colleague and friend. He was a union worker, a toll collector. He literally kept the buses of Essex County, New Jersey, running on time. He was an Essex County freeholder, a New York City Council member,
I don't
a city
care.
council's plan for children's unique needs during disasters. His legacy lives on in the hearts.
The purpose of our hearing today is to receive testimony from state and local law enforcement officers and the hurdles that their law enforcement agencies face in keeping our communities safe. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. Good morning. We're here today to honor and recognize law enforcement officers nationwide during
Because
National Police
this week is Police Week.
While our nation has always been grateful to our men and women in law enforcement, beginning in 1962,
And I need more
we officially
Motrin. I'll be
began
right back.
recognizing their bravery, sacrifice, and unwavering commitment to public safety on the 15th of May. Supporting our men and women in law enforcement should not be reserved for 1 week out of the year. Our nation should be grateful every day to this unique group of men and women who risk their lives for our freedom and who serve our communities with a distinct sense of duty and honor. There's a saying that service is the rent we pay for living on earth. Our men and women who protect us daily pay the ultimate service and, for far too many, the ultimate sacrifice. Last year, 136 law enforcement officers were tragically killed in the line of duty. This year, there's been 56 and countless others injured. Just a few weeks ago, April 16th, police officer Michael Jensen of the Syracuse Police Department and Lieutenant Husak of the Onondaga County Sheriff's Office in New York were both shot and killed while attempting to locate a subject who had led officers on a vehicle pursuit. Officer Jensen had served with the Syracuse Police Department 2.5 years, and he is survived by his parents and sisters.
Well, I'll guarantee you cops will
Lieutenant
probably
Husak
shoot more people than
served
Sparks Elite
with
this
the County
week.
Sheriff's Office for 16 years. He is survived by his wife and 3 children. I know for them and their colleagues, this loss is incomprehensible. In early May,
I think I'm
4
joking.
law enforcement officers were killed in Charlotte, North Carolina, while attempting to serve a warrant to a convicted felon, and 4 more were injured. A former Durham-based Marshals Service Task Force officer stated that he cannot remember another time in his 35-year career when 8 officers were attacked in one incident. From violent attacks on law enforcement to significant increase in crime across the country, it is an understatement to say that Americans no longer feel safe in their communities. We must provide reassurance to law-abiding citizens by holding lawbreakers accountable and let the level of accountability serve as a deterrence to others. Tough prosecutions, proper sentencing are not only examples of holding criminals accountable for their actions, but they send a message that federal, state, and local jurisdictions will do what is
Technically, we don't pay them. They
citizens.
steal money from us
Even
and
more
then
important,
rule
this
over
action
us.
will communicate to our law enforcement officers our appreciation and our commitment to equipping them.
This
with the
isn't
resources
governed by the
required to
consent of the
fulfill their
governed.
duties.
Not for a
Increasing
very,
crime
very
rates
long
and
time.
obstacles to prosecuting criminals are challenging enough, but dealing with these difficulties without adequate manpower and funding adds to the burden that law enforcement agencies across the nation are confronting. Law enforcement agencies are not only grappling with unprecedented challenges in recruiting new personnel, but are also contending with attrition rates and budget reductions.
This is one of those hearings I
These
should have made
factors
up bingo
hinder
cards
law
for.
enforcement agencies'
Because I'm wondering
ability to fulfill their
about
obligation
ghost
to safeguard
guns
Americans and
and assault
obstruct
weapons
police
bans.
departments nationwide from assessing the
Scary
necessary resources
things.
to enhance their officer training.
Pasty magazine.
In so doing, these factors also increase
I'm
the
wondering
risk to
how
men and
much the
women
Democrats will bring that
of
up in
blue
this
or in
hearing.
blue who risk all for us every day. By reducing law enforcement budgets, police departments will face the tough decision of either lowering standards or being unable to fulfill their hiring requirements. This committee plays a critical role in overseeing the Department of Homeland Security, which aims to assist state, local, and tribal and territorial law enforcement agencies in ensuring the safety, security, and resilience of our communities. We continue to focus on ensuring that information is efficiently shared between the federal government and state and local law enforcement agencies to combat the wide variety of threats from criminals and terrorists. Different parts of our country have their own unique challenges when it comes to dealing with crime. It's important that we ensure that DHS is properly
All right, Ag, we'll
both
catch you after a while, brother, man.
and rural communities as they confront these challenges. Today, I hope we can examine the ways that DHS supports these law enforcement agencies and identify new ways to improve. We should all work to ensure that the resources provided by DHS are effective in assisting law enforcement as they work to carry out their important mission. Lastly, it's crucial that as a nation, we regain a sense of appreciation and respect for the men and women in law enforcement who serve our communities and who pay the ultimate sacrifice for our protections. We have a distinguished panel of witnesses to testify about the daily challenges, successes, and strategies their officers encounter in dealing with various issues within their departments and communities. Thank you again to our witnesses for being here. this morning, and I look forward to this important discussion. Before I recognize the ranking member for his opening statement, I would like to welcome Mr. Kennedy from New York to Congress and to our committee. I look forward to working with you, and I will say that your addition here takes us to 7 members from New York. I think you're now 21% of this committee, so.
In a lot of cases, yeah, Matt.
Not sure
Or
what
at
that
least
means,
allow
but we're
people to
glad
have the
you.
tools to defend themselves.
It actually is, reflects back to the start of this committee and really what started it all. So we're very glad to have you. I now recognize the ranking member, the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank our panel of witnesses for being here today and for their service to our country. In honor of National Police Week, I also want to recognize the incredible contributions of law enforcement and honor those brave officers who made the ultimate sacrifice to keep our communities safe. Our nation is forever in their debt. Today, the committee is meeting to examine how Congress can support state and local law enforcement. This is an important question. National Police Week is of great importance, but congressional support for law enforcement is about more than attending a ceremony or wearing a blue ribbon on your lapel 1 week out of the year. It's about supporting law enforcement, not just where ceremonial words or symbolic gestures, but showing up when it counts and voting for the resources our police officers need every day. It's about saying no when a disgraced former president calls for defunding the FBI or certain members threaten to cut off funding for DHS because they have political disagreements with the Biden administration. It's about keeping dangerous weapons out of the hands of those who would seek to harm our communities, our kids, our houses of worship, our supermarkets, our gathering places, and the police sworn to protect all of us. And it's about honoring the heroic law enforcement officers, Capitol Police, Metropolitan Police, and others who protected and defended this very Capitol and everyone in it on January 6, 2021. While extreme MAGA Republicans try to cut funding and undermine public trust in law enforcement, Democrats are committed to providing federal, state, local, tribal,
Here we go.
and territorial law enforcement with funding and support to keep our communities safe. Democrats have made historic investments in public safety, law enforcement, school security, gun violence prevention, and nonprofit security for churches, synagogues, and schools. As a result, violent crime has dropped across nearly every category during the Biden administration. We're proud of doing right by law enforcement, but recognize
Simply
more
not
remains to be
prosecuting
done.
crimes and not
I hope to
reporting
hear from our
crimes
witnesses
isn't a drop
today
in crime.
about supporting community policing efforts across the country and how Congress can help fund these critical efforts. I also hope to hear from our witnesses about how we can encourage police forces.
This one
to
isn't live
recruit
right
more
now. Let me
diverse
pause
candidates.
this real quick and let's explain something to the class. There are a couple things at work here. One thing at work that is actually helping crime drop is that more states have gone to constitutional carry. So more people are out there ready to defend themselves from criminals. And criminals are aware of that. And in some cases, that has helped lower crime. The other thing that's happening is prosecutors who are refusing to prosecute crime, refusing to charge, and certainly not reporting crimes is leading to drops in some areas on the paper. In reality, the crime is going through the roof in those areas. By the way, those are typically areas where they still try to restrict people's rights to defend themselves while crime goes through the roof, and then they just don't report it. So there's a couple different things going on right now that are causing this so-called drop in crime. One is a true drop where more states are constitutional carry, more people are carrying for self-defense. And the other one is an artificial drop where they're just not reporting, they're not charging. DAs are letting people back out on the streets quickly. All the way to some of the funniest shit is looking at some of these reports that I've seen where they won't even be honest about the race of the person who has committed the crime and has actually been charged. They're labeling a hell of a lot of them as white or Caucasian. They must have some of the best tanning equipment I've ever, seen in my life. So they're playing very fast and very loose with these numbers.
Candidates, including people of color and women, because police forces work best when they reflect the communities they serve. Again, I thank the witnesses for joining us today and express my appreciation for all the men and women of law enforcement who serve communities across America with honor and integrity. Be assured that those words have been and will continue to be backed up by action. Before I close, Mr. Chairman, I want to take a moment to welcome, as you did, a new member of our committee, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy. While we have quite a few New Yorkers serving on this panel, as already been said, Mr. Kennedy is the only one that represents a district in Western New York. His district is located on the U.S.-Canada border and has multiple international crossings, including the Peace Bridge. I know he will be actively engaged on northern borders issues, and we welcome it. Mr. Kennedy also recently chaired the New York State Senate's Transportation Committee, which will be invaluable to his service on this committee's Transportation and Maritime Subcommittee. We welcome him and we wish you well. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Does he know anything
Thank
about
you, sir.
bridge collapse?
Other members of the committee are reminded that opening statements may be submitted for the record. I'm pleased to have an important panel of witnesses before us today, and I ask that our witnesses please rise and raise their right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give before the Committee on Homeland Security of the United States House of Representatives will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Let the record reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Thank you. You may be seated. I'd like to now formally introduce our witnesses. The Honorable Gregory Mays serves as the Deputy Commissioner of Homeland Security for the Tennessee Department of Safety and Homeland Security. Prior to his appointment, Mr. Hayes had a distinguished career with the United States Secret Service, serving in a variety of roles that spanned a 25-year career. He holds a bachelor's degree from Auburn University, where he received his commission as an officer in the United States
That doesn't
Navy
surprise
through the
me,
Navy
Jess.
ROTC program. Following Naval Flight Officer training, Mr. Mays was assigned to Patrol Squadron 5, where he was
There are a lot of
designated
places
the
right
Patrol
now
Plane
where
Mission
they will
Commander and
card you
completed
regardless of how
deployments,
old you look.
including numerous missions in support of Operation Desert Storm. Sheriff Mike Chapman
Hell, I
was
get
first
carded to
elected
go buy
Sheriff of
smokes
Loudoun
and
County,
beer,
Virginia in 2011.
depending on where I'm
Was
at.
reelected to his fourth term in 2023. He directs the largest full-service sheriff's office in the Commonwealth of Virginia and employs approximately 700 sworn deputies and 200 civilian personnel, and serves a population of approximately 447,000 residents in an area of 519 square miles. Sheriff Chapman has been a leader in advancing proactive and successful law enforcement and community engagement programs. During his tenure, major crime decreased 37%, the greatest reduction of any jurisdiction in the Washington metropolitan area. He has also successfully led efforts in addressing the heroin and most recently fentanyl problems that have impacted Loudoun County. Mr. Michael Bullock currently serves as the president of the Austin Police Association. During his time as president, he has worked to
Notice
address
where
the
these
recruiting and retention
guys are
problems
from.
that have affected
Austin.
the Austin Police Department. President Bullock is a 6-year veteran of the Austin Police Department. Mr. Rodney Bryant serves as the president of the
I
National
got
Black
the
Law
feeling that
Enforcement
the
Executives.
right to bear
Prior to
arms
his
isn't going to
work
get a
with the
whole lot
National
of
Black
love in
Law
this
Enforcement
hearing.
Executives, Mr. Bryant served 34 years in the Atlanta Police Department. During his career, he climbed the ranks, serving as a patrol officer, senior police, sergeant, lieutenant, assistant commander, and major. Highlights of his career include leading the command of the college football playoff championship in 2018 and Super Bowl 53 in 2019. He retired in 2022 as the 25th chief of the department. I thank all the witnesses for being here today, and I now recognize Deputy Commissioner Mays for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Green and Ranking Member Thompson, for holding this hearing and for the invitation to testify with my fellow law enforcement leaders on some of the critical law enforcement and security issues facing the American homeland. The Tennessee Office of Homeland Security is a law enforcement agency with statewide jurisdiction. Our primary mission is to investigate threats to life, threats to our schools, to protect our state's critical infrastructure and major events, and to work with our federal, state, and local partners to prepare for and mitigate any threat to our state. Our department's overall mission is to serve, secure, and protect the people of Tennessee. We set about every day to accomplish that mission. As we gather here today during National Police Week to honor the fallen police officers across our nation, it's also a time for us to discuss or to focus on the challenges faced by local law enforcement and the threats to our homeland. My testimony will focus on 3 areas to highlight some successes and challenges, and I thank you again for the opportunity to be here. I would like to start with security in our schools. On March 27th, 2023, Nashville was rocked by a shooting at the Covenant School. 3 children and 3 adults lost their lives, in addition to the shooter, who was killed by police while she was still shooting at arriving officers from a 2nd-story window of the school. This shooting, so close to home, further steeled our resolve to do everything we can to prevent something similar from happening again. We approach school security in Tennessee by focusing on 3 main areas: physical security.
Now, Tennessee just voted in
warlocks,
allowing teachers to carry.
Sometimes the simple solutions are the best.
We got to jump through a bunch of hoops.
Secondly, we must have proper response and training so that our officers respond properly, just as the Metro Nashville Police Department did at the Covenant shooting. And third, perhaps the most complex, we must investigate every credible threat and evaluate the subject's capability and intent to act violently. Research, such as the U.S. Secret Service's National Threat Assessment Center study, published in 2021, titled Averting Targeted School Violence, looked at 67 different averted school attacks. 94% of the school shooters told somebody they were going to do it. The other 6% in that study were behaving so oddly that someone else reported them. So we can take away from that in all cases, we, the collective community, need to have our ears turned and be listening and then respond when threats come to our schools. We encourage this type of reporting, and the Tennessee Office of Homeland Security operates a 24/7 threat desk. Since the start of this school year, we have received approximately 322 threats to Tennessee schools. That amounts to a little over 1 threat to a Tennessee school every day. In the interest of time here, I'd like to pivot now to the subject of grants. Tennessee has benefited greatly from our federal Homeland Security grant program. Funding for these state and territorial preparedness grants has dropped 44% since FY 2010. With a 10% cut alone in FY 24. We rely on these programs, state and local law enforcement do, and these grant programs save lives. As an example, on July 31st, 2023.
It sounds like one that would be real happy to get some red flag
Hebrew
funding.
Academy in Memphis with the apparent intent to kill those inside this Jewish school. After unsuccessful attempts to gain entry through locked doors, the subject fired shots outside the school and fled. He was encountered by police a short distance away, was taken into custody after brandishing a weapon. The school credited the recent security upgrades as saving lives, and they wrote a letter to my office, and I want to read just a couple of sentences from it. Quote, "The implementation of the latest security grant," he's talking about the nonprofit security grant from DHS. "The implementation of the latest security grant allowed us to reinforce our entrances with new doors and access control, ultimately preventing the shooter from gaining entry. Additionally, the cameras installed from the previous grant played a pivotal role in assisting law enforcement in locating and neutralizing the shooter swiftly." Again, these grant funds save lives, and as federal funding for these programs decline, the needs are increasing. In Tennessee, we do not rely just on federal funding for the nonprofit grants. We have a state-funded program, and as an illustration of how much of a need there is, last year we received $2.2 million in requests, and we far outstripping the $750,000 in state funds that I had to award. And in the interest of time, sir, I'll conclude my testimony there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
I now recognize Sheriff Chapman. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, and members of the committee. My name is Mike Chapman. I'm the elected Sheriff of Loudoun County, Virginia. I appreciate being invited to testify at this important hearing during this one of the most important weeks of the year for law enforcement. Loudoun County sits about 30 miles southwest of Washington, D.C. and is home to about 450,000 residents. I am in my 46th year of law enforcement, having served as a police officer and detective in Maryland, 23 years as a Drug Enforcement Administration as a special agent from coast to coast and in 3 foreign assignments, and over 12 years as an elected sheriff of Virginia's largest full-service sheriff's office, appointing close to 900. Prior to being elected sheriff, I served 3 years as a law enforcement subject matter expert with Booz Allen. I bring firsthand knowledge of police work, federal experience, a private sector perspective, and the complexities associated with the elected office of sheriff. I'm here today on behalf of the National Sheriff's Association and serve as its chair for Homeland Security and on its board of directors. I'd like to address today's hearing, standing strong with the thin blue line, how Congress can support state and local law enforcement. Historically and currently, law enforcement collaborates well together, regardless if it is the sheriff's office or police department. When national law enforcement organizations collectively present their concerns and positions, whether in support or opposition to legislation, Congress needs to listen. Congress's decision can significantly impede law enforcement service performance, investigations, or even recruiting. Supplying grant money or funding is not the cure-all.
That sounds like what a lot of this is going to be. This is going to be about cops grants.
This is National
It's going to be about red flag
honors the day-to-day service and
grants.
sacrifice of our law enforcement community. And on this day, Peace Officer Memorial Day, we honor those who have given their lives in the line of duty. This year, we have already witnessed 58 line of duty deaths among law enforcement officers, with 23 of those by gunfire. Our job is dangerous, and we need to help and serve and protect our communities and ourselves. We ask that you recognize how law enforcement has and continues to raise the bar. The progress that I have witnessed since I was hired to be a police officer back in 1978, when it comes to training, professionalism, innovation, and best practices, is nothing short of amazing. It is important that you recognize the progress and publicly show your support for our profession. It is also important that you listen so that you can help us do our jobs better. Let's start with intelligence gathering and police response. Currently, there are 80 state or locally run fusion centers in 50 states and U.S. territories. They receive federal grant funding, which accounts for about 1/3 of the cost of operation. There's
I don't know
also
which one you're
federal,
talking
state, and
about,
local
Matt.
coordination. 6 strategically placed regional information systems, RIS, centers across the U.S. Considering that local law enforcement are the boots on the ground, it is critical that federal information flows quickly in our direction, even if the information is incomplete. The responsibility for this communication and coordination primarily falls under the Department of Homeland Security, Intelligence and Analysis, INA.
Department of Homeland Security title just grates my nerves.
Required to coordinate Homeland Security threat information sharing with state and local law enforcement governments throughout fusion centers. Congress should ensure that INA is equipped and empowered to carry out that mission effectively. In Loudoun County, I experienced personal case study with DHS regarding poor communication, both laterally and with other federal agencies and onward to state and local agencies. In February of 2022, I was made aware of some 1,000 evacuees from Afghanistan that would be arriving in Loudoun County in 2 weeks as part of Operation Allies Welcome.
Oh, yeah.
Afghanistan. This
I
will be
know
the
which one you're
first
talking
wave
about.
during a 6-month period, all to be located at the National Conference
That's one of the
Center
ones that
Style
led to
Living
the
facility in the suburban residential
parents
area of
showing
our
up at
county next to a
school
middle
board
and high
meetings
school.
being considered
I immediately reached out to
extremists.
the DHS's chief of staff for additional information and to question their lack of notification earlier to local enforcement and our public safety partners. We needed to know how well the
That's one. Her
evacuees were
dad
vetted,
ended up
if
getting
the local
arrested
hospital had been contacted, if school personnel and
because he
community
dared
members
question
living
the
within
school
walking
for
distance
covering up the assault.
in that community were notified, if any houses of worship had been contacted, if language capability services had been retained, and how security would be conducted. Unfortunately, none of these concerns had been addressed. DHS subsequently postponed the resettlement for 2 weeks, still not addressing these issues. I alerted the public and organized a community stakeholders meeting, including dozens of agencies, which led to specific assignments in a community forum that, for the most part, alleviated the apprehension of this to the community. Our local initiative made a huge difference. For the next 6 months, potential chaos was averted and there were no major public safety incidents. It's extraordinary effort, however, would not have been necessary had DHS communicated an organized plan. We hope that this will improve in the future. Today, we face a new set of challenges on many of our college campuses and cities over matters regarding the Middle East. It is critical that we receive timely information from DHS to get ahead of the curve. We need your help. We need your backing. We need improved communication from DHS to our local officers and deputies. Thank you again for holding this hearing and for listening.
Thank you, Sheriff Chapman, and I now recognize Mr. Bullock for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statement.
Chairman Green, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Michael Bullock, and I'm the president of the Austin Police Association in Texas, as well as a senior police officer with the Austin Police Department. I wish it were amidst better times that I sat here before you today, but this somber week of honoring our fellow law enforcement officers killed in the line of duty sets the tone for the state of our profession. In my view, the state of law enforcement is dire. We all recognize that criminal justice as a whole is a complex policy issue for which no singular solution exists. But if we continue to do nothing, the sense of lawlessness being
No
perpetuated in
singular
urban
solution,
city
but
centers and
it's a
across
good
the
start
country
when you
will
take
only get
violent
worse.
people off the street.
Austin is the 10th largest city in the United States with 1 million people living in the capital of Texas. Despite this, we don't even make the top 25 list when it comes to staffing. We are 700 officers short of where studies done by the city of Austin have shown we need to be. Our staffing issues can be linked to a few key events, though our struggles are shared by agencies all across the country. In 2017, the Austin City Council unanimously voted against a contract with the Austin Police Association, which governs the wages, benefits, and working conditions of the men and women of the Austin Police Department. As a result, beginning in 2018, we have had more officers leave our department each year than have joined. Compounding this problem in 2020 was when our city leaders defunded our department by $150 million, cut 150 authorized positions, and canceled cadet classes, all for the sake of political posturing. Our staffing has been in a free fall that's led us to a vacancy rate of over 30%. Little surprise then that after these decisions and an exodus from the department began, that a year later, our number of homicides nearly doubled. The last 3 years have been the highest homicide numbers in Austin's history.
It's funny
Though we
because
are not a
what
border
has Austin
city,
done?
the
I'll
impact of
guarantee you
immigration
they
policies is felt by us as
basically
well.
defunded their
Our
police
city has
departments.
asked for help from the
They've
Texas
got a
State
very
Troopers,
liberal
who
DA
came for a
there
time
that's
and had a
refusing to
notable
put
impact on
violent
crime by
criminals in
increasing patrol
prison.
presence. But due to the ongoing border crisis, they were called away to help secure the Texas border.
Oh yeah,
and
let's
no
not
longer
forget
able to
about the
help us in
border.
Austin. As a result, in May of 2023, teenagers shot and killed a man in Southeast Austin when attempting to rob him. The reason they gave for this heinous crime was they knew state troopers had left Austin and they decided to start committing crime again. Adding additional layers of complexity to this issue is a lackadaisical attitude towards holding criminals accountable by judges and prosecutors, while at the same time seeing those same prosecutors target officers, which in turn has encouraged criminals to be increasingly violent towards law enforcement. Over these same time periods, we've seen a myriad of critical incidents take place. Austin has dealt with a serial bomber planting improvised explosive devices all across our city, killing our residents. We've had numerous mass shootings, including one breaking out during one of our largest festivals that draws people from all across the country to visit our city. And most notably on our minds is an incident that took a life of one of our own. On November 11th, 2023, in the early morning hours, our APD SWAT team was called to a residence in Southeast Austin where an armed subject was barricaded inside the residence, had already stabbed one of his family members with 2 more held hostage inside. And he had shot at officers when they had initially responded. Fearing for the lives of others inside the residence and knowing this vile suspect had already attempted to kill one of his own family members and willingly shot at our fellow law enforcement officers, our SWAT team went through the door to try and save lives. After going in, they were met by a hellacious barrage of gunfire from the suspect, who was well armed and wearing body armor. While the suspect was ultimately killed, it came at a high price. 2 of our officers were shot, one of which was Officer George Pastor, who paid the ultimate sacrifice. Across this country, we now see a law enforcement officer shot in the line of duty every 21 hours. This year alone, we've had over 145 officers shot, which has been increasing year over year. Our job is to uphold the Constitution and enforce the laws passed by yourselves, as well as your state and local
It
counterparts.
should be to uphold the Constitution.
This is a charge that we take seriously,
uphold the
and one
law.
we are willing to sacrifice our lives for.
Nah, fuck that.
I sit here before you today, though, pleading for your help. We need help in addressing our staffing needs, support in enforcing our laws, providing better training resources, and transcending the political rhetoric to end the war on law enforcement and restore law and order in our country. The trends we see in Austin are not isolated, and if not reversed, I fear that lawlessness is all but inevitable. Again, thank you all for your time and for taking up this important matter, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr.
Just
Bryant,
me,
for
or
your
does he look like a
testimony.
skinnier version of Dark?
Or I'm sorry, Mr. Bullock, for your testimony. And I now recognize Mr. Bryant for his 5 minutes, summarize his opening statement.
Mark Green, Ranking Member Congressman Benny Thompson, and committee members. I bring you greetings on behalf of the Executive Board, members, and constituents of the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives, NOBLE. My name is Rodney Bryant.
Yeah, so I'm not
and
the
I
only
am
one
the
there.
National President. NOBLE serves as the conscience of law enforcement by being committed to justice by action. NOBLE has 58 chapters and represent over 4,500 members worldwide that consist of chief executive officers, command level law enforcement officials, and federal, state, local, county law enforcement agencies, and criminal justice practitioners. I have served more than 35 years in law enforcement profession in various positions of increasing responsibilities to include serving as a patrol officer and ascending all ranks to become the 25th Chief of Police of the City of Atlanta. It is an honor for NOBLE to provide written testimony on the topic of standing strong on the thin blue line, how Congress can support local law enforcement. I would be remiss if I did not recognize that this week is National Police Week, where we honor and remember those law enforcement officers who have made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty. In 2023, approximately 136 officers died in the line of duty, representing a 40% reduction compared to 2022. However, one officer is one too many. NOBLE will continue to stand vigilant and in solidarity with law enforcement in an effort to reduce the statistics. We invite Congress to join us in this noble pursuit. On April 29th, our nation experienced the deadliest attack against U.S. law enforcement officers since 2016. An AR-15 semi-automatic rifle and a .40 caliber handgun were deployed in Charlotte, North Carolina, shooting that result in 4 law enforcement officers being killed and wounding 4 others. I extend heartfelt prayers and condolences to the officers, families,
Bob, what's
agencies,
up, my
and
brother?
affected communities. NOBLE is very concerned about the level of gun violence in the United States, and specifically the correlation between
And NOBLE
violence and
normally
proliferation
supports
of
every
assault weapons
retarded ass
and
gun law.
high-capacity ammunition magazine. It is our organization's opinion that violence, particularly gun violence, is a public health issue. And with all public health issues,
Should have made up the bingo
demands
card.
a comprehensive, non-judgmental, pragmatic, evidence-based approach to saving lives and reducing injuries. A positive step toward addressing the level of gun violence in our nation has taken with the passage of the bipartisan Safer Communities Act. Noble supported this legislation.
Of course you
The
did.
bill
You guys
combined
support
gun
all
safety
gun control.
legislation with mental health and school security resources. We at Noble recommend that in addition to the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, that Congress, the law enforcement profession, and communities across this nation work to secure the passage of bipartisan legislation that at minimum will address the following: mandate universal background checks, assault weapons, ban high-capacity magazines, and mandate safe
So in
gun
other words, he does
storage.
not give a shit
It is
about
Noble's belief,
Constitution or your
and many
right.
in our profession, that the continued relaxation of gun laws poses a real danger to the law enforcement officers and the community. It is my opinion that the law enforcement profession is in need of comprehensive federal legislation such as the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. Noble did support the Biden administration executive orders on advancing effective, accountable policing and criminal justice practice to enhance public trust and public safety. There are key elements in the order that we feel are responsible and actionable, such as accountability, workforce support, use of force, and resources support for mental health and behavioral health services. Our organization recommends to Congress a bipartisan effort to find common ground on a very
Bob, you
basic
have to post your
constitutional
Twitter
right
handle, man,
within
so
the
I can
14th
follow it.
Amendment: equal protection under the law. For many parts of our societies, citizens have not felt equally protected by key American Constitution law enforcement. In many communities of color, the first names of unarmed citizens that were killed by officers who took an oath to protect and serve resonate today and for generations to come. Lastly, I appeal to our congressional leaders on both parties to continue to support our federal law enforcement agencies in the areas of funding, public support, and policies that ensure that they maintain their readiness. It is critical that federal law enforcement resources are available to support state, local, county, tribal law enforcement agencies. There must be a unified congressional understanding of the importance of ensuring homeland security for our nation, which equates to strengthening all levels of public safety. On behalf of the National Organization of Law Enforcement Executives, I thank you for supporting our profession and our ability to maintain public safety. Our members stand ready to meet the needs of our communities and nation. Thank you again for this opportunity to provide testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Bryant. Members will be recognized by order of seniority for their 5 minutes of questioning. An additional round of questioning may be called after all members have been recognized. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. First, I'd like to start with Mr. Mays. You mentioned, I think, three sort of avenues of approach, or to so to speak, use a military term, through which you guys are working on school safety, and you talk specifically about response and training. Can you describe some of the training that you're talking about and the net effect, and where DHS and the federal government are assisting in that area?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the question. We learned as a nation, we learned after the Uvalde, Texas school shooting what a bad response looked like, and we know from these shootings that the law enforcement needs to respond and go into the school immediately and stop the killing. Right?
Dude, we've known
we
that
saw
since
in Nashville
fucking
at the Covenant
Columbine.
school shooting. The Metropolitan Nashville Police Department officers went in immediately, and it was interesting for me to find out that most of those officers did not know each other and had never trained together, but yet their training in the police department under Chief Drake's leadership was so good that if you watch the body camera video, it looks like they train together every day. So training works, and the procedures that need to be in place are now pretty universal through a system called Alert. It's a active shooter response type training. School resource officers are trained in this. Police officers are trained. Homeland Security agents in Tennessee are trained in this response. We believe that that's a key part of school security, but much more important, I think, or just as important as the response, is not waiting until the danger is at the doorstep. We, as I stated in my written testimony about the averted school attack study, we hear a lot of information about a planned school attack. We must go out and confront that threat and determine whether there is capability and intent before it ends up on the doorstep of the school.
Let's see, recently came to the state and did a little bit of training. Was that helpful? Do you know about their trip to Tennessee and what they did?
I do not, Mr. Chairman. I'm not familiar with that particular trip.
Tennessee's
they
taking
may have
some
worked
steps,
with,
right? I mean, they're actually, again, going to
Thank you.
allow
Mr.
teachers to
Bullock,
be armed if they
you
jump through all the
described
right hoops.
the impact of budgets, budget cuts, and the mass shortage of officers. What's the impact on the other officers, on the force, stress-wise, marriages, things like that, for these huge shortages of personnel?
It takes a tremendous mental toll on officers. As an example, because of the severe shortages that we are experiencing, officers who are assigned as a detective to be investigating major crimes like homicides, robberies, things of that nature, are having to work patrol shifts. So they're being sent back to patrol and are diverted away from their assigned duties as an investigator in order to take 911 calls. And so they're having to do that on a regular rotation basis each quarter. So that does have a significant impact, as you mentioned, on mental health. It has an impact on family life. It adds another layer of unpredictability to an already unpredictable job. So we do see an increase in officers who may have issues at home that may deal with alcohol use, a variety of other things that come as a result of increased stress.
What about the rhetoric, sort of that there's been, it's died down a little bit, but over maybe a year or two ago, this whole defund the police thing, how has that impacted morale of the force?
See, Democrats going to jump back. Republicans wanted to defund the FBI.
Yes, as you put, kind of for the boots on the ground, it has a pretty devastating impact as well, because you feel like you are not valued for what you're being asked. You're asked to be willing to give of your life in the defense of others, and those who are responsible for providing resources to do the job you're being asked to do are seemingly pushing you to an invaluable role.
Goon beams make good fidget spinners.
That aspect, it does have an impact as well. And I will say, even though we have seen to a degree some of those funds restored, we do see some shell games that get played with that nonetheless, where the funding may seemingly be restored, but yet it's a responsibility that wasn't necessarily given back to the department. And so we're given the funds back, but it's not actually going to areas where we need it to go in order to recruit, retain, and provide the resources for officers to do their job.
Thank you. I now yield, and I recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes of questioning.
Here we go. Assault weapons bans going to Noble.
One of the questions, comments that ran through everyone's opening statement,
gun violence,
the threat of violence that occurs in this country, and most those threats have occurred with the use of firearms. Some of us advocate universal background checks for
which can only be enforced if they have a registry.
I try to get in the woods every chance I get.
I wish you'd stay your ass in the
every
woods.
now and then I get lucky and bring something home. But I don't have a problem with whatever the requirements are to own that gun. So, I'm a law-abiding gun owner. So I'd like to ask
Ghost guns.
witness their position on universal background checks to be able to purchase a gun. Mr. Mayor?
No. That's Hank Johnson. This is
Thank you.
Benny
Ranking
Thompson.
Member Thompson, for the question. Whether it's background checks or extreme risk protection orders, whatever may be necessary, we would like to keep guns out of the hands of people who shouldn't have them.
Because it works out so well with drugs and everything else, doesn't it?
State law enforcement and as a Secret Service agent, encountering people who are suffering from mental illness, people who are homicidal, people who are delusional, and they have guns. And we have very little tools available to take the weapon away. I'm not too worried about law-abiding citizens like yourself who go
You have
hunting.
someone with an issue with like
It's
that.
people who are of limited capacity.
You can
or
have them
bad
involuntarily
intentions.
committed.
And this is where the mental health piece and the law enforcement piece need to work better together. I've encountered people over my career who are admitting to me that they're mentally ill and depressed, and he's holding a pistol in his hand. And I have to call his dad to come up and try to talk the guy out of the pistol to give it to his dad because I have no way to take it away from him. These are the kind of challenges I have.
I understand, and let me just say that what we did for the federal people in DHS, we passed a specific piece of legislation to help with the mental health of those people, because we talked to the family members and other people who were distressed. Sheriff, can you address that?
I have a large agreement with my colleague here. I think the biggest problem isn't so much, it's the people that are criminals that get the guns, and they don't necessarily get them, purchase them properly and the way they should, and with the background checks. We do have background checks, obviously, in the Commonwealth of Virginia, but I'd have to know the details, quite frankly, of exactly what you mean by universal background check. I think a lot of that's already done within the Commonwealth of Virginia, but my biggest concern is the fact that a lot of these weapons are stolen. They're stolen or used in crimes, and so you can do whatever you want. The fact of the matter is, I think we've got to hold these people accountable that use guns in crimes and prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law.
What a novel idea. Hold someone accountable for their own
They're
actions.
really only going to impact the honest citizen buying a gun. So,
Well, Chef, we won't debate it, but an honest citizen can get a gun.
Right.
And I'm just saying that if there's a dishonest citizen, and it may be 5%, 2%, that's one of those steps we can do to mitigate that. Mr. Bullock?
I'd like to hit on what
And
Sheriff
what he was just telling you is they have universal background checks, basically, and they
I
don't fucking
certainly
work.
understand the question about universal background checks. Coming from Texas.
Skilly, what's up, my
we
brother?
definitely like our guns as well. I think that efforts are probably best spent in holding people accountable that are breaking the law very actively, including people that are knowingly using stolen firearms.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bryant?
Likewise, many of my colleagues, I think that universal background check will assist us in the issues that we're seeing.
How are you going to enforce
the level
them?
of proliferation of guns that we're seeing on our streets? Any aspect that can allow us to minimize what we're seeing will be beneficial, not just to the citizens, but to the law enforcement officers as well.
Thank you very much.
See, what
One
they
more
would do, they
question.
would
On
pass
January
universal
6th,
background
thousands
checks.
of angry supporters,
And then when it doesn't work,
whipped into a frenzy by
then they'll
the
go, we
former
need
president,
registration.
marched on the White House to Capitol, where they broke a police barricade, smashed windows, and assaulted police officers in an attempt to obstruct the democratic process. Over 140 officers protecting the Capitol were injured that day. 5 police officers died in the days and weeks following. Mr. Mays, do you
None of
believe that
them
this
died as a
violence against
result
police
from
officers
being
were
attacked on
unjustified?
January 6th, you fucking piece of shit.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Sheriff?
any violence against police officers doing their job should not be allowed in any sense of the word. So I agree that anybody that does that should be fully prosecuted.
Mr. Bullock?
Take the same stance. Anyone that commits violence towards law enforcement should not be tolerated.
Mr. Bryant?
I agree that any violence against police officers lawfully doing their job should not be tolerated.
Law, at least he added in when they're lawfully doing their job.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize the gentleman from Mississippi and the vice chair of the committee, Mr. Guest, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To our witnesses, thank you for being with us this morning. Chief Bryant, before we begin, I was wondering if you could give the committee an update, if you have any, on the 3 officers in Atlanta who were shot over the weekend.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for inquiring. All 3 are in recovery. I spoke to the chief immediately after that incident occurred. He has continued to update me as a courtesy to inform me that they are improving.
No,
Thank you so
qualified
much.
immunity, man,
And if you will
needs to
please
just
send
be
along
thrown in the
to
trash.
those officers and the members of that department that our thoughts and prayers are with them during their period of recovery, and they will particularly be remembered.
Officers
this week.
themselves should not have any more
As we
legal
look at the
protections
headlines,
than your
I
average
pulled
person
some very
carrying a
brief
gun for
headlines in
self-defense.
preparation for today's hearing. I just put in the search engine, officer involved shooting. One came up 3 a.m. this morning. New Mexico State Police and Roswell Police Department investigating an officer involved shooting that left a Roswell police officer injured. Headline from May the 12th. Police identify a man shot dead by law enforcement after opening fire in Amazon warehouse. The article says West Jefferson police have identified a man killed by police.
Yeah, Bob,
Sunday.
that dude should be
The gunman was
on
fatally
trial.
shot by law
He
enforcement
flat out
after he shot a
executed that one.
Columbus police officer. Also a
I
headline
watched
from May
that
the
shooting
12th.
from 2 to 3
Euclid
different
police
angles.
officer dead after ambush shooting.
Flat out executed.
First paragraph said a first-year Euclid police officer in his 20s was shot dead Saturday night in what authorities described as an ambush after officers responded to a disturbance on East 211th Street. We referenced and just spoke of the 3 Atlanta police officers who were shot and injured this weekend as they respond to a call involving an armed gunman. And I think it was mentioned in at least one, if not several, of the opening statement by the officers of the shooting that happened in late April in Charlotte, where we had 4 officers.
Dude, there's been some guys on Twitter that have been working hard
in that particular
trying
incident.
to defend the cop who shot that airman the
My
other day.
question, and I'll start with you, Mr. Mays.
If you guys
are
haven't seen
law
that shooting,
enforcement
that was just
officers,
flat out
are they
fucking murder.
safer today than they were 3 years ago?
Thank you for the question. That's a tough one to answer. I have a sense that it's worse out there on the streets. That's, I don't wear a uniform every day, so I get that information from talking
Oh
to
yeah,
my,
man. Hank Johnson, dude.
And I'm not asking you to explain why you feel
Thinking
yes
an
or no,
island's
but
gonna
just,
tip
you know,
over.
and again, I'm just asking for your opinion because you're deputy commissioner and you're involved every day. Do you feel the law enforcement officers are safer today than they were 3 years ago? Yes or no?
No.
Sheriff?
No, I don't. And in fact, the FBI just reported yesterday that 79,000 law enforcement officers in 2023 were assaulted, and that's a 10-year high. So what that shows is an increase in assaults on law enforcement officers. So to answer your question, whether they're safer, we certainly are better well equipped and can save lives.
Trust me,
much,
I just
better
kicked
than we
the
did in
cop.
the past, but for sure, they're not as safe.
Did a
as they
year in
were
prison.
the past.
Yeah. And very quickly, because I've got a couple other questions. Mr. Bullock, do you believe officers are safer than they were 3 years ago?
No, sir.
And Chief, do you believe they were safer than they were 3 years ago?
As we see the increase in violence against police officers.
It was
today,
actually supposed to
we
be
have
2.
say no, due to the increase.
Okay. And thank you for your answers. 2 of the things I want to focus on very quickly, and I probably will only have the time to focus on one. First is the open border policies that we see. I know that was referenced particularly in your testimony, Mr. Bullock, about some of the challenges that you're seeing because of that. And though not referenced in other testimony, I believe that we can say that the open border
The
policy.
dude does look like a skinny version of Dark.
But the other thing I want to touch on very briefly is rogue prosecutors. And I know particularly as it relates to you, Mr. Bullock, there's been some allegations in media, not by you, about the prosecutor there in Austin. But want to read
Oh
this,
God, man. If you were watching Hank all the way back then, good
kind of
God.
encapsulates both. This is a CNN article. It says 7 people indicted in connection with assault on NYPD officers outside migrant shelters, officials say. The article, which is dated for the purpose of the record, is February the 8th. The article says 7 people have been indicted in connection with an assault last month on 2 New York police officers near
Someone
Times
posted
Square.
it in chat earlier
Authorities are
today. All
working
those
to
guys were just
identify 3
basically
others who
pleading
were
out.
involved. The indictments come in a case that has drawn attention in part because of the
They won't
migrant
get shit.
status of at least some of the defendants, and because 4 of these named in the indictment were released last week without bail. Our rogue prosecutors, do they pose a risk to law enforcement in general? I'll let you answer just yes or no very quickly because I'm over time, and with that, I will yield back.
Yes.
Yes.
The gentleman yields. Oh, wait.
Can I answer the question?
Yeah,
and I'll yield back?
go ahead, sure.
Yes, sir. If each of you would mind answering the question, then I yield back, and I apologize for being over time.
Yep. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir.
Briefly.
Yes, I agree.
Absolutely.
Not just to police, but to the community as a whole. Yes.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell, the ranking member on our cybersecurity.
Mr. Swallowswell.
Police Week's always a bittersweet week in Washington, D.C. We remember the fallen, those who have given their lives in the service of their community over the last year, but also it's a time for fellowship and brotherhood and sisterhood of the profession to come together in our nation's capital. And just first want to honor the service of those who we lost last year. I want to thank each of you for your service, and wanted to just go through a couple of different incidents that this committee has focused on and this Congress has focused on, and just get your perspective. Do you agree, Mr. Mays, that the officers who defended the Capitol on January 6th are heroes?
Yes, sir, I would agree.
And how about you, Sheriff Chapman?
Anybody that puts their lives on the line to make sure that they're keeping people safe is a hero to me. So I would agree that anybody that was assaulted, certainly by the
What about the officers that escalated everything on January 6th?
And how about you, Mr. Bullock?
Not talk about that?
I would stand by the same words. Any officer that puts on this uniform lawfully doing their duties is a hero in my book.
And Mr. Bryant?
I am in concurrence that any person that puts on this uniform and honorably serve out their career is a hero. Absolutely.
And Mr. Mays, if you assaulted or physically harmed an officer on January 6th, does that make you a criminal?
Anyone that assaulted an officer on January 6th and then is arrested and convicted is a criminal. Yes, sir.
And Mr. Chapman?
An assault on a law enforcement officer is a crime, so yes, that would be a criminal.
Mr. Bullock?
The same.
Mr. Bryant?
I'm in agreement that you become a criminal.
And by the way, I support legislation on the Judiciary Committee that would make assaulting or committing a battery against a law enforcement officer a separate class of crimes. And I hope we can.
Gentlemen, yield
that.
for just a second.
Yeah.
They do that in Tennessee.
Good.
Why is it not? Trust me, you will go to prison for it if they decide to prosecute you. Trust me.
One last question as it relates to January 6th. Do you believe that anyone
Why do
who
we need
is,
federal legislation for that?
convicted of harming an officer on January 6th is a hostage if they're in prison for that?
No, sir, I do not.
Sheriff?
I don't really understand the question.
I don't either. Do you believe that calling a January 6th convict a hostage is appropriate? That if they're in prison, that they're a hostage?
I would say that anybody is that assaulted a law enforcement officer that was charged with it and is going through the legal process is the appropriate actions being taken.
Mr. Bullock?
Regardless of the event, if someone is charged with a crime, follows due process, and is convicted, they are a convicted criminal, not a hostage.
Mr. Bryant?
I do not consider someone who was arrested for assaulting a police officer a hostage.
I also just want to point out there are some on this committee, not all, certainly not the chairman, who have advocated for defunding the FBI. Do you think we should defund the FBI, Mr. Mays?
I seriously need one
No,
of those
sir.
shirts because I seriously do believe in abolishing them,
No, sir. I have a
not
son
just
who's an
defunding
organizer,
them.
so no. I want to keep them employed.
Mr. Bullock
No, sir.
and Mr. Bryant.
No, no, sir.
So I just want to have some real talk with you all and some of my colleagues because I'm the son of a cop. My brother's a cop.
Swallowsville wants to have a
Law
real
enforcement for our
talk.
family is not a career, it's a way of life. It's about putting the bad guys away and keeping the community safe. And so to me, when I hear some of my colleagues, again, not all, but some of them on this committee thump their chest and say that they back the blue, but then they're going to call a January 6th convict a hostage, that's not back in the blue, that's back in the coup. And when some of them say that
I wonder
they
how
back
long
the
he worked
blue,
on that
but
slogan.
the second the blue raids the house of their preferred candidate for president, that's not backing the blue, that's backing a fool. And so I'm all about supporting law enforcement and honoring them during police week.
You are all about using government power
Police don't give a rip about
towards
politics.
the end
They just want to serve the community.
to
They want
gain
be
more power.
independent and free of
That's what you're
politics.
about.
And we should back them every time they do their job, expect the highest amount of accountability, but not just expect them to wear red team, blue team.
This
when it
dude
suits
has
them.
he's sat there and lied to the
Gentleman
American
yields, I
people's
now
faces so
recognize
many
Mr.
times in
Menendez, the
hearings and
gentleman
interviews when he's shitting
Miami,
his
Florida,
pants.
For 5 minutes questioning.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And, most of you probably know that I was a firefighter for the city of Miami, but probably most of you don't know that I was a special officer, actually served on the SWAT team of the city of Miami Police Department. So while I rode a red fire truck, I also, every once in a while, especially during certain difficult times, I also rode with the police department. And so I honor the four of you for your service in public safety and the police department. When I was the mayor of Miami-Dade, I was also the sheriff of Miami-Dade. And one of the things that I did was after the incident in Paris, France, I mandated that all my officers, patrol officers, et cetera, would be equipped with AR-15s and enhanced body armor. Is that something which is normal in the United States? And do you think that we should protect our police officers?
Don't you know that
We're asking them to
Fang,
take
after
their
she
life
got
and
home,
put
just
them
had
at
to go
risk. Should
scrub
we,
herself down
as
in bleach
either community or
after being that
country,
close to that
also give them
sleazeball?
the protection that they need in order to carry out their tasks? And so I'll ask.
She was either really committed to the Communist Party or they had her family, and she really loved her
Thank you for the
family.
question, sir. Protecting law enforcement officers is essential, and that comes in the form of equipment, including the body armor, the rifles, all the weapons, the radios, less than lethal force methods, everything they need. And it also includes the training.
A
all
lot
of
of
it
people don't
together
realize
in order to
Hank
be,
Johnson
properly equipped.
was actually a lawyer. I don't know what
But
law
is
he
that
practiced,
normal?
but he was an
Is
actual
that
lawyer, passed the bar exam.
Are the officers in this country sufficiently protected across the nation, or is it something which is jurisdiction by jurisdiction?
I don't know that I can answer for the entire nation. I could say in the state of Tennessee, it's generally jurisdiction by jurisdiction. It depends on funding.
Fair enough.
I would agree it's jurisdiction by jurisdiction, and I served in Miami with the Drug Enforcement Administration, so I know how dangerous it was certainly during the cocaine wars down there. I think we do need to be equipped well. We need to be able to defend ourselves against very violent criminals out there, but that does come down to a jurisdictional issue and how those communities feel about how the police, law enforcement officers in those areas should be equipped.
Yeah, and I was on SWAT team during the cocaine war, so yeah. Next.
I would say that's probably not the normal. I'd say in Austin, every officer is not equipped with an AR, nor are they all certified to use one per se, as well as us getting enhanced body armor is not standardized, that they'll carry it on them all the time.
The CIA, the
So would you want
government.
that?
Absolutely.
Okay. Mr. Bryant.
Thank you. As a representative of law enforcement, not just nationally, but internationally, I can tell you that it goes from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. There's not an equal level of distribution, nor in equipment or training. And so we have to improve upon that nationally.
All right, my second question is, Director Ray has informed us that
It was the same way,
because
man,
of
whether it was
the
coke,
openness of the border,
early 80s,
he
crack,
he expects,
you name it.
or he has apprehensions about a
That's
possible
our
terrorist
government
attack
making
in
money.
the United States.
because frankly, there was about 2 million people. We haven't the faintest idea where they came from, who they are, where they are, or why they're here. Do you all have the same kind of apprehensions in that Director Wray has?
Yes, sir, I do. Very concerned about people coming across the southern border, and we don't know where they are, and we don't know where they're going.
That absolutely concerns me, yes.
I would also agree we deal with on a regular basis, interacting with individuals who have no form of identification that we know who they are.
Mr. Morant?
Yes, we trust the information being provided to us by Director Wray, and so I'm in agreement with it.
Do you feel that the federal government is giving you enough in the terms or in the area of intelligence to be able to protect your jurisdictions to the best of your ability, in light of the fact that Director Wray believes that there is a grave threat to the homeland from terrorists unknown to us? Go ahead, one at a time.
Yes, sir. We're not getting all the information that would be helpful. The federal government is apparently unable to tell us how many immigrants are coming to Tennessee, where they're going in the state, where they came from. We don't have that information. So if I don't even know how many are coming and where they're from, then how can I begin to understand what kind of threat they pose to my state?
We have a good relationship with the federal counterparts, and the information we get is more kind of personal contact, but I would say that, as always, that communication could be better.
We're probably a little bit more different in that we have issues with our local officials that tend to try to restrict our use of information that is trying to be passed on to us or accessible to us.
Having a strong relationship with our federal partners is essential to what we do. However, we do recognize that there's a level of continuous challenges around intelligence and information.
Thank you again for your service, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Ivey, the gentleman from Maryland, for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I thank you
You know,
for
Ivy's
calling
another
this hearing
prize
today.
winner.
And I appreciate the panel of witnesses as well. Deputy Commissioner Mays, I was especially impressed with your testimony. I thought it was right up the alley of the types of things that we can do here on the committee and things that we should hear about. Your points about the school shootings, I thought was very helpful. And one thing I did have a question about, you mentioned, I think it was 94%, there's an opportunity to preempt some of these shootings because we have information that somebody's planning on doing it.
Yes, and they dropped the ball.
94% of the time. I wonder if you could elaborate a bit on things that you think we could do, especially here in Congress.
Many shootings. Law enforcement has absolutely dropped the ball.
Those study numbers are compelling. In the INTAC, the National Threat Assessment Center study that I referenced,
And at least some of that ball dropping is intentional.
And again, they tell us that most attacks on schools, targeted violence, as it were, there's a pathway to violence. And if we can get involved and get the shooter off that pathway to violence, we have a chance at stopping something from happening. Unfortunately, there's no real shortcut. It's a roll up your sleeves and get out there and talk to the person and intervention. It's a multidisciplinary.
How many times they talked to that one school shooter?
Certainly the United States Congress could help by
who was the one down in Florida, Stoneman Douglas.
Funding for those type of
They had
programs.
multiple interactions with that little piece of shit.
Just last year in Tennessee, the multidisciplinary threat assessment approach in each school prior to last year was it was permissive but not required. A new state law has made that a mandate, and so
Barack Obama wanted to stop the prison or school to prison pipeline. Remember,
specifically to help coordinate that multidisciplinary approach which is needed. I hope that answers your question.
It does. It does. I might follow up with you afterwards as well. And I did want to, actually, I forgot to welcome our new member, Representative Kennedy from New York. And I I take the chairman's point that we're close to having a quorum for New York delegation meetings here on the committee, but certainly welcome
That
you.
should be
I
scary
did
to
want to make a
anybody.
point too, with you, Mr. Chairman, and my colleagues here. I had a chance to go out and visit the Secret Service facility, which is in my district, where they do training. And some of the training they do, and I take the point from some of the testimony today about how important training can be. So I was quite surprised to see that our Secret Service doesn't have a facility for training on protecting the White House. So when they took me out to show me what they do, they took us to an open field, literally, and they said, imagine the tree line at the back is the White House, and the road that we're on would be Pennsylvania Avenue. And then they did the demo, with people coming in, and, the dog went out and intercepted them and all of that. But it was like playing pickup football. And, as a kid, the pine tree is the touchdown line. That's what they're doing, actually, to prepare for attacks on the White House. So one of the things I'd like to ask at some point, not today, obviously, but I hope that's the kind of thing that we can take a look at and try and figure out ways to help them get some kind of environment where they can do some training. The best they can do right now is Tyler Perry built a mock White House for a movie or something back. So they fly him down there and use this mock White House, which obviously isn't the same thing as the real thing, and certainly wouldn't be the kind of place that you'd want to do training to protect the president of the United States and the family. But that's what they've got right now. So I would love to have a chance for us to take a look at that as a committee and see if there's a way to step up on that front. And then finally, let me end with this, National Police Week. And I thank the chairman again for holding a hearing on the topic. I thank all of you for the service that you provide, the risks that you've taken, the sacrifices that you and your families have made, and for police officers around the country and their families as well. I was a local prosecutor. I first got elected in 2002. Before I took office, 2 police officers were gunned down trying to serve a warrant for a mental health issue. And they was in the guy's parents' house. They didn't know that he had a firearm. There's a guns issue. There's a mental health issue. I think all those are the kinds of things we need to talk about more as we move through these. But thank you to you and law enforcement officers around the country for the sacrifices you make and the work that you do to protect the country and our communities. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Sounds like a rock drill, doesn't it, Mr. Crane? I now recognize Mr. Gonzalez, a gentleman from Texas, for his 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Oh, this is the dude that Herrera is running against, isn't it?
Please share to the men and women that serve
Yep.
alongside you that this committee.
I so
is
hope this
committed to
motherfucker
making sure
loses
you have all the
to
tools
Brandon
you need
Herrera.
to be successful in keeping Americans safe. In particular, I want to thank Mr. Bullock. Justin Berry is a good friend of mine, an officer there in Austin. I hear a lot about kind of behind the scenes what's happening, and in many cases, I feel as if you're serving behind enemy lines. And I want to take this opportunity to really tear into the Travis County District Attorney. I think that guy has done a terrible job. I think that individual has made that community unsafe. And those type of situations.
Now remember,
need to go
Tony's
away.
another
We
one
need
of
to
these
get
gun
back
control
to
cats.
Everybody is on the same team, paddling in the same direction for the safety of all citizens, not this ideology or the other. And my question is to you, sir. In recent years, rogue prosecutors have brought radical ideas on how to approach our criminal justice system. We are seeing prosecutors refusing to prosecute offenders and allowing low bond amounts for violent criminals. We've seen criminals posted bond that end up committing more violent crimes, in some cases shooting police officers and endangering the community. This is a dangerous trend and tells communities that there are no real penalties for breaking the law. My question to you, Mr. Bullock, is what are some of the tools that states or Congress might be able to use to reel in some of these criminal-friendly prosecutors?
Thank you, sir. It undoubtedly is an issue that we deal with. It's the enforcement aspect is the biggest part, where laws are passed, laws are in place, but yet we have individuals that decide on their own not to enforce those laws. I think that some opportunities are what Congress is already looking at, and in particular, when officers are targeted, that becomes a federal crime, because then we tend to have decent working relationships with U.S. attorneys that do prosecute those crimes, along with a lot of the other drug crimes that we have. For example, we just recently in Austin had almost 80 overdoses on fentanyl that resulted in 9 people dying. And then we had, between EMS and APD, I believe it was over 300 doses of Narcan that were administered within a single weekend. Yet we have a prosecutor who
300
drops,
doses in a
unilaterally
weekend?
any possession of a controlled substance under a gram, and that can be a lethal dose of fentanyl. So any efforts that would strengthen prosecution, that make sure that crimes are actually enforced and prosecution is followed through, would be extremely beneficial.
Thank you. This is certainly getting a whole lot more attention here on Congress, because I feel as if you are doing your part of the job. You're putting the
This
uniform
dude's such
on,
a
you're going
fake
to
ass
work,
prick. It ain't
you're
even funny.
once again trying to protect your community. And then when you pass that ball off to the prosecuting standpoint, in some cases you have people that are throwing the ball the other way, and it's not getting down the field. I recently introduced the COPS Act, and one of the things that I thought was interesting on it, and I'd love to get your take, is the COPS Act includes any attack against a police officer to include explosive materials such as fireworks and other dangerous weapons. We always talk about guns. We always talk about a police officer getting shot in the line of duty. What I'm starting to see is this morph into something else. You know, these criminals, these rioters, they're using fireworks, they're using, bottles of water that have been frozen. So once again, are you seeing an increase in other than kind of firearms, Mr. Bullock, other than firearms, are your officers under attack with these other areas?
Yes, other things that you mentioned, such as fireworks, are being used. High-powered lasers are an issue as well. We've even recently discovered of a dry chemical that can be thrown on officers that burns, and it causes, it can be potentially lethal depending upon how it's treated. And so these are all things that we're having to prepare for now, that it is not just firearms that are a threat to law enforcement.
I see this growing, and we have to get ahead of this. It can't just be firearms when a police officer gets firearm. My last question is for you, Sheriff. I lean on sheriffs heavily. I have nearly half of the overall southern border. And one of the questions I want to ask is a little bit more blocking and tackling is license plate readers. In many cases, what I hear from my sheriffs is license plate readers are a game changer. They include,
So
you're able to
you want an
find
even bigger
more
spy
information
state
and get an aspect of it. So just in general,
instead of
what is
locking
your
down the
thoughts
border.
on interacting license plates readers and the data along that into your county?
License plate readers are critical information that helps us solve crimes up and down the coast, anywhere in the area. Gives us a heads up on anything that might have been like a crime that had already occurred in like a neighborhood, where we can go back then and track it. A license plate reader and see who might have been in the neighborhood, and then you can get yourself a suspect and possibly prosecution based on something as simple as that. So they're critical to what we do. We need to have them. We need to have access to that information, and it really does help us quite a bit.
Thank you, Sheriff, and I yield back, Chairman.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Garcia for his 5 minutes of question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank all of you for your service as well. I was mayor of Long Beach before I got to Congress for the last 8 years, and so I worked with our police department, obviously very closely. I'm really proud of the men and women that serve in Long Beach and police departments across the country. I also want to thank them for working in those 8 years to focus on also issues that I believe made the Long Beach Police Department focus on issues around diversity, around equity, around community policing, and other initiatives that really made, I think, our police department inclusive of the community. Now, we know that law enforcement and keeping people safe shouldn't be a partisan issue. I hope people understand that when we talk about supporting the police, we need to follow through on that support in Congress through real actions, not just partisan messaging bills. And police officers actually need the tools to do their jobs. They need training, they need technology. And of course, we need to make sure that we can hire and recruit talented people into our police departments. That also includes and means federal funding. Now, Mr. Bryant, would it support state and local law enforcement to actually defund federal support programs for community policing?
Absolutely not. Many of our agency work together within a type of ecosystem that we are relying upon one another. And so any defunding of our federal agencies will have a significant impact on our local enforcement agencies as well, as we typically have TFOs on part of those.
Thank you, sir. I'm assuming you're familiar with the COPS federal funding program as well,
That's correct.
which, as we all know, if you ask any police department across the country, particularly those in urban large cities, they're critical for our police departments. 80% of the majority have signed on to a budget which actually eliminates and reduces funding for our COPS federal program for police departments. I think it's really important that we keep that funding and that we support law enforcement across the country in places like Long Beach and across America. Now, Mr. Bryan, I also wanted to show you this graph because I think it's really important. As mayor, we would track data. This is data that comes from police departments from across the country. As you can see here, there was a surge of homicides by 30% to the highest level of the 90s here in 2020. And overall, we know that violent crime and homicides has been decreasing over the last few decades, even though some like to scare folks and act like somehow we are in this massive crime wave that we've never seen. We know that's just actually not true. But in 2020, when we did see a small increase, who was president in 2020?
In 2020, it was President Trump.
That's right.
What was going on then, you asshole?
The overall crime that was decreasing, we see the one spike
BLM
that we
riots,
had, it was actually
Antifa
during Donald
riots.
Trump's presidency. And since then, crime
COVID.
is actually beginning to decrease. In fact, we're now reaching again lower levels because
they play with
President
these
Biden
fucking
and other
numbers so
presidents and
hard.
other mayors and other governors have also invested in community policing, in community safety, in park programs, and ensuring that we not just focus on the policing side, but that we're also investing in communities. And so I just want to be very, very clear about where actual homicides in the US have actually gone. They're going down. And in fact, the only real increase we had was when Donald Trump was president. Just to know, when he talks about what's happening across this country as it relates to crime, he's actually wrong. And so I wanted to make that note. And I wanted to say one final thing. As you probably know, we want to go back to January 6th. We talk about policing and supporting police officers. I think it's very important to support our Capitol Police that were here and protected the Capitol on January the 6th. I toured the DC jail with, in fact, one other member of this committee in the majority. And when we did that, unfortunately, those prisoners, those insurrectionists were treated like heroes. They were hugged. They were given handshakes by members of the majority, and particularly one member of this
Most
committee.
of those people didn't
Let's
do
remember the
anything
facts.
violent.
17 of the 20 that were charged at that jail were charged with assaulting police. 6 of them had already pled guilty, yet they are being called, in some cases, heroes. They are being called hostages by folks in the majority. In fact, this right here.
Yeah, we watched that hearing
is a
on
reminder,
lawfare this
these
morning
circles
before we watched
of
this one.
folks that actually are
What do
in
you think
the
the
DC
majority of those
jail
prosecutions were?
that have been called heroes, that have
So it's
assaulted
all
police,
lawfare to
that have
push
done nothing but
bullshit
essentially commit an
insurrection.
insurrection and treason against this country. So when we talk about supporting law enforcement, sir, we talk about ensuring that we support our police officers. It's very important that we support the Capitol Police and not the 20 people that are being held and that are being coddled, supported, and uplifted by some members of the Congress, which I think is shameful, disgusting, there's no place, and quite frankly, hypocritical as well. To conclude, I want to submit this profiles of the January 6th inmates of the DC jail, which is an article that just outlines and lists exactly who these quote unquote hostages as
I've read
called by
through a
some in the
lot of
majority
their charging
actually-
documents,
Mr.
and
Chairman?
they are so weak.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize the gentleman
It's
from
just
Mississippi, Mr.
unbelievable.
Ezel, former sheriff, for 5 minutes of.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's an honor to be here this week, especially serving in the House on National Police Week, acknowledging the hard work of local law enforcement and federal partners that we work with. Yesterday, I was proud the House unanimously passed my resolution, which expresses congressional support for local law enforcement and condemns the call to defund the police. This is particularly important and I believe relates to the conversation today, as the Biden administration refuses to enforce laws at our border that would make law enforcement officer jobs easier. Sheriff Chapman, it's great to see another sheriff in the room today, and glad to see all of you here with us. I know you glad to be here. Your testimony about DHS silence when you were seeking answers about the resettling of 1,000 refugees in your community is disturbing. As a former sheriff, I know how important information sharing is, and I would expect DHS to fully cooperate with local law enforcement. Clearly, that's not happening. I'm sure you brought your concerns regarding intel sharing to DHS, and tell us what the response was.
The first response was, okay, we understand your concerns. We'll get back to you. We'll work this out. About 2 weeks later, still nothing had been done. And it was clear that the only way that we were going to solve this issue with the people coming in and getting the community notified, there was no transparency in this with regards to anything that was occurring with that, would be for us to do it ourselves. So I called a stakeholders meeting myself. I thought I'd have about 12 people that would show up. I ended up having probably close to 70 that showed up. We went around the room, everybody from faith-based leaders to hospital members to fire and rescue to, many three-letter agencies around the Beltway here. And we were able to put together a plan and do it, and then have a subsequent community meeting so that the citizens would know what to expect, what was coming in. So in other words, everything that was handled that needed to be done was done at the local level with very little assistance until we had that community panel where they all came in, and then were able to, after we had already organized where we needed to go with that community panel, to then relay what was going to happen and how we were going to handle it. Fortunately, because we did that at the local level, we didn't have any issues of concern.
Very good. Has anything improved since you had that community meeting with DHS?
The process went well. We have very little contact with DHS, have a lot of contact with our other federal partners, but we do not have very much contact with members of DHS.
As long as I'm here, I will continue to work with the committee to find ways to instruct DHS to cooperate with local law enforcement officers. We all know the importance of information sharing. You also testified that even though Loudoun County is not a border county, you face many of the same issues as these border counties do. Can you elaborate and tell us how this open border policy is affecting your county? And
Now, our borders are wide ass open. It's
knowledge about
affecting
some
the
other
entire damn
counties around
country.
your area?
I would say the most critical part of that is the fentanyl that's coming in. And I just saw recent stats. I think there was 115 million pills that were seized in 2023. There was up 71 million from the year before. Fentanyl deaths are impacting everybody throughout the country. We've seen, when I testified before a subcommittee a few weeks ago, I talked about the 9 fentanyl overdoses that we had from one particular high school, members of one particular high school in one area within about a 3-week period. So we are seeing issues of concern, and we're seeing the fentanyl use by younger people. It's really concerning me that it's now going down to the teenage level, where before that we saw it between 25 and 35 years old. Now then it was 20 to 25. Now it's 15 to 20. 25, whatever. And it really does concern me that the age is dropping. And I would say that's the biggest impact that we're seeing from the open border policies and the constant influx of drugs that are permeating throughout the United States.
Can you walk us through some of the challenges that's going on with local law enforcement as a part of this border mess that we have? And has this hurt your department's ability to recruit?
I think we've actually done pretty good recruiting because we answer directly to the citizens that we serve. I think there's a lot of people that like that, being I'm an elected official rather than an appointed official. So we're in a position where we answer directly to them and aren't taking our direction from necessarily people that have other agendas that might want to try to impose that on us as law enforcement leaders. So our ability to recruit's actually gone pretty good. We have about a 6% attrition rate, most of which are retirements. Our recruitment is up. We hired, I think, went through 100 people last year, close to that. So we're doing pretty good in the scope of things in comparison to surrounding areas. So I don't really have any personal complaints, but I do know that that's a problem that's impacting many of our law enforcement agencies in the area.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back. And thank you all again for being here today.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Ms. Ramirez from Illinois, and you're welcome to. Oh, yeah, that's right. Thank you for the reminder. We'll so ordered.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to make sure that we put in the profiles of the January 6 inmates into the record.
So ordered. And you're welcome to introduce your guest if you'd like.
Thank you, Chairman. My mother, who oftentimes many of you have heard of, was here for about an hour, had to leave, but really grateful that she was here. As you know, she brought me here. She was pregnant when she crossed that border, and her daughter today is a member of Congress. So I wanted to make sure that she was in committee. Chairman, I want to thank you and Ranking Member and the witnesses that are here today for being here. And you know, I heard one of my colleagues say, look, the number one job for our officers is to put the bad people away, right? Not just the bad guys, because guys, girls, it could be anyone, and to protect our communities and make our communities safe. I agree with that. And after I've heard so many of your testimonies, it's clear to me that we all agree that we must strategically invest in community safety. I believe community safety is bigger than policing because it requires long-term preventive solutions with professionals that are trained in multiple disciplines, and that working together, officers and other trained professionals were able to address the root cause of violence. For years now, law enforcement has increasingly become the first responder and primary way that we address systemic problems. For example, increased global instability resulting in unprecedented numbers of refugees needing urgent resettlement support.
They're not
As Sheriff
refugees,
Chapman
lady.
mentioned, occurred in London County, to unaddressed issues that undermine school safety, as Deputy Commissioner Mays noted, is a priority in Tennessee. We have overburdened our public servants with tasks and crises that they're not equipped to confront, which makes them and our communities, right, less safe. And I believe as we're talking about where we are in this precise moment, I think we can restore balance in public safety ecosystem by investing in initiatives that allow professionals to respond to the crisis that they
Sam,
were
it's another
trained
one of
to
those things,
confront,
man. It's by
that mental health
design.
crisis. President Bryant, I appreciate you noting how public health and safety require a comprehensive, non-judgmental, pragmatic, evidence-based approach that includes violence prevention measures. So I wanted to ask you, how would increasing the role of community members, healthcare providers, and other trained professionals in public safety response affect police departments?
Thank you so much. Public safety is the responsibility of all citizens involved. And so when and I agree that law enforcement, primarily police, are typically the first responders to almost every given incident, which overburdens the profession. But allowing the community to play a significant part is very beneficial to
How
what we
about you
do.
allow people to carry the tools to defend
Incorporating other
themselves?
professions and what we do, as stated in the space of mental health, I think will help us tremendously.
Thank you, Mr. Bryant. You know, Chicago, I represent, I believe, one of the greatest cities in the world, Chicago, and it's been working to right-size the role of police. It's been redesignating some of the overwhelmingly amount of public health and service work delegated to the police department back to community partners and trained professionals. The Chicago Police Department reported that in 2019, its officers had to respond to over 40,000 calls with a mental health component of some case. And it's generated obviously deep frustration among officers who feel that they're required to respond to social and medical problems for which they're not trained, and that mental health systems should be managing those instead. So to address this, Chicago has started a treatment, not trauma pilot that has counselors responding to 911 mental health calls instead of having to call the police. And one organization using this model has reported that they have
Yeah,
not
about
needed
Dalton's
police
mayor.
presence for over 94%
Yeah,
of
I'm
those
hearing
calls.
more and more
That
about
means
her.
that those officers that would have had to respond to those calls can actually address the issues of crime, of violence. And because of community intervention programs, my own district has seen a 50% reduction in shootings and homicides. So as I think about that, and I think about our officers, one of the things that I want us to think about is, how do we make sure that you have the resources you need, the partners you need to do this work, and that you are able to put the bad guys and the bad women behind bars while focusing on also protecting our communities. That's why, to me, as we talk about Police Week, I want to make sure that we continue to incorporate community policing and partnerships so that we do what we all care about: reduce crime and have communities that are safe. With that, Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. Thank you all for being here today. And I thank the ranking member and the chairman, Green, for holding this hearing. President Bullock, I want to start with you about recruitment retention. In your testimony, you discussed how your department is 700 officers short of where staffing should be. One of the reasons you attribute this shortage was the city of Austin's defunding the police department by $150 million. As you mentioned in Austin's case, political posturing has led to the defunding of countless police departments across the United States, which has increased crime and eroded public safety. Austin continues to be one of America's fastest growing cities. As this growth continues, what do you foresee will be some of the impacts of rising crime on economic development and quality of life for city residents in Austin?
I think we're already seeing it, quite honestly. I've had a number of discussions with business owners that are involved in recruiting new businesses to come to Austin, to come to Texas, and public safety is one of their biggest issues. And people have opted not to come to Austin.
That's because Austin is a freaking Democrat
with
shithole.
crime and as it relates to a lot
At
of
least it's
homeless
becoming
issues,
that way.
in
And
various
no one wants to
aspects,
deal
but in
with it.
particular, enforcement and public safety is the number one factor that businesses take into account. And we're now starting to see people choose not to come to Austin.
People are looking, businesses are looking to get out of
These are not just
Democrat
small
areas.
businesses, these are pretty sizable companies as well, right?
Correct. Yeah, they're businesses of all size. They are still like new startups, but also significant companies as well.
What has the impacts of the defunding department had on officer morale and recruitment and retention?
I mean, from the recruiting and retention part, I think is it's pretty quantifiable because we have seen.
Now, I had another
the
couple
years
minutes and I got to
since
get out of here to go
started,
pick my daughter up, but I want to
back in
listen to some more of
2018,
this.
We've lost more officers than we've been able to recruit. So it has a very definitive impact on those numbers. As far as morale goes, it takes a very heavy toll on officers to try to maintain the same level of service that our community expects and deserves, while at the same time doing it with ever diminishing resources. So that's a lot for officers to try to carry as they're trying to go out and keep the city safe.
Sure, absolutely. And just to double down on that, I mean, with you saying you're losing officers, but also in your testimony, you talked about how Texas state troopers have been reassigned from Austin to the southern border, which also hurts. What impact has that had on public safety in Austin, the reassignment of the state troopers?
When they were assigned to be in Austin, they had a notable impact, in particular in areas where we had seen increased call volumes. We'd seen increase in 911 calls and criminal activity. So being able to go and suppress that activity by an increased presence of state troopers was very beneficial, in particular as we have dealt with in recent years street takeovers. The state troopers being able to assist in curbing that issue. And when they left, we saw
The old street takeovers, man. If you haven't looked into those yet, it's freaking wild.
Specifically to traffic fatalities, where there was a notable increase that as we dealt with a decreased level of patrol activity and traffic enforcement, we saw, I believe it was around a 60% increase in traffic fatalities that occur as a result of the lack of enforcement we're able to do.
Yeah, so you actually just answered my next question. So the reassignment has had a heavy impact on the ability of Austin police to protect the public, because you don't have enough people responding. So the thin ranks really does have a negative impact on what you can do.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate you being here. Deputy Commissioner Mays, I want to ask you a question about interagency coordination. Collaboration and sharing information among law enforcement agencies plays a crucial role in mitigating the threats. Since 9/11, there's been a growing trend of agencies working together to promote transparency and exchange of information. In what ways does the Tennessee Office of Homeland Security coordinate with state, local, and federal law enforcement agencies to address security concerns? And how has your experience been working with them?
Thank you for the question. We coordinate several different ways. I would say at the forefront is the Tennessee Fusion Center. One of the other witnesses mentioned there are 80 fusion centers around the nation and in the territories. Tennessee has one fusion center, and we have state, local, federal partners that participate there. We've also embedded Tennessee Office of Homeland Security intelligence analysts in the intelligence units of police departments around the state. We found that that's a good way to be present and to learn. For example, we have someone in the Memphis Real-Time Crime Center that gives us a good idea of what's going on in Memphis better than we can ascertained from sitting in Nashville. And then the other really important thing I would say has to do with just personal relationships and in investing in those relationships before something bad happens. On the Christmas Day bombing in Nashville in 2020, we were opening presents with my kids, and I got a phone call that a bomb went off in downtown Nashville and blew up most of 2nd Avenue. When I responded downtown, everyone was there, for all the federal partners, all the local and state law enforcement agencies in the area. And I knew personally the leader of every one of those agencies that we had met before and discussed responses before. The only one I hadn't met was the agent in charge of the ATF, because he had only been on the job 2 weeks, right? So those are the ways we cooperate, and we do it daily.
I appreciate it, Commissioner. I'm out of time. I now recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Menendez, I'll give you 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to begin by thanking our witnesses for being here this morning and for the work you and all of your colleagues do every single day to keep our community safe. And this week, and in this committee, I want to focus on some of the bipartisan things we've been able to achieve.
10 minutes, and then I got to get out of here.
And some of it thanks to our Cyber Subcommittee, led by Chairman Garbarino and Ranking Member Swalwell. Deputy Commissioner Mays, during your testimony, you touched on the importance of collaboration in responding to cyber-related incidents. How does Tennessee Homeland Security support capacity building efforts to ensure that state and local agencies have the resources and expertise to effectively respond to cyber-related incidents?
Probably after I get back.
Thank you for that question.
Home.
And it's
But I was seriously expecting more of these Democrats to be jumping up and down about gun control and assault weapons bans. So far, it looks like Noble is the biggest.
We partner with the federal
biggest one
CISA.
talking about that.
We're very appreciative of
Noble.
the federal cybersecurity grant. Tennessee has set up a state cybersecurity council where we are making decisions. The Office of Homeland Security has a seat at that table, where we are making decisions on where to put that money to get the best use. We are partnering with, one of the innovative things we're doing is partnering with our Tennessee Colleges of Applied Technology, like trade schools, so that we can, we sponsor cyber security training. So these students coming up learn about cybersecurity training, they get a chance to work with us and can maybe pursue a career in that. The cyber issue is very complex, and it's going to take a full nationwide effort to every day to be successful there.
Yeah, and I'd love to learn more about that program, because we talk a lot about building the pipeline of cybersecurity professionals, because we're going to need them at every level of government. So I appreciate the collaboration that you've done there. President Bryant, thank you for your testimony this morning. Given the prevalence of mental health crises and law enforcement interactions, how can agencies better collaborate with mental health professionals and community-based organizations to provide appropriate care and support for individuals in crisis?
Absolutely. I think that what we have to do is really come to the table and have a more in-depth conversation on how we can work more collaboratively together. One of the things, and
what we need are systems of freaking mental hospitals again.
Jails and prisons have now become a subset of a mental hospital. And so we have to address that, because that too has an impact on how we are responding to crime throughout our community. And so having the ability to come together and come up with a more in-depth way to respond to the community would be beneficial.
I think it would also be helpful for you as well to continue your primary function.
There are definitely some people in prisons, man, and I saw,
to either community-based
especially
organizations or
one,
people who are trained professionals in the mental health space. Would you agree with that?
didn't need to be in a
Absolutely.
prison.
I think,
He seriously needed to be in a loony bin.
Law enforcement officers are just ill-equipped to address the mental issues that we're encountering on the street. And when it becomes a bad situation, it becomes even worse for the community.
Well, if you see any best practices, please come back to us and let us know so we can work on them at a federal level. I also want to touch on a different issue, but coming back to you, President Bryant, you have a great deal of experience working with DHS to get federal resources for securing major public events like the 2018 College Football Playoff and the 2019 Super Bowl. In fact, you led the command for both events, I believe. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. I want to talk a little bit about your experience with the 2018 College Football Playoff, which received the second highest special event assessment rating, or SEER, from DHS. It was a SEER 2 event, as you know. That SEER 2 rating brought some federal interagency support to Atlanta, which helped your law enforcement team ensure the safety of everyone at the championship game, including the president. The DHS SEER program has never been authorized by Congress, but my colleagues, Ms. Titus of Nevada and Mr. Hudson of North Carolina, have a bipartisan bill that would authorize the SEER program, streamline the rating process, and make the program more robust. It is obvious to me that SEER is an important tool to help state, local, tribal, and territorial law enforcement keep these large public gatherings safe for everyone. In the time that we have remaining, what, in your opinion, can Congress do to support law enforcement in these efforts?
So to improve upon this, I think, again, having the collaboration of all our federal partners, state and local entities coming together to address any large-scale event is very beneficial to the community as we serve. I had the privilege of leading both events, and having a strong relationship with our federal partners was very beneficial to ensuring that both
Trust me, it
events
doesn't matter how many cops you have at these events.
I appreciate that. Thank you all again so much, and I yield back.
I mean,
The
look at
gentleman
people
yields on
Super Bowl,
now.
Super Bowl parade.
Recognize Mr. D'Esposito from
This
New
year.
York for 5 minutes questioning.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your service to law enforcement and to this country.
And when they figured out
Mr.
who
Bullock, you
did
mentioned
that shooting, they buried that story.
even though you are not a border city, the impact of the Biden border crisis has been felt in cities and counties throughout the country. And I think that we could agree that we've witnessed every state become a border state, every city a border city. The mayor of the city of New York actually said that the migrant situation would, quote, destroy New York City. So I want to ask you, what impact has the border crisis had specifically on your officers?
So a few specific examples
Oh,
I
shit.
have is
I'll tell you what,
we
guys,
did
let me get ready. I gotta get out of here.
we were
I gotta go pick my
relying on
daughter
state
up
troopers to come in
from
and
school,
to help us in order
do a
to
little bit of running
support
around real
patrol
fast. So
efforts in order to tamp down
thank you
violent
guys for
crime.
coming and hanging
As a
out,
result of what's going on at the border, they were diverted
sharing the
away from
pain a little
helping
bit
us
watching
in
these
order to
hearings,
go and help
because
secure
Jesus
the southern
Christ,
border, so that took away
they
additional
can come up with more
resources that
stupid
we
shit.
had as a department to try
But
to
hey,
help the citizens of
where are we
Austin.
living?
We also deal with it on a fairly
I
regular
thought they would deal
basis,
with firearms a little
whether
bit more in this
it's
hearing
as
than
a
they, or a
victim
lot
or
more in
as
this
a
hearing than they
suspect.
have. So that's kind of the
Difficulties
reason I
in
wanted to watch
identifying
this one. The
people.
other one was just,
We have people who
well,
come
hey,
and
it's
all
the
we
government.
get is
So
a
anyway, guys,
passport
you
card
perps take them
and
easy,
a
man.
voting
I got to
card.
get out of
It
here.
tells us nothing about where they're living
As
currently in the
always,
US.
be cool.
And so our officers can't
Keep
make
that thing on you at all times. I'm fixing
and
to
trying to identify
put
people
mine
where
on
they
because I'm
are.
fixing to run out.
And like I said, that could
And we'll
be
catch you guys
either
on
as a
another one
victim
shortly,
or
man. Love all you
suspect.
guys. You guys be
We do have
cool.
people who
Have a
come
good
here
rest of your
legally
afternoon. And I'm going to bounce.
And obviously, one of the biggest issues that we as law enforcement
I got to hit the road.
have, I think, throughout
Y'all
this
take it easy.
country is recruitment and retention. So